Chapter 3970. A fourth heaven late-stage cultivator dared to boast shamelessly, wanting to enter the holy rankings? What kind of joke was this? Ignorant. Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. You are courting death. Yu was completely enraged. The other party had always acted like he was deep and profound. This made him furious. What was he acting for? His cultivation was inferior to his, so kill him. Yu waved his hand. Immediately, the two people beside him rushed up, their spears turning into giant dragons as they slaughtered their way forward. Lin Wudi, kneel down and accept your death. Boom boom. The spears trembled, the power of desolation pervading the air. The space in front of them continuously shattered, drowning out Lin Xian. They retracted their hands, laughing coldly. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Don't worry, we controlled our strength, so he won't die. However, he only had half a breath left. The two sneered. However, when the space in front of them disappeared, they were stunned. Because Lin Wudi was standing there, his hands behind his back, completely unharmed. How was this possible? The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Lin Xian flicked the dust off his body. This was the full power of the two of you? Too weak. You were just scratching my itch. You two should also take a punch from me. He took a step forward, a fist smashing out. The bodies of two saints of the great desolate mansion exploded abruptly. Blood splashed onto Yu and the others' faces. How was this possible? The other party was so strong? These people from Great Desolate Mansion went crazy. Lin Xian retracted his hand, shaking his head. Toad Yugo. These people are too weak, I am not interested. Fuck, this great one is not interested either. The toad rolled its eyes. Lin Xian laughed. If you win against these people, they will all become your human pets, and the things in their storage rings will all be given to you. Really? The toad was interested this time. This is not bad. Come, this great one will fight you 300 rounds. Damn it. These people from Great Desolate Mansion were about to grind their teeth to pieces. A toad dared to show off in front of them? Lin Wudi, what is the meaning of this? You actually dare to look down on me? Yu roared crazily. He was going crazy. No one had ever dared to look down on him. I want to fight you one-on-one. One-on-one? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian walked out. Do you want me to give you a handicap of 1 hand or 3 moves? You're courting death. The other party's condescending attitude made him very unhappy. He opened his mouth and spat out a black storm. It turned into a sharp blade that slashed forward. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand, shattering the storm. The void in the middle was torn beyond recognition and shattered beyond recognition. What a strong physique. This scene was too frightening. This was Yu's attack. The other party actually received it barehandedly? The experts of the Great Desolation Mansion felt their scalps go numb. They had always thought that the rumors about the other party were exaggerated and that they did not care about them at all. But now, it seemed that the other party was ridiculously strong. Yu was also alarmed. Just now, that black storm wasn't simple. It carried poison on it, moreover carrying a desolate aura. Even a 5th firmament sage would be injured if they were to come into contact with it. However, the other party had easily shattered it. Thinking of this, his face turned cold. With a stomp of his foot, the void trembled. He turned into a streak of black lightning and pounced forward. At the same time, his palm slapped down. A terrifying light flickered above. A desolate mountain pressed down from the sky. Brat, die for me. He used the Great Desolation Mansion's ultimate technique, Desolation Palm. With a palm strike, the surrounding plants quickly withered, as if winter had arrived. How could mere desolation compare to death? Lin Xian snorted coldly and clenched his hand into a fist. The black fist struck out, carrying the overflowing laws of death. The power of death and the power of desolation collided, the two sides continuously tearing each other apart. The plants and demonic beasts in the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles were instantly deprived of their vitality. Large areas of vegetation withered. Those demonic beasts were also on the verge of death, falling to the ground. That scene was truly too terrifying. The people of the Great Desolation Mansion continuously retreated, supporting their laws to resist. This aura of death was too terrifying. Only the Great Desolation Scripture could block it. Boom, boom. After an intense collision, Yu retreated, his face filled with shock. The other party actually knew the laws of death, which was incomparably similar to his desolation aura. Moreover, the power was not weaker than his. It was truly too shocking. A fourth firmament ant was actually more powerful than him. One had to know that he was a level higher than the other party. He could kill people of the same level as him like cutting vegetables. But now, he could not do anything to the other party. On the other side, Lin Xian was also surprised. To be able to block his laws of death, it was a bit interesting. The Great Desolation Scripture was indeed mysterious. As expected of the Holy City's ultimate technique. Then let's see if your desolation is stronger or my death is stronger. The aura on Yu's body became even more terrifying. His eyes released cold lightning, like a demon, incomparably terrifying. The terrifying desolation aura formed countless blades that slashed down from the sky. Great Desolation Blade. The entire world was shaking. This was a peerless blade technique. It was incomparable as it ruthlessly slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian also used the laws of death. The terrifying scythe of death continuously attacked. At the same time, his other hand struck out with the sun sword. Together with the laws of sword, it erupted with incomparably dazzling light. Both the blade and sword struck out, resisting it head-on. When the two collided, it was as if two worlds had collided, interweaving with an incomparable aura. Boom, boom. Shocking Great Tao was released, causing the saints of the Great Desolation Mansion to be terrified. This Lin Wudi could actually resist the Great Desolation Blade. It was really too inconceivable. Do you think young Master Yu can win? Nonsense, the final victor will definitely be our young master. These people gritted their teeth. Although they said that, they were nervous to the extreme because they did not have the confidence to win. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon and Murong Qingqing were also nervously watching. In front, the two people exchanged blows as fast as lightning. Their speed was very fast, instantly colliding over 1,000 times. Then they quickly separated. Lin Xian's aura surged. On the other side, there was indeed a sword wound on Yu's body, piercing through his shoulder. Blood flowed down from his shoulder. Not good, the young master was injured. When the people of the Great Desolation Mansion saw this scene, they were extremely terrified. They did not expect that the one who was injured was actually their young master. Did Lin Wudi gain the upper hand? Should they attack? Their faces were incomparably cold. However, Yu waved his hand, stopping their actions. Brat, to be able to injure me, you have thoroughly angered me. Desolation Heaven Destroying Slash. A desolate blade appeared in his hand, carrying an incomparable aura. The desolation on it erupted. This attack was unparalleled. It caused the expressions of Murong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others to change. This blade was too powerful. Lin Xian's expression was also grave. He still had a trump card? He laughed loudly. The power of yin and yang merged, forming a taiji diagram, turning into a taiji sword. Chapter 3971. Heaven and earth lost their luster. Only a tai chi light spun, splitting everything apart. Yu's body stopped in midair. The desolate blade in his hand also stopped. A bloody scar appeared between his brows, and it was getting bigger and bigger. With a poochie sound, his body split into two. Ah! A miserable sound rang out, making one's scalp go numb. Young master! The saints of the Great Desolate Mansion finally couldn't hold it in anymore. They screamed in horror. Their young master was actually split into two halves. Damn it. These people rushed forward. Hurry up and attack. Many people charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his sword. The power of yin and yang blasted these people away. The toad, the dark red dragon, and the others were also angry. What? You want to bully me with numbers? Put it on. They rushed forward crazily. Come, 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 let me teach you how to behave. The toad attacked crazily. The divine toad technique. Each slap could knock out a person's head. On the other side, the dark red dragon was also incomparably powerful. He was simply a peerless Tyrannosaurus Rex. In addition, he was constantly using formations, causing those people to scream miserably. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu also attacked. These two proud daughters of heaven attacked fiercely. They were even more terrifying than the toad and the dark red dragon. Although there were more than 20 saints on Bumblebee's side, they were incomparably miserable. The North Demon didn't attack. He directly summoned the sky-piercing divine tree. It took root between heaven and earth, emitting an extremely powerful and mysterious aura to protect Lin Xian and the others. This was an intense battle, but it ended very quickly. Because the great desolate mansion was no match at all. Soon, most of the saints were killed. Yu Yu was also beaten up twice. At this moment he finally broke down. His previous lofty ambitions had long disappeared without a trace. Young master, run. The last 3 people were very strong. They barely managed to survive, but their bodies were covered in injuries. Yu Yu's expression was unwilling. Let's go. They rushed into the sky. Where could they run to? Lin Xian slashed down, enveloping all 4 of them. That was the yin-yang sword. It emitted a fatal aura. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. A 5th firmament late-stage cultivator rushed over. He shouted angrily. Young master, leave quickly. He charged forward alone with 2 sacred artifacts. Then he detonated the 2 sacred artifacts. He himself also exploded with a loud bang. This power was truly too violent, enough to overturn everything. Not good. The toad shrieked. Although they were powerful, the might of the explosion of a saint artifact was simply too terrifying. Moreover, there were 2 of them, plus a saint. It was too dangerous. Lin Xian instantly activated the Great Sage Pagoda to protect everyone. The Great Sage Pagoda violently attacked. When the energy disappeared, they walked out of the Great Sage Tower. The surroundings were in a complete mess. Yu Yu and the others had already fled. Should he still chase after him? Toad temperature. Lin Xian sneered. There was no need. They were not worth mentioning. Indeed, Lin Xian didn't care at all. So what if he was still alive? Even if there were 10 of them, they still wouldn't be his match. That was why he didn't care about them at all. They continued on their way, heading towards the depths of Heaven's Mandate planet again. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Yu and the other 2 fled. They fled into the distance. Only then did they stop in bewilderment. Damn it. Yu Yu roared towards the sky. It really was too sullen. He was determined to become the unmatched existence of the 9th region. He was going to lead all the saints. However, he was defeated in the first battle, and he was defeated so thoroughly. He brought more than 20 people, but now only 2 remained. It really was too miserable. That Lin Wudi, I will definitely kill him. Yu Yu's eyes were completely red. The expressions of the 2 saints who were still alive were ugly. Young master, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. He is too strong, we are not his match at all. If we continue to provoke him, we might all be wiped out. The 2 of them were also scared. 20 of their companions were all killed. For them, this was a nightmare. They didn't want to experience it again. However, Yi went completely mad. I haven't lost yet. So what if he is strong? I will definitely unite everyone and kill him. Contact Lei Zhen. Contact 10,000 Sword Pavilion's people. Tell them that I will form an alliance with them. After I kill Lin Wudi, my older brother, I will give them benefits. The 2 saints still wanted to say something, but Yu Yu snorted coldly. What? You aren't going to listen to me either? Do you really need my older brother to personally give the order? The 2 saints sighed. Young master, please calm down. We will go right now. They were extremely unwilling to accept this. They were already defeated to this extent, yet they still wanted to continue fighting. Wasn't this just courting death? However, they didn't dare to say anything either. It was because Yu Yu's identity and his older brother's identity were incomparable in the great desolate manner. They didn't dare resist. That was why they could only follow orders. A few days later, those people came. 10 sword saints came from 10,000 Sword Pavilion, Every one of them incomparably terrifying, indomitable. Thunder God City also sent a few experts, but Lei Jin didn't come. This made Yu a bit angry. However, soon after, he snorted coldly. If they were cowards, then so be it. These people were enough. Moreover, experts from 10,000 Fiends City also came. This time, there were even more people than last time, more than 30 of them. Moreover, they were all elite experts with many saint artifacts. This time, how could they not kill the other party? Let's go! Yu brought his people and slaughtered his way back. The group of people moved majestically through the 9th region. Everywhere they passed, countless people were shocked. What a terrifying aura! Who were those people? They were people from Great Desolate Manor, Thunder God City, and 10,000 Fiend City. There were also experts from some great families. What were these people trying to do? The one leading them was Yu, right? They didn't know who he was going to attack. These people discussed spiritedly. Someone said, "When I passed by, I saw many corpses of saints in Great Desolate Manor. I reckon that Yu is going to take revenge." What? Who could kill more than 10 saints from Great Desolate Manor? These people were stupefied. Could it be Lin Wudi? They thought about it and realized that only Lin Wudi could do something so daring. Did this Yu eat the bear's heart or a leopard's gall? He actually dared to contend against Lin Wudi. Some people sneered. Lin Wudi's strength had long been deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Even those head disciples weren't his match. What did you have? There were others who sneered. What did you know? So what if Lin Wudi was strong? Could he be stronger than the holy pilgrimage rankings? Yu's older brother was one of the top geniuses on the holy pilgrimage rankings, Yu Quan. Did you think he would fear Lin Wudi? Well, it was actually that person? Now, these people all saw it. Back then, when the world was divided into 9, they saw 5 figures standing there like gods and devils. That powerful aura made everyone despair. They knew that those 5 people were the ones who stood above everyone else. Perhaps no one on Heaven's Mandate planet was stronger than Zhou Wu's people. Even Lin Wudi had to lower his head in front of them. No wonder Yu was so confident. Chapter 3972. Soon after, Yu brought people, catching up to Lin Xian again. They roared angrily. "I've come for revenge. This time, you will undoubtedly die." Yu's sacred artifact was ice cold. The people he found were all Lin Wudi's enemies, especially the 10,000 Sword Pavilion. Right now, they were extremely eager to kill the other party. Sure enough, those sword saints were indomitable, their auras incomparably terrifying. Motherfucker, you all actually still dare to come? Do you really think this great one is a pushover? The toad was so angry it jumped up. The dark red divine dragon also snorted coldly. This emperor looked for you all last time. Do you all still not want to die? Brat, kill them. Even Murong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others had ice-cold expressions. These people courted death again and again. They really didn't know the difference between life and death. Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning. He stood out, saying coldly, "Last time, I spared your life, not because I feared your older brother, but because I felt that you were too trash. Even 10 of you wouldn't be able to pose any threat to me, so I didn't continue to chase after you. But I didn't expect that you actually didn't know the difference between life and death. Even though you are a fly, if too many flies fly in front of me, it will also annoy me. So this time, I won't let you go again." Yu was so angry his entire body trembled. The other party actually dared to call him a fly. He couldn't endure it. Kill him for me. Whoever kills Lin Wudi, my older brother will reward them handsomely. Kill. The eyes of a few great families' saints turned red. To be able to have a relationship with a heavenly genius on the holy pilgrimage list, this was their supreme glory. As for people like 1,000 Fiend City, Thunder God City, and 10,000 Sword Pavilion, there was even less of a need to talk. They had enmity with Lin Xian to begin with. So at this moment, they even more so wouldn't hold back. Motherfucker, this great one is going to die from anger. I'm going to make a move first. The toad roared, its entire body bouncing out, 2 large claws covering heaven and earth, crushing down like a mountain. Damn toad, you actually dare to be arrogant in front of us. A fierce tiger and lion roared. The two of them were both fifth heaven saints, the power of their bloodlines incomparable. At this moment, how could they place a toad in their eyes? The two of them laughed nastily and attacked, wanting to kill the toad. The toad roared, "Do you two want to die? My bloodline is much stronger than yours." The claws became even more terrifying as they enveloped the two beast saints. However, at this time, the two of them screamed miserably as their heads flew into the air. It turned out that the two sword lights had directly chopped off their heads. "Damn brat, you dare to steal from me?" The toad was angry. It turned out that Lin Xian had made a move. "Brat, you're not allowed to steal the person you found from me." Lin Xian's figure flickered, and his entire body transformed into a taiji diagram. Half of it was bright like fire, while the other half was pitch black like grinding stone. He brought with him an unparalleled aura. Wherever he passed, he split the six saints apart. Too strong, simply unparalleled. Damn it, those people were so scared that they retreated. Yu shouted angrily. "Hurry, don't be scared of him, join hands to attack him." While speaking, he struck out with the great desolate blade, continuously attacking. Meanwhile, at this time, the 10 great sword saints also attacked. "Leave Lin Wudi to us." With a roar, they unleashed an unparalleled amount of sword chi towards the front. Wherever it passed, heaven collapsed and earth split apart. Hong hong hong. This aura was too terrifying. Everyone's scalps went numb. Yu's people all became excited. This was too great. Such powerful 10 sword saints, this Lin Wudi definitely couldn't contend against them. Hurry and attack. They crazily slaughtered their way towards Murong Qingqing, Dark Rainbow Divine Dragon, and the others. A giant pitch-black sword descended. It was as if 100,000 great mountains were descending at the same time. This was a sword saint. Moreover, what he cultivated was heavy sword laws. It could be said that he possessed boundless strength, able to split heaven and earth. If a saint of the same level was suppressed by this sword energy, their bodies would shatter. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. How powerful was Lin Xian's physique? Sun sword, endless radiance. 9 suns split the heavens. A single sword tore apart the other party's sword energy. The black mountains that filled the sky were split apart. Not only that, a crack even appeared on that black longsword. How was this possible? That sword saint's pupils contracted fiercely, his heart even dripping blood. This was his treasured sword after all. However, it was actually cracked by the other party. Damn it, who exactly was the other party? Why was his sword technique so fierce? Right when he was distracted, a streak of pitch-black sword light flew over, instantly hacking into his body. The death laws it carried frantically absorbed his life force. He screamed in fright, quickly backing up. In that instant, half of his body caved in. It was as if he turned into a dried corpse. Damn it! He roared angrily, displaying his strength to recover. Meanwhile, the others quickly slaughtered their way over. Lin Xian's palm moved. Endless sword energy interweaved, forming a yin-yang diagram, carrying out a defense. It also carried the power of stars. Each time it spun, it would bounce these people's sword energy away. Lin Xian took action again. The great sun sword, with the light of life, charged towards the injured sword saint. The sword had split him into 2 halves. He screamed crazily trying to heal, but it carried the supreme sword energy. In addition, the terrifying flames had already burned his body. He could not heal at all. No, damn it, hurry up and save him. He called for help like his companions. The remaining 9 sword saints were completely enraged when they saw this scene. Damn brat, how dare you! They rushed over crazily, turning into 9 peerless sword lights, tearing everything apart. Lin Xian did not fight against them. Instead, he watched this scene coldly. Those 9 people wanted to save them, but they found that their companions had already been killed. Damn it! Lin Wudi, I will not rest until you die. The 9 people charged over crazily. At the same time, there was someone hiding in the dark, trying to sneak an attack on Lin Xian. However, he was shocked by Lin Xian's body. It was directly shattered. Lin Xian stomped his foot, shattering the starry sky for 1,000,000 li. Those people hiding in the void couldn't resist at all. They were all forced out. They spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies shattered. Meanwhile, Lin Xian used Jade Sea Tide, tearing apart these people's souls. Those people screamed crazily. Corpses fell one after another. These people were all horrified. Damn it, how could he be so strong? In reality, when they received the invitation before, they were originally a bit worried. However, when they thought of Yu's identity, together with the 4 sword saints, they were full of confidence. They should be able to kill the other party, right? But now they really fought. They were in despair. Why did they have to provoke this demon king? Those who still wanted to assassinate quickly retreated. Only the 9 sword saints dared to fight against Lin Xian. The 9 sword saints' hair flew about chaotically, sword energy overflowing into the heavens. They continuously attacked. In an instant, they even used 10,000 swords returned to origin. Endless sword energy on the 9 people's bodies rushed down with terrifying power. Slow sword. Chapter 3973. Lin Xian's speed became very slow. This was the power of the laws affecting him. At this moment, someone attacked again. A golden sword light was unparalleled. This sword law carried an extremely strong attack power, enough to destroy everything. With a clang, he collided with Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian was stunned and retreated, leaving a white mark on his body. However, it was not destroyed. How could it be so powerful? That sword energy was terrified, while the other sword saints shouted loudly. They were affected, and their speed became very slow. Now, quickly attack. The 9 of them attacked crazily. Lin Xian opened the sky with both hands, and the Taiji diagram kept spinning, sucking all the sword energy over. Those sword energy were all integrated into the Taiji diagram, bound by that power. Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. You want to contend with me with just you? You're still far from it. With a roar, the stars moved, and the terrifying power flew out. These sword energy flew back with an extremely terrifying power. Puff, 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 puff. The 9 sword saints were forced to retreat and vomit blood. This was their power to kill the other party, but now they were injured. The law of diffusion is very powerful, but it can't do anything to me. Shatter. With a roar, Lin Xian opened the sky with a sword, directly shattering the law space, and then charged out. Buzz. He used the Kuan-Peng movement technique and arrived in front of that person. Sword law. This sword was very pure, and it charged forward. No, that sword saint roared. He attacked crazily with the diffusion sword technique, forming a slowing zone. However, it was useless. Lin Xian's every attack now carried the supreme aura of the great dragon sword soul, so with a sound. This sword shattered the other party's law and pierced into the other party's heart. Then, the sword energy exploded, causing that person's body to be torn into pieces. Damn it. Starry Sky Sword Technique. Another person roared. He used 10,000 swords returned to origin and executed a peerless sword technique. Those sword chis were like stars, forming a starry sky map that covered the entire sky, flashing nonstop. From the looks of it, he wanted to completely suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the Taiji diagram to fight against it. At the same time, like a huge dragon, he floated up. He tore apart the Starry Sky Sword technique and arrived in front of that person. Another sword strike. The yin-yang sword had completely killed this person. The man was split into 2 halves. Half of his body became a dried corpse, while the other half was burned to ashes by the raging flames. In the blink of an eye, another sword saint had died. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was like a god of slaughter as he began to harvest. With a wave of the 5 elements sword art, the sword transformed into metal, wood, water, and earth. They circled around and stabbed into the body of a sword saint. Then, the 5 elements merged into one. He killed the sword saint until his soul was scattered. No, stop it. The remaining sword saints roared crazily. They felt that they were no match for the other party. In fact, he couldn't even block a single sword strike. He was too strong. They felt that even a person at the late stage of the 5th heaven was no match for him. Below the small saint realm, who could compete with him? Let's go. These people's hearts were bleeding. They didn't want to fight anymore. The powerful sword saints retreated. The others became even more terrified. They were also killed miserably. That was because, other than Lin Xian, everyone else was extremely powerful. They were not weaker than the chief disciple. How could they be a match for him? Wanna leave? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian struck out with supreme sword qi. The Taiji diagram covered the sky and the earth, and the yin-yang aura hung down, blocking all paths. He charged towards the remaining sword saints. Damn it. Those sword saints roared. They were going to fight it out with him. 10,000 swords returned to sect. Endless sword qi surrounded them. 4 sword saints charged over and fought with Lin Xian. However, they were all killed in the end. Lin Xian also suffered some injuries, but it was not a big deal. The more he fought, the braver he became. Under his feet, the corpses of the 10 sword saints prostrated. He was like a god. He turned his head, and his eyes were like lightning as he stared at a figure in the distance. Pooh! When Yu saw this scene, he almost knelt on the ground in fright. How was this possible? How could the 10 sword saints be killed so easily? Was he still human? Right now, Yu was extremely regretful. He felt that he seemed to have made a wrong decision. The other party's strength far exceeded his imagination. He seemed to have provoked someone he couldn't provoke. Beside him, the 2 great desolate manners saints also felt their scalps go numb. Too strong. They seemed to have seen Yuquan in the past. Back then, Yuquan was invincible like this, and in the end, he became one of the peerless experts on the pilgrimage list. And now, Lin Wudi was too similar. Young master, let's go. The 2 saints persuaded him. Actually, even without them saying, Yu already wanted to leave. He nodded and quickly retreated. At this time, the toad sent a slap over. You want to escape? Take this. Toad divine art. With a pu sound, 2 terrifying large palms slapped the 2 great sage individuals until their chi and blood surged. They stopped. Damn toad, you're courting death. Yu roared, a blade hacking down. This blade was incomparable. The toad's 2 claws brandished, catching the blade barehanded. With a pring sound, he directly clamped down on the long blade. Yu was shocked. He had always been a toad, yet his strength was already this strong? He felt like he was about to go crazy. Meanwhile, at this time, Lin Xian already slaughtered his way over. Terrifying killing intent made the 3's scalps go numb, their bodies go ice cold. The toad snickered. How about it? Brat, this great one helped you stop this fella. I've done a great service. Yu turned around, his eyes carrying biting cold killing intent. He roared angrily. Brat, what do you want? Do you dare touch me? My older brother is Yuquan. If you touch me, you'll get on the pilgrimage list, right? You'll undoubtedly die. Idiot, you still dare to act so arrogantly even now. You really don't know the difference between life and death. I already said that you're just a fly. I can't be bothered to make a move. Toad, I'll leave this person to you. After you torture him to death, I'll let you eat roasted golden crow. Really? When the toad thought of that delicacy, its eyes immediately shone. Good, good, just see if this great one doesn't beat him to death. He attacked crazily. You're courting death. Yu roared angrily. The 2 great sage individuals also roared, quickly attacking. Young master, you leave first. Just as they made their moves, a yin sword and a yang sword stabbed into their bodies, causing them to explode. The 2 were stupefied, dying with remaining grievances. Lin Xian released a cold snort. Just you 2, you dare act arrogantly in front of us? Only Yu was left. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He'll just let the other party die in the hands of a toad. This was the most sullen way to die. Then he began to look around. The surrounding people were already in miserable states to begin with, not a match at all. When they saw Lin Xian walk over, they were immediately scared witless. Pu, the experts of several great families directly knelt down, continuously kowtowing. Spare us. We were blinded by greed, tricked here by him. We beg you to spare us. Lin Xian released a cold snort, the death-sharpening blade continuously brandished. Since they dared come, then they should have thought of the consequences. He took away all of these people's vitality, turning them into piles of white bones. Chapter 3974. As for the remaining people, there was no need for him to make a move. Murong Qingqing and the others directly killed them on the spot. These people's statuses and strength were all extremely powerful, so they weren't afraid of offending them at all. In the end, the ground was covered in saint corpses, blood flowing like a river. The earth sank, the sky shattered, unable to withstand the fall of so many saints. The entire 9th region was filled with ghostly wails and wolf howls, a rain of blood filling the air. At this moment, the people scattered in the 9th region all raised their heads towards the sky. It was raining blood. Heaven and earth mourned. Heavens, how many saints died? Who was it? A great battle was happening? They couldn't help but tremble. Lin Xian and the others were surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The people who came to assassinate them, apart from Yu Yu, were all dead. Right now, Yu Yu was also beaten beyond recognition. He was continuously tortured by the toad, his entire body shattered, screaming crazily. In the end, the toad smashed the other party's head with a palm, wanting to kill the other party. Right at this time, a figure flew out from the other party's shattered head. It was a hazy figure, displaying a terrifying aura as soon as he appeared. The toad's attack was shattered. He stood there like a demon god. Damn, he actually still had a trump card. The toad was given a fright. Murong Qingqing and the others also turned around, frowning. Lin Xian's eyes were like rainbows, looking forward. There was a pitch-black demonic figure in front of him. Who dares to harm my younger brother? The black figure said coldly. Quan. Li Hongxiu frowned, then looked towards Lin Xian, saying softly. This should be a soul imprint that Yu Quan left on his younger brother. Soul imprint. Lin Xian coldly snorted, looking forward. Your younger brother has tried to kill me time and time again. He deserves 10,000 deaths. Do you think you can protect him? Audacious. That black figure said coldly. Who do you think you are, daring to contend against me? All of you, kneel down and accept your death. Although it was only a soul imprint, it displayed supreme divine might. He looked down on everything, not placing the world in his eyes. When Lin Xian heard this, he laughed. Did he really think he was a great emperor? You're just a little saint at best, and you're just a soul imprint. Do you think you can scare us? Lin Xian gripped the death demonic blade and strode forward. And, it seems like you don't know what's good for you. Yu Quan's soul imprint was completely enraged. On the side, Yu Yu's soul also continuously screamed. Brother, kill him, help me kill him, tear his corpse into 10,000 pieces. Lin Xian's death demonic saber slashed down, and Yu Quan's soul mark resisted. A great battle ensued. Not long after, he was killed. Although Secluded Spring was powerful, he was only a wisp of soul imprint and was unable to do anything to Lin Xian. When he saw that soul imprint shatter, Yu Yu's soul screamed. His brother's soul imprint had been destroyed. Damn it, impossible! He screamed crazily as Lin Xian used the great dragon sword to split him apart. His soul was completely destroyed. At the same time, in the depths of District 7, a frenzied roar could be heard. The great Tao of heaven and earth intertwined as if the end of the world had occurred. All the sages in Division 7 felt their scalps go numb. Changtian, what had happened? This aura was truly too terrifying. Just who was it that was angry? They all trembled, not daring to move forward. Meanwhile, in the depths of District 7, there was a man in black armor, looking like a demonic god. His eyes were completely red. Damn it, you actually dared to kill my little brother. I will definitely tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces. The person who was roaring was precisely Yu Quan. His soul imprint had shattered, so he naturally sensed it. That was why he knew everything that had happened before. The followers beside him were also extremely shocked. They had never seen Yu Quan so angry before. Moreover, from the other party's words, they understood the situation. It made their eyelids twitch crazily. Was Yu killed? This was too inconceivable. This was Yu Quan's younger brother, and more importantly, Yu Yu's strength wasn't weak either. He was the head disciple, and his talent was extremely great. Before long, he would have a chance to enter the sage rankings. Had such a person been killed? Who exactly was it? Their gazes pierced through layers of the void, looking towards District 9. Young Master, who killed the young master? At this time, a beautiful woman at the side asked. It's that Lin Wudi. He doesn't know the difference between life and death. I will definitely tear his corpse into 10,000 pieces. Yu Quan's voice was exceptionally cold. He really couldn't tolerate an ant daring to fight against him, and even dared to kill his younger brother. The people behind him sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. Lin Wudi. This wasn't the first time they had heard this name. It seemed that this time around, there was really an incredible genius that had appeared. This brat didn't know the difference between life and death. Immediately, someone stood out. Young Master, don't worry, I'll go and kill him right now. I'll go too. Another person also stood out. The auras on their bodies surged abnormally. There was no rush. Yu Quan turned around and said coldly, We are in District 7, and he is in District 9. If we cross over to kill him, he will be suppressed by the Great Tao. Moreover, there was fog right now, and they couldn't see the situation in other areas. It would be very troublesome if they crossed over. If they went a bit further, their field of vision would widen. At that time, they would lock onto him and cross over to kill him. We will follow the young master's orders. The two of them cupped their fists. Then, the group quickly moved deeper into the forest. At the same time, the people in the other 8 areas also moved forward together. In District 9, Lin Xian and the others also set off quickly. During this period, they also encountered many obstacles and even encountered big trouble in the end. They had no choice but to stop. Because they couldn't break through the fog with their strength. Therefore, they waited. A few days later, the people behind all arrived. These people's faces were pale because they passed by the place where the battle took place and saw so many corpses of saints. They were all scared out of their wits. They naturally knew that there was only one person who could do this, and that was Lin Wudi. Now, they saw Lin Wudi standing in front as if waiting for someone. They were all afraid. Could it be that he was waiting for them? These people hesitated, not daring to move forward. The toad roared, Come here! Those people were about to cry. The toad continued to roar, What, are you all deaf? Hurry up and come here. Being taught a lesson by a toad, if it were any other time, they would have been furious and counterattacked. But now, they didn't dare to. This toad was Lin Wudi's subordinate, so they could only brace themselves and go over. May I know why young Master Lin is looking for us? These people asked cautiously. The toad opened its mouth and wanted to say something, but it was stopped by the North Demon. The North Demon stood up and said in a deep voice, The road ahead was blocked by a peerless array formation. We need to work together to break it. Otherwise, no one can pass. Is there a peerless array formation blocking the road? These people were shocked. Even Lin Wudi and the others can't pass? That must be extremely terrifying. It seems that we really need to work together. Some of them were quite smart. They immediately cupped their fists and said, We are willing to follow young Master Lin. Young Master Lin is our leader. Chapter 3975. The others also chimed in one after another. Yes, we will listen to young Master Lin's orders. At this moment, Lin Xian walked out and said, Okay, but we don't have enough people. We have to wait. The array formation in front was too terrifying. They would probably need to gather most of the sages to break it. These people waited here. Actually, it wasn't just them. The other 8 regions were also blocked by this peerless array formation. They needed to work together. Among them, the 5 regions were led by the 5 geniuses on the pilgrim roll. Nobody dared to disobey their orders. However, in some other regions, there were battles and killings. There was no choice. Because the geniuses of some regions stood side by side, these people naturally had to fight. After all, commanding the crowd was a supreme position. These geniuses were all arrogant and unruly. No one was willing to bow down to others. In the 9th region, more and more people gathered. In the end, Lei Jin also came. The remaining sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also came. They looked unfriendly. Lei Zhen didn't attack immediately. The sword saints did walk over, emitting an incomparable aura. Their 10 sword saints died in the hands of the other party again. Toad glanced at them and sneered. Do you still want to fight? I don't mind sending you to hell. The 5 sword saints snorted coldly and didn't say anything. At this moment, the northern demon stood out and said loudly, I think everyone already knows the situation. There is a peerless array formation in front. We need to work together to break it. Therefore, at this time, we don't want internal strife. Speaking of this, he looked at Lei Zhen and the sword saints. Lei Zhen and the others snorted coldly and didn't say anything. They also knew that they couldn't break it with their own strength. At this time, they had to work together. Those who had already submitted previously cupped their fists and smiled. Don't worry, we will definitely follow young Master Lin. Young Master Lin is our leader. When the others saw this scene, they all submitted one after another. Lin Xian's strength terrified them. They didn't dare to fight with him at all. They could work together, but they had to respect him. Lei Zhen spoke at this moment. He wouldn't bow down to Lin Wudi. You want to lead us? The 5 sword saints also coldly snorted, their eyes filled with monstrous fury. Obviously, these people were not convinced by Lin Xian. What, are you thinking of rebelling? The toad jumped out and the dark red dragon sneered. Come. This king will teach you how to behave. Lin Xian reached out to stop the 2 of them and walked out. The 2 of you don't want to rely on me? Very well, then you can rely on yourselves. At this point, his voice became piercingly cold. Who wants to follow them? I'll give you a chance now. However, from now on, don't even think about coming over to our side. At that time, whether he lived or died, it would be his choice. I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. Hearing this, the other people who didn't have a choice began to hesitate. From the looks of it, they were given a choice. Should they submit to Lin Xian, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, or Lei Zhen? In an instant, the majority of the people were on Lin Xian's side. The others hesitated for a moment before leaning towards Lin Xian one after another. On Lei Zhen's side, other than the people from Thunder God City and a few people from Demon City, there was no one else. The 5 sword saints were even more miserable. There were only the 5 of them. This scene made them vomit blood. Damn it, a bunch of trash. What do you know? How dare you look down on us? They were so angry that they vomited blood. This showed that the other party didn't think highly of them at all. What qualifications did Lin Wudi have to compete with them? The others lowered their heads and didn't dare to say anything. However, they sneered in their hearts. So many battles had happened before, and the 10 sword saints had died. What was the difference between these 5? They were very clear that no one could compete with Lin Xian in the 9th district. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian also smiled. Very good, it seems that you have made a wise decision. Don't worry, under my lead, you will definitely be able to pass through the formation. Then he looked at the 5 sword saints and Lei Zhen. Since you are not willing to respect me, then I won't force you. You can make a living on your own. You have 2 choices. First, you can break through first. Once you break through, you can pass through. Second, let me break the formation, but you have to scram. You are not allowed to come back for 10 days. What? Lei Zhen was about to go crazy. The people of the 5 great sword saints were also furious. Damn it, is he trying to trap us here forever? Lin Wudi, don't go too far. The sword energy on the 5 sword saints rumbled. Lin Xian snorted. I have already given you face by not killing you immediately. If you dare to lose your temper with me again, I can guarantee that I will let you go to hell with your fellow disciples. Don't doubt my words. His body emitted an even more terrifying sword intent. Everyone's scalp went numb. It seemed that their choice was correct because Lin Xian's sword intent was much more powerful than the 5 sword saints. The 5 sword saints' faces also darkened. They were so angry that they were depressed. Damn it, the other party had clearly just condensed the law of sword. Why was he so much stronger than them? Next, Lin Xian and the others began to break the formation. They were unwilling to let Lei Zhen and the 5 sword saints break the formation first, so they were chased away. They stood in the distance and felt the terrifying aura and energy in front of them. Their faces all darkened. 5 days later, they came back. Lin Xian and the others stopped and turned to look. The dark red divine dragon snorted. "What, do you want to take advantage of us?" The toad roared. "Do you want to take advantage of me? I will drown you with a mouthful of spit." Lei Zhen was fuming with rage, but he still managed to suppress his anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "We are willing to join." On the other side, the 5 sword saints also said, "We are also joining." The surrounding people were stunned. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and the toad came out. "What are you talking about? I didn't hear you. Speak louder." "I said I am willing to join." Lei Zhen roared, and the 9 days of divine thunder rolled. On the other side, the 5 sword saints also closed their eyes and shouted angrily, "We are also willing to join." Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. It seemed that these unruly people had finally bowed their heads at his feet. "Then who do you respect?" he asked indifferently. The 5 sword saints said willingly, "You are the leader." On the other side, Lei Zhen gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. "For the time being, you are the leader." The surrounding saint experts. They were all stunned. These 2 forces actually bowed their heads. It was really too unbelievable. One had to know that Lin Wudi was strong and could kill many experts. But it didn't mean that everyone would submit. There were some people who would rather die than submit to someone. But now Lei Zhen had submitted. The 5 sword saints had also submitted. Although it might only be temporary. But this undoubtedly showed that Lin Xian was really too powerful. Let these peers, even the older generation, they had no choice but to submit. Such a figure. It was very rare. And once there was one, their future achievements would definitely be limitless. For example, these people on the pilgrimage list. They were born strong, or even supreme existences. They could make others submit. Countless experts gathered under them. Lin Xian. Did he want to become such a person? Chapter 3976. In their hearts. It was too shocking. It was incredible. It seemed that the pilgrim list would stir up a storm in the future. Yes, this Lin Wudi had a great chance of ascending the pilgrim list. They didn't believe it before. But when they saw Lei Zhen and the others submit, they knew that Lin Xian would very likely ascend the pilgrim list in the future and become a supreme existence. Alright, since I'm the leader, then listen to my orders. Lei Zhen, you lead people to attack the west. 5 sword saints, the 5 of you work together to attack the east. The rest of you will attack as before. Lin Xian stood above the 9 heavens like a god, giving out orders. The people around him quickly moved. They had cooperated very well in the past 5 days. Lei Zhen and the 5 sword saints were unwilling to give up. They were so proud and powerful before, but now they had to listen to someone else's orders. However, they had already chosen to join, so during this period, no matter how unhappy they were, they would listen to orders. Sure enough, Lei Zhen and the 5 sword saints moved. They began to attack the array according to Lin Xian's orders. 3 days later, Lei Zhen was shocked. The 5 great sword saints were also shocked. To be honest, they were completely stunned in the past 3 days. Their previous displeasure disappeared, replaced by a hint of fear. That's right, fear. Because in the past few days, they realized that Lin Xian was really too strong. He was simply unfathomable. It was no wonder that he could kill so many sword saints. On the other side, Lei Zhen's eyes were red. He was extremely jealous. To be honest, he had never submitted to anyone. Even those on the pilgrim list, he thought that he would be able to ascend it one day. But in the past 3 days, he was filled with fear of Lin Xian. Because Lin Xian's methods terrified him. He realized that he was completely behind Lin Xian. If he didn't make a big breakthrough in the future, he would be left behind by Lin Xian for the rest of his life. He would never be able to catch up to Lin Xian. That was what he was most afraid of. An enemy that he could never defeat would be his lifelong nightmare. No, I have to break through as soon as possible. Lei Zhen clenched his fists. He wasn't a match for Lin Xian right now, so he wouldn't make a move against Lin Xian. However, he swore that he would break through to the minor saint realm as soon as possible. In this way, he still has a chance to turn the tables. As for the other saints, they were even more impressed. At this moment, everyone regarded Lin Xian as the true leader and god, treating him as their leader. No one dared to resist anymore. Under such circumstances, coupled with Lin Xian's mastery of the dark red divine dragon and Murong Qingqing's formidable strength, they were able to make a breakthrough. Deciphering this array formation was like traveling 1,000 miles in a day. Boom, boom. After another 5 days, they finally broke through the formation. When the formation shattered, no one dared to believe it. In their opinion, no one under the minor saint realm could break such a formation. However, they had succeeded under the leadership of Lin Xian. And in such a short amount of time. This is great. These people cheered wildly, thanking young Master Lin. Young Master Lin, your array formation is superb. We admire you. At this moment, these people prostrated themselves in admiration. Lei Zhen and the 5 sword saints also fell silent. They didn't resist or say anything, but their eyes were filled with fear. Let's go. Lin Xian laughed heartily as he waved his hand and led the group forward. They were like a torrent, invincible. In the next few days, they encountered danger again. There were formations and even powerful demonic beasts. They were all eliminated by their joint efforts. The same thing happened in the other regions. Except for the 9th region where Lin Xian was. The regions where the 5 saint rankings were located were the fastest. Of course, this speed was only slightly faster than Lin Xian and the rest. As for the other regions, they were relatively slower because they had to go through a great battle to determine who was the leader. Of course, in the end, they joined forces. These people joined forces to become the leader, advancing and retreating together. For example, in the 8th region, the 9 Qilins swept across the 4 regions. However, he also had a powerful opponent. That was the chief disciple of the Acheron Hall, Leng Rufin. He was very powerful and could even control white bones. Moreover, the Acheron shop also had someone on the saint rankings. Therefore, even though the 9 Qilins had a powerful bloodline, they had no choice but to join forces with him. The 2 of them were the leaders. In the 5th region, Gao Yu and Bai Luo, these 2 rivals, also joined forces. The 2 peerless beauties became the leaders, commanding countless experts and geniuses under them. In the 4th region, there was one person who was the leader. The situation was similar to Lin Xian's. This person was called Jian Chen, and he was very powerful. He was the chief disciple of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Even the first prince of the New Moon race and the others in the same region were willing to submit. One could imagine how terrifying the other party was. And there was another reason. The neighboring 3rd region was the region where Wan Jinyi was. Wan Jinyi was a genius on the saint rankings and an expert of the 10,000 Sword City. Therefore, the people in the 4th region didn't dare to provoke him. If he crossed regions to fight, no one would be his match. The people in the 9 regions gathered all their strength and began to crack their respective formations and difficulties. Finally, a month later, they reached the deepest region. He could already sense a mysterious aura in front of him. The ripples caused the Dao flowers on their bodies to surge violently. At this moment, the heavenly Dao flowers on their bodies were incomparably dazzling and abnormally hazy. However, there weren't many of them. It wasn't that they were weak, but that too many things had happened before. These people had already exchanged for all kinds of natural treasures. The further they went, the more heavenly Dao golden lotuses they consumed. Therefore, in the end, the number of heavenly Dao golden lotuses they condensed became fewer and fewer. This was also why people as strong as Fu Hongye and Huang Shisan could only condense 5 or 6 heavenly Dao golden lotuses at most. Because too many of them had been used up. It was the same for Lin Xian. He had condensed 7 heavenly Dao golden lotuses before, but each heavenly Dao golden lotus was worth a year. Then he killed many more experts. These experts had also exchanged for treasures. None of them had too many heavenly Dao golden lotuses on them. Lin Xian had killed so many experts. At this moment, he had condensed 4 heavenly Dao golden lotuses. Among them, Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu had 4 heavenly Tao golden lotuses, just like him. The North Yao and the Dark Red Dragon had 3. As for the saints under him, they had even fewer heavenly Tao golden lotuses. For now, it was already very eye-catching to have 2 heavenly Tao golden lotuses. However, these people were satisfied. After all, they had already obtained heavenly Tao golden lotuses and exchanged for many natural treasures and cultivation methods. Therefore, even if they didn't have any heavenly Tao golden lotuses now, they didn't care too much. Of course, not everyone didn't care. Top geniuses like Lei Zhen and Nine-Headed Qilin were very concerned. Chapter 3977. As a top prodigy, he would be laughed at if he didn't have a few heavenly Tao golden lotuses. At this moment, they were in the depths of the 8th level. The area between them was no longer shrouded in fog, so even if they were far away, they could still detect each other with their strength. Especially in adjacent areas, both sides could detect each other. Lin Xian and the others saw 9 Qilins in the 8th area. There was also a man in a yellow robe. They were the leaders. Young Master Lin, that man is the chief disciple of the Acheron Hall, Lung Rufin. A middle-aged man beside him said respectfully, "He's from the Acheron Hall." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. In the 8th area, 9 Qilins and Lung Rufin also turned their heads to look. Their gazes collided in the air, causing the void to shatter. "This person is Lin Wudi?" Lung Rufin sneered. The 9-headed Qilin snorted. "Yes, it's him. Don't underestimate him. He's very strong." "Is that so?" Lung Rufin didn't care. "That's because he hasn't met me yet. Otherwise, I would have taught him a lesson." He didn't care. Although he was also the chief disciple, he could control countless skeletons, and the dead people around him would become his puppets. Therefore, he wasn't fighting alone. If they really fought, he could control countless skeletons. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he wouldn't be able to resist. The 9-headed Qilin beside him was cold and didn't refute. He had fought with Lin Xian more than once, so he naturally knew how terrifying Lin Xian was. Lung Rufin would probably only know that after he suffered a loss at Lin Xian's hands. He looked away from Lin Xian and looked to the side. He saw Li Hongxiu, Murong Qingqing and the others. He paused for a moment and looked behind him again. In the next moment, he was stunned. He saw a figure standing behind Lin Xian. It was a person who looked like the god of thunder. Lei Zhen. At this moment, he was completely shocked. Lei Zhen was behind Lin Xian. It was obvious that he had submitted to Lin Xian. It was too unbelievable. In his opinion, Lin Wudi and Lei Zhen must have reached an agreement, allowing them to control the 9th district together. But from the looks of it now, that wasn't the case. What exactly happened in the 9th district for Lei Zhen to lower his head to the other party? The 9 Qilins didn't understand. Suddenly, his pupils shrank because he saw that there were 5 other people outside the lightning formation. They were sword saints from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. He was actually ranked below Lin Xian. This made him feel even more incredulous. He knew that something terrible must have happened. When Lung Rufin saw this, he let out a cold snort. Was that Lei Zhen? He actually submitted to Lin Wudi. It was really disappointing. This lightning array was too trashy. Thinking of this, Lung Wufeng stared at Lin Xian again with a provocative look in his eyes. Lin Xian naturally felt it too, but he didn't care at all. It was just a chief disciple. He didn't care about him at all. Apart from the people on the 5 great dynasties rankings that he was wary of, he didn't care about anyone else. Lung Rufeng's face darkened when he saw that Lin Xian didn't care about anything. Damn it, was Lin Xian ignoring him? I'll let you know how powerful I am. Lung Rufeng let out a cold snort. Countless white bones swayed around him, causing the people behind him to tremble. Lin Wudi, go to hell. At this moment, a roar came from afar. The people in the nearby districts all looked over. Who was it that attacked Lin Wudi at this moment? The people in the 9th district trembled. It definitely wasn't someone from their district. Sure enough, they saw someone in the distance and quickly killed him. Was it the 8th district? Lei Zhen frowned. Was it the 9 Qilins or Lung Wufeng? In the end, he found out that it wasn't them. Moreover, it wasn't someone from the 8th district, but someone from the 7th district. Everyone was horrified by this scene. The 9 Chilants and Lung Ruffing were also stunned. Did someone cross 2 districts to kill someone? The 7th district was where Yu Quan was. He was a genius on the pilgrim list. Why would he kill Lin Wudi? Could it be that he was doing it for his younger brother? To clear the obstacles for Yu Yu? Wait, could it be that Yu Yu was in the 9th district? They looked over carefully. In the end, they found that Yu Yu wasn't in the 9th district. There wasn't even a single person from the Great Desolate Manor. What was going on? They were stunned. Where was Yu Yu? Where were the Great Desolate Manor's people? Lin Wudi, you dare to kill our chief disciple? You will definitely die this time. 2 figures descended from the sky in a domineering manner and arrived above the 9th district. An ice-cold voice spread in all directions. At this moment, the people in the 8th district were all stunned. What? Was Yu Yu dead? The people in the 1st district also looked over. Because the 9th district was connected to the 1st district, they were also in an uproar. Yu Yu was actually dead. No wonder the Great Desolate Manor's people would rebel. Yu Quan was probably in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Several people sneered. In front of them stood an incomparably mysterious figure. This figure was called Chao Tianxing. He was from the Limitless sect. He glanced over, then no longer paid attention to them. Instead, he looked at the mysterious Heaven's Fate. He only had one goal, and that was the Heaven's Mandate Stone. Other things couldn't attract his attention. In the 8th district, the 9 Chilants and Lung Ruffing were also shocked. Especially Lung Ru. She simply didn't dare believe it. The other party actually dared to kill Yu Yu. Did he not know who Yu Yu's older brother was? Humph, what an idiot. He was definitely going to die. That was someone on the pilgrim list. They, as chief disciples, couldn't resist at all. Now, even if Yu Quan didn't attack, these followers were still terrifying. Their strength surpassed theirs. After all, these people were much older than them. Some were several hundred years older, some even 1,000 years older. In the sky above the 9th district, 2 figures stood there. On their bodies, there were 20 chains of the Great Path binding their bodies. This was the result of fighting across districts. In one district, 10 more chains of the Great Tao would be added to their bodies. Crossing 2 districts naturally meant 20 more chains of the Great Tao. Not only could the Great Tao chains bind their bodies and make it difficult for them to move, but even their power and laws were suppressed. However, these 2 Dafeng Fu powerhouses did not care at all. They were Yu Quan's followers. They had followed him for more than 30 years. How powerful were they? Ordinary chief disciples weren't their opponents at all. At this moment, the 2 of them joined hands to kill the other party. Wasn't it easy? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He looked up at the sky. They actually crossed districts to kill him. These people were too arrogant. On the side, the toad coldly shouted, "Get down here." He slapped out with his claws. I hate people standing on my head the most. It covered the sky and covered the earth, completely enveloping the 2. Chapter 3978. And, you're courting death. How dare a toad be so arrogant in front of us? One of them stomped his foot, and the space within 1,000,000 miles below him shattered. This force caused the ground to sink, and the toad's claws were pushed back. Ouch, it hurts. The toad waved its claws and jumped around. It was red, but it was not broken at all. What a strong physique. The 2 above were surprised. They did not expect a toad to be a mutated species. However, it was not enough. Their gazes moved away from the toad and stared at Lin Xian again. Kid, kneel down obediently and follow us back. Perhaps you will be able to suffer less. Otherwise, you'll have a taste of what it means to live a life worse than death. Are they from the Great Desolate Mansion? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. I know you're coming, but I didn't expect you to send 2 subordinates. Are you looking down on me? Hurry up and go back. Let Yu Quan come over himself. His younger brother tried to assassinate me several times. Ask him how he plans to apologize to me. As soon as he said that, the people in the 9th, 8th, and 1st districts were all stunned. Oh my God! Did they hear it wrong? Is this kid challenging a genius on the pilgrim list? That's Yu Quan. He was an expert on the pilgrim list. He was superior to all of the chief disciples because he was a little saint. Although he had suppressed his cultivation base and entered the heavenly fate star, he was still at the peak of the fifth heaven. Who would dare to provoke such a person? But now, someone was courting death. The toad also cried out after hearing that. Yes, where's Yuquan? Let him kneel down and apologize to us. Hurry up and get lost. He roared, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. His voice was like thunder, spreading far and wide. In the 7th district, the faces of the followers turned ugly. They looked forward cautiously. Youquan's face was cold, and his terrifying aura shrouded the 7th district. Everyone did not even dare to breathe loudly. They knew that the other party was finished. In the sky above the 9th district, the two experts shouted angrily. Are you courting death? How dare you insult our young master Yuquan? You're courting death. We can only break all your bones and let you know what fear is. One of them attacked. With a slap, a terrifying divine chain of laws rushed out from his palm and swept downward. Like a giant dragon, it wanted to bind Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His finger slashed out like a blade. With a loud clang, the chains of law were sent flying. At the same time, he snorted coldly. Just the two of you dare to attack me? You overestimate yourselves. He was courting death. The other person also attacked. He took out a divine spear, which was surrounded by a berserk aura. It descended from the sky. Go to hell. The two followers attacked in a frenzy. Their strength caused Lei Zhen and the 5 sword saints to be extremely frightened. It had to be said that these two people had surpassed them and reached an unimaginable height. Although they were both at the late stage of the 5th heavenly layer, the gap between them was very obvious. These two were obviously stronger. On the other hand, Lin Xian sneered. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Unparalleled sword law erupted from his body. At the same time, Taiji also began to revolve. He struck out with his palm like a sun, blocking the divine spear. At the same time, his other palm slashed out. A pitch-black aura appeared on it, like a giant palm of death, enveloping that person. That person roared. The long spear trembled, wanting to counterattack, but the death law on it made him scream. He felt that his vitality was flowing out a lot. He quickly retreated. Lin Xian was even faster. His right hand was golden like a god, and his left hand was pitch-black like a grindstone. Under the combined attack of the two palms, that person exploded. With a spurt, a mist of blood filled the air, and a scream sounded. At this moment, everyone was stunned. How could such a powerful follower be defeated just like that? It was as easy as cutting chives. Kid, how dare you? The other person roared angrily. Countless laws condensed in his palm again. Lightning palm. Terrifying thunder spewed out with a powerful aura, wanting to penetrate Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flashed and directly dodged. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword again. With a puchi, one of that person's arms was cut in half. Even the bones were exposed. How could the other party be so strong? They quickly retreated. Lin Xian sneered. Since you're here, don't leave. The sword chi was like a rainbow, carrying an extremely strong sword law. It was as if it was going to tear the sky, cutting the forest in half. In the sky, 2 corpses fell down. Such trash also dared to cross over to kill me. Lin Xian's gaze pierced through the void and looked at the 7th district. If you want to fight, then come personally. Don't you find it embarrassing to send trash over? It was incomparably silent. The surroundings were completely silent. Everyone was stunned. The people of the 9th district were terrified. At this moment, they secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, they had chosen to submit to Lin Xian and not Lei Zhen and the people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now. Lei Zhen once again revealed a bitter smile. The 5 sword saints were also silent. With such strength, they were no match for him at all. The people of the 8th district were facing a great enemy. The pupils of the 9 Qilins shrank. So strong. No wonder Lei Zhen and the 5 sword saints bowed their heads to him. As for Lung Ruffing, the smile on his face froze. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. The strength of the other party was beyond his expectations. Previously, he had been disdainful, thinking that he could easily crush the other party if he wanted to. At least he could create an army of bones. But now, he had no confidence at all. The other party had killed 2 powerful followers like cutting vegetables. This method terrified him. The followers of the 7th district were in an uproar. Their companions were killed so easily? It was like a dream. When they heard the other party's words, they vomited blood. The other party actually called them trash? Damn it, this kid is too arrogant. I'll kill him. I'll go too. Young master, let me do it. These people roared in anger. Yu Quan's face was incomparably gloomy. He roared in his heart. Damn it, these 2 pieces of trash are really embarrassing. To be honest, his followers being killed was simply a slap to his face. He turned his head and looked at his followers. Those followers all stopped roaring and waited quietly. In the end, he looked at a person beside him. Man, will you go? Yes, young master. A tall man beside him said respectfully. Then, an incomparable light burst out from his eyes. Buzz. He rushed toward the 9th district. When he passed through the 8th district, 10 more chains of the Great Path appeared on his body. However, his speed did not decrease. Instead, it increased. Soon he arrived at the 9th district. Chapter 3979. 20 more chains appeared on his body, but it didn't seem to affect him at all. Man Wu was one of Yu Quan's most capable generals. He's an expert from the barbarian race with a strong physique and bloodline. You have to be careful. Li Hongxiu reminded him softly. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The barbarian race? He knew that they were one of the 10,000 ancient races. Like the war race, they were born to fight. They were very strong. The barbarian race was like a primitive people who cultivated the most primitive divine abilities. Very well, let me see what's so special about these primitive tribes. Lin Xian looked at him and said loudly, I won't bully you. I will not bully you. You have 20 chains of the great Tao. I will let you have 3 moves. You can attack first. Everyone's eyelids twitched. Only Lin Wudi dared to be so confident in front of Man Wu. The followers in the 7th region gritted their teeth in anger. This guy was still so arrogant even when he was about to die. Just wait, he'll definitely die. That was for sure. Man Wu was very strong. How could he block him? Let me have 3 moves? I'm afraid you'll die after 1 move. Man Wu roared. A monstrous blood-colored law appeared, and his aura was unparalleled. It was like a burning furnace. His qi and blood were simply too powerful. This was the law of blood, and at this moment he had already used it. His entire body suddenly rumbled, and his fist was incomparably powerful. His fist charged over. It filled the entire space. Retreat. The people in the 9 regions frantically retreated. Even Murong Qingcheng and the others retreated. Only Lin Xian was left on the field. Lin Xian didn't block. Instead, he retreated to the side. He said he would let his opponent have 3 moves. He wasn't joking. First move. Lin Xian dodged and said calmly. Man Wu was furious. Was Lin Xian really going to let him have 3 moves? Lin Xian was underestimating him. His second move was to use his ultimate skill. He wanted to finish off his opponent. Xiao Chen's fist turned into a palm with terrifying scarlet saber marks covering it. It was like a scarlet mountain was pushing over. Both the sky and the ground were packed, and there was nowhere to hide. However, Lin Xian still managed to dodge. He appeared in another location, still standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his clothes spotless. The second move. Damn it. Man Wu's expression turned ugly. If he really let his opponent give him a handicap of 3 moves, even if he won, he would lose face. Therefore, for the third card, he had to kill his opponent. The wrath of the god of berserkers. With a roar, he retracted his palm and let out a loud shout. The sound waves turned into a torrent, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Not good. The 9th region's people's expressions changed greatly. Quite a few of their bodies were blasted apart, blood flowing from their 7 apertures. Quickly defend. They all unleashed their laws to defend themselves. But he couldn't block it at all. Murong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others joined forces and unleashed their terrifying laws to block the terrifying sound waves. The people behind him heaved a sigh of relief. They were deeply grateful. It seemed that submitting to the other party was the right choice. At least at the critical moment, they could save their lives. They didn't know how Lin Wudi would deal with it. The 7th Region's people snorted coldly. The barbarian god's roar should be enough to kill him. Lin Xian felt the terrifying impact of the sound waves. He was also stunned. How terrifying! It was indeed a kind of ultimate technique. He couldn't help but want to break it. However, they had agreed on 3 moves. He used the void escape technique to dodge the attack. However, the attack range was too wide, and he couldn't completely leave the 9th region. He could only hide at the edge. He relied on his divine body to block the remaining attacks. The sound waves hit his body, producing a sonorous sound. It completely drowned the void. He hit it? That's great. The 7th region's followers cheered. So what if that kid is strong? He will definitely die after being hit by the barbarian god's roar. Man Wu also revealed a smile. No way, is Lin Wudi going to lose? The 9th region's people were terrified. The 8th region's people were also shocked. Lung Ruffing sneered coldly. So that was all he had. He deserved to die. Just as he finished speaking, his smile froze. He saw a figure walk out from the shattered void. His body was covered in a golden light, like a god of war. He was unharmed? How was that possible? Everyone was stunned. Whether it was the surrounding saints or the followers, they were all dumbfounded. Man Wu's expression became extremely ugly. This was the first person to be unharmed after being hit by his ultimate technique. Although the other party wasn't hit completely and was only at the edge, the power was still unparalleled. However, the other party wasn't injured at all. This shocked him. Lin Xian walked out from the ruins and said coldly, 3 moves have passed. It's time for me to make a move. Boom. He circulated his power and punched out. The laws of the sun exploded, and the 9 yang divine fire jumped. He used his divine body and laws to the extreme. The dragon sword's soul in his body also roared. Lin Xian didn't hold back. Not good. Man Wu's pupils constricted. He naturally felt the terror of this punch, but he didn't want to retreat. He wouldn't do it even if he was beaten to death. He had already lost face by not killing the other party in the previous 3 moves. If he retreated now, he would definitely lose face. Even if he won, he would lose face. So he roared, "Barbarian God Fist." He didn't believe that he would lose to the other party in terms of strength. Even with the 20 chains on his body, he was confident that he would win. The 2 fists collided, and the sky collapsed. A terrifying storm and the light of laws drowned everything. No one could see clearly. They waited nervously. However, at this moment, Chao Tianxing, who had been standing with his hands behind his back in the 1st region, frowned and turned his head with a hint of surprise. He was wearing a ferocious-looking mask, but his eyes kept flickering. Interesting, he whispered to himself. Then, he turned his head again. In the 7th region, Yu Ming had been staring intently. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Damn it, this is impossible! He almost roared out. The rest of the people were also stunned. What did the other party see? Could it be that something happened to Man Wu? They waited anxiously. When the laws dissipated, they finally saw what was in front of them. Lin Xian was still shining. He retracted his fist. Opposite him, the once powerful Man Wu was lying on the ground. Half of his body was a bloody mess, and one of his arms was long gone. Defeated, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that not only was Man Wu defeated, but half of his body had also been blown up. How terrifying was Lin Xian's punch? Man Wu actually lost, and he lost in terms of strength. The followers in the 7th region were terrified. Sorry, something happened in the morning, so the update was late. Chapter 3980. It couldn't be like that. The truth couldn't be like that. It had to be the suppression of the Tao chains. Yes, Man Wu had 20 Dao chains on him. That was the reason for his defeat. If it weren't for the chains, how could that brat beat Man Wu? Man Wu fell into a pool of blood. His mind was blank. That punch just now made him feel despair. It was as if the one who had attacked him was his young master, Yu Ming. At that moment, he felt like he was facing the sacred dynasty rankings. "You're not my match, friend," Lin Xian said coldly. He had taken the 2 heavenly Dao golden lotuses from Man Wu. Together with the 2 who had died, he had a total of 4. Now, he had 8 heavenly Dao golden lotuses. Lin Xian's cold voice made Man Wu regain his senses. He roared at the sky. His broken body quickly reformed. "I haven't lost yet. I still have the power to fight." Man Wu roared coldly. "It's useless. You'll just die if you keep fighting. Let right fist attack. I don't care about you." "Damn it." Man Wu attacked again, punching out with both his fists. However, Lin Xian coldly snorted as killing intent appeared in his eyes. He used his law to form a sword light and cut Man Wu in half. This attack was even colder than before. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Man Wu's confidence collapsed. He had lost again, and it was an even more thorough defeat. This time, the sword chi was even more terrifying than the fist from before. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian roared coldly. "Man Wu, come back. Don't embarrass yourself there." Yu Quan finally couldn't take it anymore. Man Wu walked back unwillingly. "Brat, if you didn't have the Dao chains, you wouldn't have been able to defeat me. Once we leave planet Tianming, I'll teach you a lesson." With that, he rose into the air, wanting to leave the 9th region. Lin Xian's killing intent exploded when he heard this. "I hate it when people threaten me. So, go die." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sword chi covered the sky and enveloped barbarian martial arts. Not far away, those people roared crazily. Right fist also roared. "How dare you!" He wanted to attack, but it was too late. The sword chi cut Man Wu's body into 8 pieces. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. He was actually killed by the other party in an instant. Boom! At that instant, a giant palm slapped across the air. Lin Xian's figure flashed and he dodged. Then he snorted coldly. "You can't hold it in anymore? You want to attack? Come, I'll fulfill your wish." Naturally, it was his right fist that had struck out just now. Seeing that his right fist had missed, he didn't attack again. Instead, his voice was cold. "Ant, you are not worthy of me making a move." Even though the other party had killed 3 of his generals in an instant, he still did not place the other party in his eyes. His target was only the people on the pilgrim roll. "Unworthy?" Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. "I think you don't dare." He snorted coldly. "Since you don't dare to make a move against me, then behave yourself in front of me in the future. Don't think that you're so great. In front of me, even if you're a dragon, you still have to coil up." Lin Xian's words were incomparably domineering. The surrounding people were terrified, and Yu Quan's expression was cold. However, in the end, he did not attack. "Kid, what do you plan to do next?" the dark red divine dragon asked. Lin Xian looked into the distance. The Destiny Stone was just ahead, right? At that time, he would be able to explore the Destiny Stone. "But in the next few days, I have something to do." "What is it?" The toad was also puzzled. Lin Xian smiled. "Naturally, it was to collect the heavenly Dao flowers. I want to see where my limit is." Speaking of this, a cold light burst out from his eyes. Last time, his senior brother had finally condensed 6 heavenly Dao golden lotuses. Now that he had 8, it was reasonable to say that he had surpassed Fu Hongye. However, Lin Xian felt that it was not so simple. He would definitely need to consume the heavenly Dao golden lotuses in the future. So now he had to collect as many as possible. Is he still going to collect the heavenly Dao flowers? The toad was shocked, and Li Hongxiu frowned. But there weren't many people who had the heavenly Dao golden lotuses anymore. Could it be that he was going to attack the other regions? The others gasped after hearing this. "Lin Wudi, are you going to cross realms to fight?" "That's right, that's what I'm planning to do." Lin Xian really didn't care about ordinary saints. His goal was at least to become the chief disciple, an existence like that. So, he was going to cross realms to fight. His gaze shifted to the 8 zones beside him. The saints of the 8th region were facing a great enemy. What is this guy trying to do? Even 9 Heads was on high alert when he got up. Lin Xian didn't attack the 9 Qilins. Instead, he looked at Leng Rufin. This guy dared to provoke him with his eyes. If there was a chance, the other party would definitely assassinate him. He might as well get rid of this scourge now. Leng Rufin's face became incomparably cold. Damn brat, what are you trying to do? Do you dare to attack me? He was really angry. Was the other party looking down on him? How dare he cross realms to kill me? If you dare to come over, I can guarantee that you will die here. Leng Rufin roared. The ground around him flipped open, and many white bones appeared. They connected together, forming an army of white bones. It was abnormally terrifying. Lin Xian sneered. It's you. He strode forward. Soon, he crossed the region and arrived above the 8th region. There were 10 more chains of the Great Tao on his body. Feeling the suppression of the Great Tao chains, Lin Xian was also surprised. His power and laws were suppressed. It was indeed magical. Lin Xian was surprised, but his eyes burst with light, and his body bloomed. So what if he was suppressed by the Great Tao? These 10 chains of the Great Tao couldn't do anything to him. You're courting death. Seeing that the other party really came, Leng Rufin was also angry. He waved his hand, and the surrounding white bones charged over. To be honest, he didn't think that his strength was inferior to the other party. Moreover, the other party was now suppressed. Kid, do you think you're very powerful after killing those followers? It's just that those followers were suppressed by the Great Tao. Now you're also suppressed by the Great Tao. Let's see how I kill you. The white bones in this place were all extraordinary. Those who could come here and die were all saints. At this moment, these white bones were controlled, and their power was really terrifying. It made the scalps of the surrounding saints tingle. They retreated frantically, and the people in the other regions also came back one after another. Lin Wudi was powerful, but would he be able to fight back after crossing the border? The suppression of the Great Tao was no joke. Buzz. Flames jumped on Lin Xian's body. The Sun Law condensed, forming the Great Sun Sword, cooperating with the sword finger technique. The sword slashed forward. Boom, boom, boom. The dozen or so white bones in front of him instantly shattered, and the bones scattered all over the ground. So powerful. Chapter 3981. Damn it. Leng Rufin's face was gloomy. He waved his hand, and a white bone spear appeared in his hand. He stabbed forward. It carried a terrifying power and aura. Leng Rufin was able to stand side by side with the 9 Qilins. One could imagine how powerful he was. He was definitely not weaker than the 9-headed Qilin. Following his attack, 9 white bone figures soared into the sky and charged towards Lin Xian. Buzz. Lin Xian was fearless. The sun sword appeared in his hand, and the sun law burned fiercely. These white bone creatures all had a cold aura. The sun law and 9 yang divine fire completely restrained them. Coupled with the power of the sword law, he was truly unstoppable. Peng ping peng. The 9 white bone figures were split apart. This sword light slashed towards the old bone spear. With a loud clang, the white bone spear was forced back. Lin Xian took a step forward and slashed out with his sword. This sword was fast to the extreme. No one could react. Even the saints did not see it clearly. With a poochie, blood splattered as a figure retreated. Leng Rufin retreated, holding his shoulder. His face was extremely pale. There was a bloody hole in his shoulder, and blood flowed out. He was injured. He was actually injured by the other party's sword. It was too unbelievable. How strong was the other party? Previously, he had been disdainful, thinking that he could suppress the other party and even kill him. But now, the other party's strength terrified him. The people in the 8th district also screamed. No way, they had only chosen 2 leaders after a chaotic battle. Among them, Leng Rufin killed people like scything flax. A 5th layer saint could not even block a single move in his hands. Not to mention the white bone army could resist the combined attacks of many saints. That battle was a shadow of their lives. They knew Lung Rufin's strength the best. But now, the incomparably powerful existence in their eyes could not even block a single strike from Lin Xian. Was the gap between them already this big? After seeing this, the people in the other districts also whispered. Some of the stronger followers had solemn expressions on their faces. Lin Wudi was one of the strongest among the chief disciples. I think he can be ranked in the top 3. And that's right. He was indeed very strong. However, he was not invincible. There were still some chief disciples who could suppress him. Are you talking about Jianchen? That's right. The strength of the head disciple of the Myriad Swords Pavilion was incomparably strong. He could definitely suppress this Lin Wudi. I think that the one from the Gu family should be able to do it too. Indeed, he was ranked 3rd at most, or perhaps not even in the top 3. Some people's expressions were cold. The people in the 8th district were stunned. Lung Ruffing roared, "Damn it, brat, you dare to look down on me?" He flipped his wrist and took out a white bone fan. With a wave of his hand, a gust of cold wind blew, incomparably terrifying. It drowned Lin Xian. Go to hell. This was an extremely terrifying saint artifact. Lin Xian tore through the Yin wind and walked out. A Taiji diagram revolved around his body. What? He's not dead yet? Lung Rufin took a few more steps back. He was scared out of his wits. His opponent's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. Is that all you've got? Lin Xian coldly snorted as the death demonic blade appeared in his left hand. With a slash of the blade, the Yin wind in the sky was torn apart. The aura of death swept towards Lung Ruffing. Not good. Lung Rufing's expression changed drastically. He felt his vitality slipping away. This was unbelievable. One had to know that he was someone from the Yellow Spring Hall. What he was most proficient in were Yin laws and power. But now, the other party was even more proficient in this power than him. How was this possible? He really didn't want to believe it. However, he also didn't want to fight. After using the White Bone Treasure Mountain to send out a few gusts of Yin wind, Lung Ruffing continuously retreated. Lin Xian opened and closed, all kinds of sword energy surging, easily splitting apart all of the attacks. He forced Lung Ruffing into a corner. Now, he still dares to provoke me? Everyone was shocked. Lung Ruffing gritted his teeth and said, "Damn brat, do you dare to touch me? Our Yellow Spring Hall's experts are all geniuses on the pilgrimage list. Try touching me. Looks like you really don't know life from death. Is Yu Quan strong? Didn't his younger brother also get killed by me? Do you think you can compare to Yu? Damn it." Lung Rufing's hair stood on end. Right, even Yu died. The other party simply didn't have any misgivings. You win. He threw the 4 heavenly Tao golden lotuses into the sky and ran towards the 7th region. Soon, 10 great Tao chains appeared on Lung Wufeng's body. However, he let out a sigh of relief. This region had Yu Quan guarding it. The other party definitely didn't dare to rashly step into it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He looked towards the 7th region. He didn't enter. This made Lung Wufeng let out a sigh of relief. But soon, his expression became incomparably ugly. Lin Xian didn't attack him. Instead, he attacked his subordinates and fellow sect members. In the 8th region, apart from Lung Wufeng, there were also some Yellow Spring Hall experts who were being attacked crazily. The sword auras easily split their bodies apart. Damn it! These people roared crazily. They originally wanted to join forces to attack, but they were quickly beaten until they collapsed. These people were helpless. They also wanted to escape to the 7th region to seek protection. However, soon they stopped at the edge of the 7th region. Sword energy pierced through them. These people were all killed. Lung Rufeng's heart was bleeding. In the other region, which was the 2nd region, those people also looked solemn. Damn it. This Lin Wudi dared to kill so many experts of the Yellow Spring Hall. Mo Xiu turned his head. He held the white bone spear in his hand, and the yellow springs surged on his body. Do you really think that no one dares to kill you? Mo Xiu was on his way. He couldn't help but want to do it himself. However, at this moment, a voice sounded between heaven and earth. You're taking action in advance? Well, let's fight to our heart's content. With a roar, Wan Jinni rushed towards the second region and attacked Emoshio. Tianya, are the people on the pilgrim list going to fight? Retreat quickly. In the second region, Emoshio's followers also retreated crazily. They didn't dare to get close at all. Between heaven and earth, countless sword energy descended from the sky, completely enveloping Emoshio. Wan Jinni, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Emoshio roared. The yellow spring surged on his body, and the white bone spear in his hand was even more powerful. The two fought together, causing the sky to shatter and the earth to crack. Oh, since you've already attacked, then I won't be polite. In the sixth region, Qin Xiener, an incomparably beautiful and charming lady, also revealed a smile. Countless saints around her were infatuated. Their blood was boiling, and they couldn't wait to kneel under her skirt. However, Qin Xiener's gaze pierced through the void and looked at the seventh region. Yuquan snorted coldly. He actually took the initiative to cross regions to fight. Chapter 3982. The only one who didn't make a move was Chao Tianxing in the first region. He stood there with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. It seemed like he had no intention of making a move. Young master. The follower beside him asked tentatively. Chao Tianxing didn't turn around. Instead, he said, if you want to make a move, then do it. But do what you can. The destiny stone is right in front of you. Don't be impulsive and lose your life here. Yes, young master. We understand. Those followers retreated. Their eyes were shining with cold light. They also made a move. Of course, these people were fighting across different regions. Some of them went out of the region, while some of them came to fight. A fierce battle broke out. The others were stunned. They didn't expect a battle to break out so suddenly. This was something that even Lin Xian was surprised by. Was it because of him? He shook his head. He was just the first one to make a move. Even if he wasn't there, the others would definitely make a move. Especially those geniuses on the pilgrim list. They probably wouldn't give in to each other. Lin Xian stood in the eighth region. He turned around and said, Qingqing, you guys can make a move too. But remember to protect yourselves. Murong Qingqing and the others nodded. Sister Qingqing, let's work together. Li Hongxiu said with a smile. All right. The two beauties joined hands and rushed to the eighth region. Let's go to the first region to have some fun. Toad looked at the other region. There were many experts in that place too. Ruffian Dragon and the Northern Demon joined hands and rushed to the first region. Of course, there were also people coming to the first region. They didn't know what was good for them. Lei Zhen snorted and thunder rumbled. The thunder directly pierced through these people. All kinds of screams were heard. The flames of war were burning in the 9 regions. None of them were spared. The 8th region. Lin Xian swept through everything after killing so many saints of the Yellow Spring Palace. The others didn't dare to fight against him. The only one who could still fight against him was the 9-headed spirit. However, 9-headed Qilin didn't fight. He rushed to the 7th region because he had the same idea as Lei Zhen. He didn't want to provoke Lin Xian before he broke through to the small saint realm. Qingqing, you guys stay here while I make a trip to the 7th region. Lin Xian looked ahead again, his eyes shining with a cold light. His figure flickered as he charged toward the 7th region. The people in the 8th region were all stunned. Damn, was this kid trying to defy the heavens? Even Li Hongxiu exclaimed, Brat, don't be too arrogant. Be careful, someone is targeting you. She was truly worried. After all, the 7th region was secluded Springs territory. Lin Xian laughed heartily. Yuquan was fighting with Qin Xiener on the world-crossing chariot. She probably had no time to take care of him. As for the others, he was still unafraid. Soon, there were more than 20 chains of the Great Path on his body. The suppression of the power and nomological laws was even stronger. Lin Xian's body sank, but he quickly used his strength to adapt to the pressure. He actually dared to cross 2 regions. He was too arrogant. The people in the 7th region were also shocked. Those from the Great Desolate Mansion were filled with murderous intent. Kid, you killed one of our experts in the 9th district last time. Do you really think you're that strong? You're just occupying the home ground. Let's see how you're going to die here with 20 chains of great path suppression. Two people from the great desolate mansion roared as they slashed down with their sabers, shrouding Lin Xian. This was a terrifying mystique. Obviously, these people from the great desolate mansion wanted to join forces to kill Lin Xian. Buzz. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he dodged the two saber lights. At the same time, he charged forward. He was courting death. Lung Rufin sneered as he attacked as well. The white bone fan in his hand kept fanning. Moreover, there was a terrifying white bone army around him. There was even a yellow springs diagram that was rotating in the sky. The yellow springs poured down from the inside, bringing with it an extremely cold and gloomy energy. However, it was useless. Lin Xian used all sorts of nomological laws and fought in all directions, causing these people to break down. Nine-headed Qilin had been watching him from afar without making a move. At this moment, he was even more certain of his thoughts. It seemed like it was best not to provoke Lin Xian now. Lung Rufin was being hunted down again. He was about to pee his pants. How was this possible? Lin Xian had crossed 2 regions. There were 20 chains on his body. How could he defeat so many people when he was besieged by so many people? This was simply inhuman. His followers were even more miserable. 2 of them were killed while the other 3 were injured. Their eyes were filled with fear. You wanna leave? Seeing these people retreating, Lin Xian chased after them and started a massacre in the 7th region. Kid, how dare you? Young master, come back quickly. These people were still clamoring before, but now, they were scared witless. They desperately hoped that Yu Quan would return. In the 6th region, Yu Quan was engaged in an intense battle with Qin Xianer. Qin Xianer was using the acacia mystique. She was holding the acacia bell in her hand. When she shook it gently, it could cause one's soul to tremble. This was an extremely strange soul attack. Although Yu Quan was strong, he did not dare to be careless. He sensed what was happening in his base camp. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Damn it. What did he see? That despicable brat actually dared to kill his pursuers. He had messed up his territory. He harumphed coldly and unleashed a shocking ray of light with the back of his hand. It tore through the sky and charged from District 6 to District 7. That attack saved many of his followers, and Lin Xian dodged the attack as well, dodging it in the air. In the 6th region, Qin Xianer laughed coquettishly. What? You still have the mood to care about other people's business? Seizing this opportunity, she launched an extremely terrifying soul attack. Yu Quan was actually hit. Not good. Yu Quan felt his soul shake and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, he was indeed careless. Qin Xianer was not weaker than him. Moreover, her soul attack was extremely strange. He actually interfered in another battle when he was fighting with the other party. It was really unwise. For a time, he gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Qin Xianer used the divine charm technique again. Yu Quan's qi and blood were surging, and he could not help but want to explode and die. No. He roared, and endless desolate qi condensed on his body. Now, he was retreating step by step. He was no match for her at all. Therefore, he decisively retreated. He retreated to the 7th region. Could go to hell. As soon as he returned, he charged towards Lin Xian. The terrifying desolate palm covered the sky and covered the earth as it enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he felt a fatal danger. Brother Xian, be careful. In the 8th region, Murong Qingqing exclaimed. Li Hongxiu also cursed inwardly. The other party had actually returned. It was too sudden. Lin Xian shifted his position and used space escape to dodge this attack. He felt his qi and blood churning. He had to admit that the other party was really too powerful. Even if he was injured, he was still incomparable after returning. Moreover, he was now suppressed by 20 great Dao chains. Chapter 3983. His followers heaved a sigh of relief. They wanted to mock him, but they didn't know what to say when they opened their mouths. Lin Wudi was just a young chief disciple. His cultivation base was far behind them. But now, he could escape from Yu Quan's hands so easily. Was this something worth mocking? They didn't think so. This showed Lin Wudi's strength even more. Yu Quan snorted coldly. If he missed, he would attack again. This time, he would definitely kill him. An ant had provoked him time and time again, and had even killed his younger brother. He couldn't stand it. So, he attacked again. The aura of desolation filled the whole world. Little brat, go to hell. Lin Xian felt a great danger. He gritted his teeth and roared, holding up the Taiji diagram to resist. Boom. He was pushed back, his arms numb. The Taiji diagram was shattered, turning into the law of sun and law of death. Lin Xian was shocked. His opponent was too strong. He had to use all his strength to deal with a casual attack. And he couldn't block it. This couldn't go on. Useless ants will always be ants. Although you're ranked in the top 3 among the chief disciples, you can't even withstand a single blow from me. Yu Quan's eyes were filled with endless coldness and fear. The 9-headed spirit also felt his hair stand on end. Indeed, they were too far away from the pilgrim list. If they didn't break through to the minor saint realm, they wouldn't be able to compete with him. Great, this kid is dead. Lung Ruffing snorted coldly. The 9-headed Qilin also heaved a sigh of relief. With such a strong enemy dead, his path should be much smoother. Even Lei Zhen, who was far away in the 9th district, and the people on the internet were excited. Not good. Murong Qingqing was anxious. She wanted to cross the region to save her brother. Li Hongxiu stopped her. Don't go. We'll wait for you outside. In the first region, the dark red divine dragon, the toad, and the others also rushed back. Each of them was extremely nervous. However, at this moment of crisis, a beautiful figure appeared in the 6th region. She tore apart the aura of desolation and said softly, "Why did you run away halfway? This won't do. I'll continue to play with you." Her voice was filled with endless charm, causing the blood of the people in the 7th district to boil. They almost exploded. Even Lin Xian could feel his blood boiling. Not good, he quickly suppressed it. This was an extremely powerful soul attack. He looked at the beautiful figure, and his pupils shrank. Qin Xiener was someone on the pilgrim rankings. This woman's soul attack was extremely terrifying. Ding ding dang dang dang. The joyous union bell rang and a terrifying sound wave rushed towards secluded spring. Damn it. Yu Quan roared angrily. This woman was simply like a haunting ghost. She was going too far. The other party actually dared to attack his area. With a roar, he charged forward. At the same time, the surrounding aura of desolation fluctuated continuously. Lin Xian's figure flashed. He wanted to leave. Do you want to leave? Those followers prepared to surround and attack, but in the end, they were sent flying by Xian's 2 swords. Lin Xian went on a killing spree and began to crazily plunder the heavenly Dao Golden Lotus. He even made a move on the Dao flower. I won't miss any of them. Those followers received another blow. Damn it. Secluded Spring roared angrily. This kid dared to attack in front of him. He was too hateful. However, he couldn't be distracted because he was firmly restrained by Qin Xiener. Previously, he was distracted by Lin Xian's matter and suffered a soul injury, so he left. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless at all. Lin Xian obtained 4 more heavenly Dao Golden Lotuses. He tore apart the aura of desolation and left the 7th area. He returned to the 8th area. That's great. Murong Qingqing and the others heaved a sigh of relief and left. Lin Xian returned to the 9th area. He took a deep breath and said, "Protect me. I'm going to break through." His eyes burst out with a sonorous light. The simple exchange with secluded spring made him know that the other party was indeed very strong. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to fight against the other party. Therefore, he was ready to break through again. After his cultivation level broke through, he would definitely be able to fight against these people. Are you going to break through here? Li Hongxiu was surprised. The dark red divine dragon and the others were also surprised, but soon they asked, "Kid, what are you going to do?" There weren't many treasures in this place, only ruthless killing. Lin Xian said, "I'm going to completely absorb these heavenly Dao Golden Lotuses. Protect me." Murong Qingqing and the others nodded and began to guard the surroundings. No one in the entire 9th area dared to provoke them. They could deal with the people from the 1st and 8th areas. As for the geniuses on the pilgrim list, they were not in the mood to pay attention to Lin Xian at all. They were all fighting on their own. Therefore Lin Xian had such a chance now. He sat down cross-legged, and the 12 heavenly Tao golden lotuses kept spinning around him. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed one of them and directly absorbed it into his body. This scene caused everyone to be terrified. Oh my God, this Lin Wudi is going to absorb these heavenly Tao golden lotuses. It's really unbelievable. These heavenly Tao golden lotuses were incomparably mysterious. They accompanied them and could constantly temper their nomological laws. But they had never thought of absorbing them. Lin Xian's current actions were truly shocking. Everyone's eyes were glued to him. Even Murong Qingqing and the others were very nervous, but they guessed that Lin Xian must have his own plans. He wouldn't do something that he wasn't confident of. Lin Xian did have a certain plan. He knew that these heavenly Tao golden lotuses contained supreme power, but he wasn't confident at all. But now, as long as there was a chance, he wouldn't miss it. When a heavenly Tao golden lotus entered, supreme power burst out and rushed into his flesh and meridians. Lin Xian felt a pain, as if a knife was cutting him. He endured this aura and quickly absorbed it. Then the 2nd and the 3rd. Lin Xian swallowed all 12 heavenly Tao golden lotuses into his body. Endless light enveloped his body, and the great Tao interweaved. Brother Xian, I'll give you mine too. Murong Qingqing gave out the 5 heavenly Tao golden lotuses on her body. She gave them to Lin Xian. I'll give them too. The dark red divine dragon and the others also gave them to him. The toad was a demonic beast here, so he didn't have any. When Li Hongxiu saw this scene, she sighed as well. She gave her share to Lin Xian as well. The heavenly Tao golden lotus on Lin Xian's body shone brightly again. He looked like he was about to ascend. That kid wanted to break through. He definitely couldn't let him succeed. Not far away, someone roared. These were all Yu Quan's followers. There were people from the great desolate mansion, and there were also other experts. These people hated Lin Xian to the core. So when they saw this, they all rushed over. Once again, they crossed 2 areas and started fighting. Kill. Chapter 3984. Damn it. The dark red dragon roared at the sky, spewing out endless flames. Murong Qingqing even shot out a terrifying phoenix phantom. Lung Ruffing also rushed over, and the bone army spread out again. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "Legion, 9 Qilins, aren't you going to make a move?" This was the last chance. He naturally knew the grudge between the 2 sides. So at this moment, he wanted to unite everyone to fight together. Not good. Murong Qingqing and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. Now that Lin Xian was in seclusion, these people actually had the tendency to resist. If they attacked together, it would be very dangerous. They were not afraid of these people, but they were afraid that Lin Xian would be affected. If that happened, he would definitely go berserk and be seriously injured. Hurry up and make a move. Murong Qingqing shouted. They worked together and swept through all directions. But this time, there were more than 10 powerful saints, as well as terrifying sacred artifacts and laws. The North Demon activated the sky-reaching tree to provide everyone with a strong vitality. They firmly protected Lin Xian. The dark red dragon spat out a lot of tremors to protect Lin Xian. At the same time, he said that this kid was too impatient. If he had known earlier, he would have activated the Great Sage Pagoda. But there was no other way now. Without Lin Xian, no one could activate the Great Sage Pagoda, and they could not awaken Lin Xian now. So they could only repel the enemy. Lei Jin returned to the 9th district, his eyes flickering. To be honest, this was his best chance. However, he was indeed afraid of Lin Xian previously, so he was not completely confident now. He snorted coldly. He did not make a move. Instead, he had other plans. In his current state, it would be best if he could kill Lin Xian. If he could not kill him, he would not make a move to save himself from trouble. However, on the other side, the 9 Qilins had indeed made a move. He had the same worries as Lei Jin, but he had an advantage over Lei Jin. That was, he had multiple lives and he could exhaust them. Even if he had lost 2 lives previously, he still had 7 left. This was his powerful capital, and now he felt that the risk was very worth it. At most, he would lose his life. However, if he succeeded, he would be able to get rid of a peerless enemy forever. Therefore he charged over. Some of the greater demons from the Myriad Demon City also charged over from the surrounding areas. District 9. The 5 Sword Saints also made their move. They were in this area and were not suppressed by the Great Tao. Therefore, his attacks were incomparably violent. Damn it, how dare you rebel? The Dark Red Dragon roared. It hadn't expected that someone would really make a move in the 9th district. Li Hongxiu looked at Lei Jin coldly. Lei Jin snorted coldly. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, he actually left District 9 and went to District 1. That was a relief to them. Lei Jin didn't make a move, but it wasn't the worst. However, the current situation had also exceeded their expectations. The 5 Sword Saints were incomparably powerful as they charged over. Li Hongxiu said, "Leave these 5 people to me." She rushed out. As the daughter of the Saint King, she was extremely powerful, especially during this period of time. She had a lot of good fortune. Therefore, he had no problem fighting against a great sword saint. On the other side, the 9 Qilins had also charged over. That was an extremely terrifying expert. Everyone's scalps went numb. Murong Qingqing said, "Leave it to me." She rushed over with the Phoenix bloodline. Her mystical powers were powerful, and she was not weaker than the other party in terms of bloodline. Therefore, she was the most suitable person to fight against the 9 Qilins. "Toad, I'll leave that person from the Acheron Hall to you. Leave the rest to me." The Dark Red Dragon's expression was piercingly cold. Toad said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." He rushed out and fought with Lung Rufin and the others. The rest were left to the Dark Red Dragon. The Dark Red Dragon roared and turned into a huge dragon, sweeping in all directions. As for the North Demon, he didn't make a move because he still had the most important task, which was to protect Lin Xian. The North Demon's body bloomed with light, and the heavenly tree enveloped Lin Xian, forming a powerful vitality. Moreover, there were many array formations surrounding them. For a moment, an earth-shattering battle broke out in the 9th district. Murong Qingqing was very strong. She had the Kunlun 9 slashes and the Phoenix bloodline. She also had various mystical powers. This caused the 9 Qilins to be extremely shocked. He didn't expect that this woman was actually not weaker than him. Especially the power of her bloodline, it shocked him. On the other side, the 5 Sword Saints also roared. They were actually suppressed by a woman, and they were even injured. However, on the other side, Toad was indeed screaming miserably. "Damn, you dare to sneak attack me?" He had no choice. He was facing an endless army of bones and the terrifying Acheron. He was extremely miserable. If it weren't for his mutated species and powerful physique, he would have been killed long ago. On the other side, the Dark Red Dragon was roaring. To be honest, he was very strong, but the people he was facing were also a little terrifying. Those were all followers, and their strength was even stronger than that of the chief disciple. Although there were 20 chains of the Great Tao wrapped around his body, he couldn't withstand the number of people. There were a total of 8 people, and they came together. In addition, there were also some people who were preparing to fish in troubled waters and assassinate Lin Xian. Therefore, the pressure he faced was very great. Fortunately, he was from the Divine Dragon clan. His physique and bloodline were powerful, and the dragon's mystical powers were terrifying. In addition, he had many array formations. Only then could he resist. Otherwise, if it were any other chief disciple, they would have been killed long ago. Even so, he was still in a very bad situation. "That's great, all of them have been pinned down. Hurry up, whoever has a grudge against Lin Wudi, hurry up and kill him. The great desolate mansion will reward you handsomely. You don't have to kill him. As long as you can make him go berserk, you can make any request." Many people were tempted, especially those in the 8th and 1st regions. Their eyes were burning. Indeed, at this moment, there was only one person beside Lin Xian. It was very easy for them to interfere with him. Even Lei Zhen, who was in the first region, had a burning gaze. He couldn't help but want to attack a few times, but he forcibly suppressed it. The surrounding people were also shocked. They were indeed tempted, but they didn't dare to act rashly. Lin Wudi's strength was deeply ingrained in their hearts. However, at this moment, the array formations fluctuated, and 3 of them broke in an instant. The sky-reaching tree also shook. The North Demon roared angrily. Who was it? He threw out the terrifying 10,000 demon fist. Countless demonic beast phantoms rampaged between heaven and earth, shattering the void. However, no one came out. However, he could feel a terrifying murderous intent circling around him. Oh no, there's an assassin, and it's an extremely terrifying saint killer. The North Demon's expression became extremely ugly, and the others' bodies trembled. The killing intent made their scalps go numb. Where did this top-notch assassin come from? How could he be so powerful? Li Hongxiu's expression changed. Could it be the mortal world? Could it be Wu Xian? Chapter 3985. They were worried, but they soon shook their heads. No, it wasn't Wu Xian. Wu Xian was on the pilgrimage list. He shouldn't have bothered to make a move. Once he made a move, no one would be able to stop him. Now, only 3 arrays had been destroyed. This meant that the other party was a 5th heaven killer saint. He was very strong, but there was nothing they could do. As expected, the Northern Demon controlled the sky-reaching divine tree and had the 10,000 demon body. He attacked the saint killer who was hiding in the dark. The 2 sides were in a stalemate. However, at this moment, he was sent flying while vomiting blood. A crack appeared on his back. He was almost cut in half. Damn it. The Northern Demon roared. Using the sky-reaching divine tree, his body quickly healed. At the same time, his expression was extremely ugly. The second killer saint had appeared. He was not weaker than the first. At that instant, he sensed 3 murderous intents approaching him. The Northern Demon's eyes widened. He took the attack head-on. His body was shattered, but with his powerful vitality, he was able to recover. With the recovery ability of the heavenly tree, he recovered quickly. He stood in the void with a cold expression. He was surrounded by 3 killer saints. It could be said that he was in extreme danger. Damn it. The dark red dragon roared and wanted to rush back. However, he was pinned down. Murong Qingqing and the others were in the same situation. No one could help the Northern Demon now. The Northern Demon could fight against 1 killer saint, but against 2 killer saints, he was probably more passive. Now that 3 of them were attacking together, he was in extreme danger. The 2 slaughter saints sprang into action at incredible speed. 1 in front and 1 behind, they charged at the Northern Demon. The 3rd killer saint charged at Lin Xian. You're courting death. The Northern Demon roared. The sky-reaching divine tree erupted with power and blocked the 3 killer saints. You're courting death. Someone in the sky sneered. The 3 killer saints attacked crazily. The Northern Demon was seriously injured in an instant. Blood flowed out. Fortunately, he had the sky-reaching divine tree. Otherwise, he would have been killed. Even so, the situation was very dangerous. Another attack. The Northern Demon was sent flying and vomited blood. 2 of the killer saints continued to chase. The 3rd broke through the array and charged at Lin Xian. After breaking through 5 array formations in a row, he finally arrived in front of Lin Xian. This figure walked out of the void. It was a blurry shadow. The killing sword in his hand was blood red. He swung his sword at Lin Xian's head. The Northern Demon roared. Brat! The dark red dragon shrieked. Older brother Xian and Murong Qingqing's eyes erupted with a piercing cold light. The Kunlun 9 slashes merged with the Phoenix Phantom and sent the 9-headed Qilin flying. She turned around and soared into the sky, but it was already too late. The killing sword had already descended mercilessly with a terrifying aura. This caused the formation around Lin Xian to continuously shatter. Everyone's minds were completely tied down. Could it be that Lin Wudi was going to fall at this time? It was really too surprising. The people that had participated in the battle revealed ferocious expressions. That's great. With this sword strike, even if the other party doesn't die, his cultivation will go berserk. Next, the other party would be finished. He would no longer be able to contend against them. At this moment of crisis, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. With a whoosh, he grabbed the killing sword and then gripped it hard. The killing sword shattered. That person retreated in fear. Lin Xian pointed out again. On the tip of his finger, an extremely terrifying sword law revolved around it, firmly locking onto that person. That person still wanted to escape into the void, but in the end, the sword pierced through the space between his eyebrows. Plop. That killing god fell into a pool of blood. He didn't expect that at the last moment, the other party would still be able to make a move. The surrounding people were also stunned. Heavens, Lin Wudi actually woke up. Did he forcefully interrupt his cultivation? These people were all terrified. Those who attacked were even more frightened, their eyelids twitching wildly. That's great. Murong Qingqing and the others heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, his face becoming incomparably pale. What's going on? Murong Qingqing was stunned. Brother Xian. She cried out in alarm. The dark red divine dragon also frowned. Not good, this kid must have suffered a backlash from his cultivation technique. They began to worry again. Lin Xian forcefully disrupted his cultivation. He must have suffered internal injuries. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all laughed out loud. That's great, he's injured. Hurry up and kill him while he's sick. These people attacked crazily again. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes erupting with a piercing cold light. You all have to die. The killing intent on his body was incomparable. In an instant, he charged towards the two killing saints who were besieging the northern demon. When the two killing saints saw Lin Xian charging towards them, they also took the initiative to meet him. The terrifying killing intent charged for 9 days. Lin Xian attacked, the sun sword and the death demonic blade. Two rays of light spun between heaven and earth, enveloping the two killers. Two screams rang out. The bodies of the two killing saints split open. Their souls wanted to escape, emitting waves of fear. Too powerful. The other party was still so strong even though he was injured. In an instant, the two of them were completely killed. The heavenly Tao golden lotus on their bodies was snatched away by Lin Xian and directly swallowed into his body. Lin Xian roared towards the sky, his black hair dancing in the wind. He said to the northern demon, "You recover first, leave the rest to me." With a stomp of his foot, he charged towards the dark red divine dragon. Kid, you came at the right time. The dark red divine dragon roared and sent those people flying. At the same time he said, "Are you all right? Why don't we retreat first?" "No, I won't leave until I kill all of them today." Lin Xian was really angry. He had already been very merciful to these people before. He didn't kill them all. But he didn't expect that these people would be so reckless. At the most critical moment of his cultivation, they came to kill him. Since that was the case, then bear his anger. Boom! The great sun sword descended from the sky with terrifying flames, incinerating everything. The laws contained in it were really too many. With one sword, those followers were instantly sent flying. Some were cut in half at the waist, and some had their heads flying. Some people's bodies even shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Damn it, why was he still so strong? These people were terrified. They found that although Lin Xian kept vomiting blood, the aura on his body was becoming more and more violent. He was still alive. He was still cultivating. He still wanted to break through. Hurry up and stop him. You can't let him continue. Those followers roared crazily. They wanted the others to attack. The 9 Qilins, the 5 sword saints, Leng Ruffing, and the others saw this scene. They also kept attacking. However, they were firmly restrained by Murong Qingqing and the others. They didn't even have a chance to escape. Damn it, their eyes were red. Lin Xian attacked with all his might, constantly chasing after these followers. Chapter 3986. Corpses flew all over the sky, and blood flowed wildly. Terrifying sword chi rampaged between heaven and earth. Lin Xian roared and absorbed all of this power. At the same time, there was a dragon shadow behind him that was also crazily devouring this power. Lin Xian's aura became stronger. He even felt like he was about to break through. However, Lin Xian didn't break through at all. Instead, he suppressed it. With a roar, he charged towards the toad again. "Great kid, come and help me. I'm going to torture you to death." As the toad fought against the bone army, it kept spitting saliva. To be honest, it was about to go crazy from anger. The people who had died around him could actually be mobilized by Lung Rufin. The more it fought, the more bone army there was. It almost vomited blood. When Lung Rufin saw the other party coming, he also shouted angrily. The yellow springs diagram on his body became even more terrifying, enveloping the entire area. In the 9th district, the corpses of the people who had died were once again condensed into puppets by him. It kept attacking. A sword split the sky. Lin Xian held the sun sword and the death demonic saber in his hands, slashing in all directions. He was so strong that no one could compare to him. At the same time, he struck out the Tai Chi diagram to fight against the Yellow Springs diagram. The two peerless divine abilities clashed, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split. At this moment, everyone was sent flying. The bone army beside Lung Rufin was constantly shattered and destroyed by the Tai Chi diagram. The dragon soul in Lin Xian's body roared and struck out with sword chi, which was even more terrifying. The sword chi that filled the sky shattered the Yellow Springs diagram. In the end, the yin-yang diagram turned into a yin-yang sword and split open the Yellow Springs diagram. Lung Rufin vomited blood. Damn it. He was seriously injured in an instant. Was the other party so strong? Lin Xian also spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes were even brighter. "I've spared you twice, but you still don't know what's good for you. Do you think I don't dare to kill you?" The Tai Chi diagram rotated and turned into a peerless blade that pierced towards the other party's head. Lung Rufin screamed crazily. He wanted to retreat, but his head was chopped off. His head flickered in the sky, unusually ferocious. "Damn it. I'm going to kill you." Roaring, he opened his mouth and spat out a yellow flame. That flame was terrifying and carried with it a sinister and cold aura. Not good. The toad instantly retreated frantically. "Kid, this is the Yellow Springs flame. Be careful, it's unusually scary." The flames were indeed terrifying. Ordinary flames carried a violent and destructive aura. However, this flame was incomparably cold, like ice. Legend has it that this flame came from the Yellow Springs, which was extremely strange. "Die for me." Lung Rufin controlled the netherworld flame and charged over again. He wanted to completely burn and refine Lin Xian. Playing with fire in front of me? Displaying one's slight skill before an expert. Lin Xian sneered. The 9 suns' divine fire danced and turned into golden crows. It surged between heaven and earth. It was as if countless suns had appeared in the 9th region. The golden crow suns that filled the sky continued to attack, erupting with an unparalleled aura. It blasted forward. When the two collided, the netherworld flame was unable to withstand the impact and exploded. Boom! Lung Rufin's head also exploded with a loud bang. His soul, mixed with blood, quickly fled. "Wanna leave?" Lin Xian sneered. The Tai Chi diagram above his head turned into a Tai Chi sword. The sword slashed down. In the 9th region, a dragon's roar sounded. Terrifying sword chi swept across the 9 heavens. When all the sword chi disappeared, Lung Rufin's soul couldn't be any more dead. Lung Rufin was killed. Everyone was shocked and then terrified. This was even more powerful than the identity of a follower. He was the chief disciple of the Yellow Springs Hall. Such a person's death would set off a huge storm. However, this storm was nothing to Lin Xian. He turned his head and stared at another place. That was the 5 sword saints. These 5 sword saints actually dared to betray him. Lin Xian couldn't tolerate it. The 5 sword saints were scared out of their wits. The sword technique that Lin Xian used when he killed Lung Rufin. It already made their hair stand on end. Now that the other party was attacking them, how could they resist? Let's go. The 5 of them worked together to force Li Hongxiu back and then prepared to escape. Where were they going? Li Hongxiu stopped the terrifying Lu Yunxiu and blocked the path of the 5 people. Damn it. The 5 of them roared. When they turned around and wanted to attack, Lin Xian had already arrived. The 5 of you, have you thought about how to die? Yi's voice was incomparably cold. Kid, don't go too far. Let us leave and we will stop here. Everyone will be safe. One of the 5 sword saints said coldly. Even now, you still dare to clamor in front of me. It seems that you really don't know what's good for you. Buzz. Lin Xian moved the great sun sword in his hand. The flames on it erupted, turning into a terrifying sword light that pierced forward. With a puff, the head of one of the sword saints was blown apart. His body also turned into a bloody mist. Another terrifying sword chi exploded. The 2 next to him were also affected and were seriously injured. 1 sword, 1 dead and 2 injured. This power was terrifying to the extreme. Damn it, the remaining 4 sword saints were scared out of their wits. How could they fight with such combat strength? Moreover, they found that after killing Lung Rufin, Lin Xian spat out a lot of blood again. However, the other party's aura was even more violent. However, the other party was still suppressing it and didn't want to break through. What was the other party planning? It was hard for them to imagine that once the other party really broke through. What realm would he have to reach? This guy couldn't be thinking of achieving it in one go, right? These people were all terrified. Buzz. Suddenly, the world shook, and a terrifying aura tore through the 9th district. The void split open, and the light slashed down. Not good. Li Hongxiu's expression changed. Lu Yunxiu rushed out, wanting to block. But it was all shattered in an instant. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He took Li Hongxiu with him and used space escape. He dodged this attack. At the same time, he looked into the distance. Who attacked? Was it that one Jinny? That's great. The remaining 4 sword saints were ecstatic. Kid, do you still dare to attack now? Our powerhouse on the pilgrim list is right here. Before they could finish their words, their heads all flew out. Lin Xian attacked forcefully. So what if it was the pilgrim list? Even if the Saint King was here today, I would still kill him. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. The long sword in his hand was wide open and closed. The Taiji diagram rotated and released a terrifying yin-yang sword chi, completely killing the 4 of them. The 4 of them only let out an unwilling roar, and their souls were destroyed. The heavenly path golden lotuses on these people, including their storage rings, were all broken by Lin Xian. The energy was absorbed by him. The aura on his body erupted again and rose. And he spat out another mouthful of blood. This scene made the corners of everyone's mouths twitch. Damn it. They now felt that Lin Xian spat out blood on purpose. Because the more blood he spat out, the more terrifying the other party's aura became. Chapter 3987. Until now. Those who had tried to assassinate Lin Xian before were all dead. Of course, except for one person. That was the 9-headed Qilin. The 9-headed Qilin was scared out of his wits at this moment. Originally, he thought that this was the best opportunity to kill the other party, but he didn't expect that he would be able to turn the other party around. He couldn't fight any longer. He took on Murong Qingqing's attack head-on and then quickly fled. How could Lin Xian let the other party escape? His entire body turned into a flying sword and instantly caught up with the other party. The 2 of them had an earth-shattering battle. How could the 9-headed Qilin be a match for Lin Xian? So in the end, he was killed again, and his corpse quickly fled. At this point, he had lost another life. There were only 6 left. However, to everyone's horror, Lin Xian didn't stop at all. He still held his sword and charged over. Oh no, could it be that Lin Wudi wanted to completely kill the 9-headed Qilin today? The 9-headed Qilin had just been revived. When he saw this scene, he was scared out of his wits. He almost fainted from anger. His original plan was to die once in the worst-case scenario. But now it seemed that the other party didn't just want him to die once. Run quickly, he fled frantically to the 8th district and didn't stop, all the way to the 7th district. He wanted to seek protection. The 7th district had Yuquan, so the other party definitely wouldn't dare to come. Lin Xian wanted to chase after the 9-headed Qilin, but he didn't expect that someone would appear in the 9th district again. As soon as this person appeared, countless people screamed. This was an exceptionally handsome man. He had short hair, a cold expression, and his gaze was like a divine sword. He was wearing a Taoist robe with countless sword patterns drawn on it. It was very mysterious. There was a long sword hanging on his waist. It was a blue long sword, as bright and dazzling as the starry sky. Jianchen, the chief disciple of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Many people cried out in surprise. This was an extremely powerful genius. Among the chief disciples, he could definitely be ranked in the top 3. Some people even placed him at the top of the list. That was because they felt that no chief disciple would be able to defeat him. Did they come to the 9th district to target Lin Wudi? That's for sure. What else? Lin Wudi had killed many sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Everyone gulped. However, there were also people who screamed. That's not right. Wasn't Jianchen in the 4th region? He came to the 9th zone? It spanned across 4 major regions. He had over 40 chains of Great Tao on him. If they were to fight, they would be at a disadvantage. These people were exaggerating too much. 10 chains were enough to make them unable to breathe. Not to mention 40 to 50 chains. Most likely, his strength would be greatly reduced. The dark red divine dragon, the toad, and the others also sneered. Would the other party dare to behave atrociously? However, Li Hongxiu frowned. Murong Qingqing also said that he did not have 4 Great Tao chains on him. What was going on? The others were also stunned. Fighting across realms would definitely be suppressed by the Great Tao. A bunch of idiots. Who told you that you would definitely be suppressed? Did you not go to the Bronze Gate? Do you think I'm the same as you? I have a magic treasure on me. Speaking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. That was indeed the case. He did have a magic treasure on him. He had spent 8 heavenly Tao golden lotuses. He had exchanged it in the Bronze Gate. It was a battle robe that could offset the suppression brought by the Great Tao chains. That was why he dared to cross the 4 major regions at this moment. Today, he was going to completely get rid of this Lin Wudi. He looked down. Brat, you dare to kill so many of my sword saints? Today, I will definitely not let you leave alive. Speaking of this, he pulled out the starry sky sword at his waist. The starry sky was like fire. Resplendent sword light swept across the world, extremely dazzling. In the surroundings, the people in the 9th zone retreated frantically. They knew that a world-shaking battle was about to break out. The people from the other regions also turned their heads to look at them. Whether it was Jianchen or Lin Xian, they were both chief disciples. Moreover, they were among the top 3 chief disciples. Now that the 2 of them were fighting, they would probably be able to tell who was stronger. Who was the number 1 chief disciple? This was going to be a fierce battle. Everyone was looking forward to it. Lin Xian stopped. Originally, he was going to chase after the 9 Qilins. However, the other party had come. He turned his head to look at the figure in the sky. Jianchen, someone from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Are you here to challenge me? If that's the case, then be prepared to be killed. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with sonorous killing intent. Useless brat, although you are strong, you are still no match for me. Jianchen stepped in the air with incomparable calmness. The starry sky turned into sword qi and accompanied him. As long as he gave the order, these sword qi would mercilessly fall. Every strike of the sword could easily penetrate a 5th heaven sage. Lin Xian stomped his foot and faced the attack. The light in his eyes became more and more monstrous. The aura on his body became more and more terrifying. At this moment, the heavenly Tao lotus on his body shattered. It turned into countless great Tao laws and merged into his body. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and roared. At the same time, there was a crazy force circulating in his body. The sky above the 9th area instantly darkened. Countless dark clouds condensed, and a bolt of thunder struck down from the sky. With a crack, the starry sky sword chi in the sky was sent flying. A huge black hole appeared. Thunder? Didn't this Lin Wudi want to compete in swordsmanship? Could it be that he was also a thunder saint? Many people's brains were a little numb. Lei Zhen's pupils shrank. He was still in the first area, and what happened before shocked him. What happened now made him even more terrified. The other party was going to break through. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was he finally going to break through? Lin Wudi, did he choose to break through at this time? What did he want to do? Sure enough, after the first bolt of thunder, the second and third. Thunder poured down from the sky. The sword chi in the sky was completely shattered. Those thunder enveloped Lin Xian and Jian Chen at the same time. Damn it, you dare to trick me! Jian Chen roared. Did the other party want to use the thunder tribulation to deal with him? I'm not afraid of thunder. So what if you break through? You're still no match for me. Jian Chen was also an expert in the late 5th level. His strength was unparalleled. However, he regretted it as soon as he made a move. The thunder seemed to be angered and became more and more terrifying. Even all the dark clouds on the entire heavenly fate planet gathered above his head. The terrifying thunder and lightning were incomparably mighty, completely engulfing the two of them. A miserable sound was heard, making one's scalp tingle. The people in the 9th area had long fled. They either fled to the 1st area or the 8th area. Even if they were carrying the chains of the Great Tao, they didn't dare to stay in the same place. Chapter 3988. The toad's eyelids twitched wildly. Damn, this kid was too terrifying. This lightning tribulation could kill people. Murong Qingqing was also a little worried. She also heard Lin Xian's screams. However, the dark red divine dragon was a little suspicious. This kid's screams were very strange. Why did it feel like he was laughing? Indeed, Lin Xian was also screaming, but it was because he was comfortable. Although the thunder had shattered his body into a bloody mess. However, she felt that he was undergoing a metamorphosis. This time, he had swallowed a large number of heavenly Tao golden lotuses, and he had fought all the way. Finally, he had accumulated enough. At this moment, all of his strength had erupted. Not far away from him was Jian Chen. Cracks had also appeared on the other party's body. Many places were charred black, and his flesh was badly mutilated. Damn it. Jian Chen's eyes were incomparably red as he stared at Lin Xian. He held the starry sky sword and charged over. However, as soon as he got close to Lin Xian, he spat out blood and flew backward. The lightning around Lin Xian became even more violent. Even he couldn't resist it. He knew that he would be an idiot if he stayed here. He quickly retreated. Do you want to leave? Didn't you want to fight me to the death? Come on, I'll give you a handicap of 1 hand. I'll even give you a handicap of 100 moves. Lin Xian rode the lightning tribulation and quickly flew forward. Damn it, get lost. Stay away from me. Jian Chen was scared out of his wits. As soon as he got close to him, the lightning tribulation increased. Just like that, he fled all the way. How could Lin Xian let him go? It trapped him tightly. No matter how strong Jian Chen was, under such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, his skin and flesh were also split open. His body had exploded several times. He was about to be killed. Senior brother, save me. Jian Chen sent out a cry for help. Between heaven and earth, a sword chi split open the sea of lightning. This was Wan Jianyi. It was a strike from an endless area. Using this crack, Jian Chen escaped. The surrounding people were terrified. Although Jian Chen escaped, everyone knew that the other party had lost. And he was seriously injured. If it wasn't for Wan Jianyi making a move, the other party would have died without a doubt. Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored Jian Chen. Instead, he turned to look at the 7th region. He soared into the air and charged over. Not good, the great demon king is here, run. The people in the 8th region screamed in fright and fled. However, as soon as they escaped, they realized that Lin Xian didn't stay in the 8th area at all. He quickly charged towards the 7th region. This brat wanted to kill 9 Qilins. Everyone understood what was going on. The 9-headed Qilin naturally understood as well. He was horrified and wanted to flee. However, before he could even move, Lin Xian had already charged over. Thunder and lightning enveloped him. He asked Yuquan for help. However, at this moment, Right Fist did not have the time to pay attention to him. He was still engaged in a life-and-death battle with Qin Xian. Thus, the 9 Qilins were in a very miserable state. His strength was not even as strong as Jian Chen's, so how could he possibly block it? In an instant, he was severely injured. Damn it, he wanted to tear apart the thunder and escape from here. However, he was kicked down by Lin Xian. The golden foot was like a huge mountain, causing his arm to crack. Phoebes. The 9-headed Qilin roared and dimmed. Lin Xian frowned. Did he want to use his spatial magic to escape? It was useless. He used the heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. In the sea of lightning, a pair of golden eyes looked through the 9 heavens and 10 earth. As Lin Xian's strength increased, the future of the heavenly secret divine eyes became even more terrifying. He directly locked onto the 9-headed Qilin. There was no way to escape. He controlled the arena and pierced through countless worlds. Moreover, the great dragon sword's soul struck out and locked onto all directions. Before the void beast could escape, it was beaten out of its hiding place. The void beast vomited blood, and the 9-headed Qilin was sent flying. The two separated. Lin Xian carried the supreme thunder and directly destroyed the 9-headed Qilin. The 9-headed Qilin's corpse floated up and down and quickly came back to life. However, it was killed again. The 9-headed Qilin died twice in the Sea of Lightning. In addition to the previous times, he had died 3 times. He originally only had 7 lives left. Now, he only had 4 lives left. The void beast's eyes also turned red. He ignored everything even if he was injured. He also wanted to use the power of the void. In the end, he was seriously injured and left with the 9-headed Qilin. Everyone's hair stood on end. The terrifying 9-headed Qilin was actually beaten to death. He even lost 3 lives. This was an extremely heavy loss. The people in the 7th area also fled. At present, other than Lin Xian, only Qin Xianer and Yuquan were left. In the end, the 2 of them even fought to other areas. Only Lin Xian was left. Lin Xian bathed in the divine thunder and resisted with all his strength. After 5 days and 5 nights, the thunder that filled the sky disappeared. Lin Xian walked out. His body was overflowing with light. The injuries that he had suffered previously all disappeared at the last moment. The aura on his body was much stronger than before. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the 5th heaven. This kind of cultivation was actually nothing among the saints around him, because many of them were in the late stage of the 5th heaven. However, it was not easy for Lin Xian. One had to know that he had a divine body and a dragon sword soul. To break through was 10 times or 100 times more difficult than other saints. And once he broke through, his power would far surpass those saints. As expected, the people around him were terrified. Lin Wudi was already so terrifying before he broke through. Now that he had broken through to the middle stage of the 5th heaven, who could be his match? Among the chief disciples, there was definitely no one who could be his match. Even if he met Jianchen, he probably did not need the Thunder Tribulation. The other party could defeat Jianchen. Some of the experts of the sacred city were terrified. Who could stop the rise of the other party? Damn it. In the distance, Jianchen's injuries had already recovered. However, the wound in his heart would never be healed. The other party dared to use the Thunder Tribulation to deal with him and successfully broke through. All of this drove her crazy. In the first area, Lei Zhen's hair stood on end. This person was too terrifying. Fortunately, he did not make a move before. However, he felt a sense of powerlessness. The other party had broken through to this extent. Was he still a match for the other party? That was great. The Toad, and Hong, and the others exclaimed. Murong Qingqing and the others also smiled. The risk from before was worth it. The current Lin Xian should be the strongest person below the pilgrim list. Boom, boom. At this moment, earth-shattering roars came from the sixth area. Two figures flew out at the same time. Between heaven and earth, there was holy blood floating. Was there a result? Everyone's gaze was attracted. Even the geniuses on the pilgrim list turned their heads to look. They saw that Yu Quan was covered in blood and his face was pale. It was obvious that he had been severely injured before. Especially his soul, he had probably received a powerful attack from the joyous Union Bell. On the other side, Qin Xiener was also covered in blood. She was originally wearing a long blue dress embroidered with countless great daos. However, at this moment, there was bright red blood standing on it. It was abnormally shocking. However, looking at her state, she seemed to be better than Yu Quan. In other words, Yu Quan was still defeated by the other party. Damn woman, just you wait. Yu Quan roared. Chapter 3989. He had indeed lost to her, but he swore. As long as he found a powerful soul defense weapon, he would not be afraid of her. Next time, he would definitely defeat this woman. Then, he would take her as his concubine. After returning to the seventh area, Yu Quan prepared to recuperate. The next step was to seize the Destiny Stone. However, he found that the seventh area was in ruins, as if it had been struck by lightning. There was no one there. There was only one figure standing there. Seeing this figure, Yu Quan was furious. The wounds on his body that had originally healed opened again because of his excitement. Kid, you still dare to come? Go to hell. He was already in a bad mood. At this moment, when he saw Lin Xian, he was naturally furious. He immediately attacked with a terrifying desolate blade, splitting the sky and splitting the earth. Kid, come back quickly. The dark divine dragon roared. Murong Qingqing also said, Brother Xian, don't fight him head-on. They were all very worried. The surrounding people were also stunned. Was this Lin Wudi too excited? Facing Yu Quan, he didn't want to run away. What did he want to do? One had to know that last time, Yu Quan's casual attack was something that Lin Xian couldn't block at all. Not to mention that he was attacking in a rage now. He estimated that within 3 moves he would be able to kill Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi had just broken through and became the #1 chief disciple. Was he going to be killed? Some people felt that the sky was about to collapse. If that was the case, then it would be a big joke. It would be best to kill him. Jian Chen gritted his teeth as he watched the battle from afar. Lin Xian's figure flashed and dodged the 3 blades. Then he floated in the air and didn't escape. Instead, he stared at the figure in front of him with interest. At this moment, Yu Quan's face was pale, but his eyes were blood red. Many cracks appeared on his armor. Some of them could be seen through the cracks, and some of them were even internal organs. These were all torn apart by the sound wave attack of the joyous bell. Moreover, Lin Xian could feel that not only was his body injured, but his soul was also weak. This was a good opportunity for him to make a move. It just so happens that I'll use you to test my strength after breaking through. Lin Xian was excited and eager to try. You dare to provoke me? Yu Quan smiled. The cracks on his body were rapidly being healed by the aura of the Great Desolation. Brad, do you think you can provoke me just because I'm injured? You're too naive. A giant dragon was a giant dragon. Even if it was injured, it was not something that an ant could provoke. Yu Quan's eyes were filled with disdain. Previously, he was able to injure the other party with a single slap. Now, even if the other party's cultivation had broken through, so what? He was only at the mid-stage of the 5th heavenly layer. He could wipe out a group of such people with a wave of his hand. Lin Xian made the first move. He unleashed a terrifying sword light that slashed forward in an overwhelming manner. The people around him were terrified. They had never imagined that Lin Xian would dare to take the initiative to attack. Yu Quan was infuriated. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Truth be told, other than those who were not on the pilgrim list, he did not bother to make a move. Even if the other party was the #1 chief disciple, he didn't think highly of him. But now, this little ant had truly angered him. Therefore, he decided that even if he would lose some face, he would still kill the other party. Boom. He broke through the void and charged over as fast as lightning. With one punch, the terrifying Baron Fist sent all of the flaming sword chi flying. At the same time, he quickly charged over. Go to hell. His fist turned into a palm and grabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand as well, resisting the attack. The golden palm was like fire in the sky. The two collided, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. After that, Lin Xian retreated and stepped through the void. His chi and blood were surging, but his eyes were extremely excited. The people around him were all stunned. Lin Wudi actually blocked it. It was too unbelievable. Could he compete with those on the pilgrim list after breaking through once? Interesting. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. He shook his numb arm, and the power in his body began to circulate again. On the opposite side, Yu Quan's expression became somewhat ugly. He blocked it. This was not what he had expected. In his imagination, this attack would be able to smash the other party into pieces. However, he did not expect that he would only be able to push the other party back. The other party was not even injured. This made his face burn with embarrassment. That was a feeling of humiliation. Go to hell. A blade of desolation appeared in his hand, and he slashed down crazily. Lin Xian roared and quickly dodged. Then, the great sun sword turned into countless sun sword chi. The sword and saber collided, and a sonorous sound swept across the 9 heavens. Countless cracks accompanied it. The scene of the two fighting was terrifying. The surrounding saints were all stunned. Lin Wudi could really compete with the prodigies on the pilgrim list. However, the other people on the pilgrim list frowned. Those followers were also dumbfounded. It couldn't be, right? They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Had that kid already defied the heavens to such an extent? Mo Xiu snorted coldly, making a fuss over nothing. It was just that Yu Quan was seriously injured. Otherwise, would that kid have the right to be so arrogant? Indeed, many people saw it. Even though Yu Quan was using the power of desolation to heal his wounds, there were still some wounds that could not be healed in a short period of time. Moreover, as the battle continued, those wounds split open again, and blood flowed out. However, the seriously injured Yu Quan was not someone that anyone could resist. Even Jian Chen and the others did not have the confidence to block him at all. Lin Xian was able to fight evenly. This undoubtedly showed that Lin Xian's strength had long surpassed that of the chief disciple. Ah! Yu Quan roared. The aura of desolation on his body continued to spread. After hundreds of moves, he still could not kill an ant? That made him lose all his face. Go to hell. He struck out a desolate mountain, and a terrifying aura surged. It enveloped a part of the sky. Wherever it passed, it turned into ashes. Nothing could resist it. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He felt a great sense of crisis. It should be the top secret technique of the great desolate mansion. He did not dare to be careless. He instantly used Tai Chi. He waved his hands and struck out a Tai Chi diagram that spun in front of him. The power of yin and yang erupted along with the Tai Chi diagram. Buzz, buzz. The Tai Chi diagram faced off against the desolate mountain. It directly blocked the aura of desolation. The aura of yin and yang filled the air. It was abnormally terrifying. He pulled out the great spear of destruction, used it as an axe, and slashed down from the sky. It carried the law of death and the law of sword. With a bang, it crossed the heavy sky and smashed into Yu Quan's body. Yu Quan was instantly sent flying. The armor, which had already cracked, was now even more shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Yu Quan roared as the desolation scripture in his body circulated crazily. He let out a beast-like roar. The palm of desolation. He struck out an extremely terrifying palm of desolation that covered the sky and earth. Lin Xian quickly dodged. At the same time, he waved the great spear of destruction. All kinds of terrifying sword chi surged out. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying collision sounded. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 3990. Yu Quan was completely enraged. He soared into the air like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex as he fought Lin Xian in close combat. Lin Xian was still not afraid. His divine body was not afraid of close combat, so the battle between the two was very shocking. No way, this Lin Wudi is heaven-defying. Can he really fight against Yu Quan? Why do I feel like he's going to suppress Yu Quan now? The surrounding saints whispered, and some of the followers were even more terrified. They felt that it was hard to imagine. All along, the people on the pilgrim list had been godlike existences. But now, someone was going to go against the heavens and kill the gods. Some people even said, "Young master, will Yu Quan really be defeated?" If that was the case, then it would be a big joke. Mo Xiu, who was surrounded by Huang Quan, held the devil trident with an unusually cold expression. Damn it, this Yu Quan won't fail miserably, right? In this way, not only would he be defeated, everyone on the pilgrim list would lose face. In the third zone, Wan Jinni carried a peerless divine sword with a solemn expression. What a piece of trash. He couldn't even beat an ant. Chao Tianxing put his hands behind his back, wearing a ghost-like mask. He didn't say anything. On the other side, Qin Xiener, who was charming all living beings, was swallowing pills. At the side, they were interested in watching this battle. Yu Quan was completely enraged. He also knew that whether it was his allies, followers, or enemies, they were all paying attention to him. At this moment, they were all paying attention to him. He couldn't lose. With a roar, the laws all over his body spread. The terrifying aura of desolation formed a sacred domain that enveloped Lin Xian. Those laws formed one desolate blade after another in the sacred domain. With a shocking aura, they rampaged between heaven and earth. Lin Xian fought with all his strength. The two of them exchanged blows, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Terrifying laws intertwined between heaven and earth, and a terrifying roar filled the seventh zone. After another 100 moves, the two separated and confronted each other. There were some wounds on Lin Xian's body, which were caused by the other party's desolate aura. Yu Quan was also not feeling good. He was already injured, and now the wounds on his body were even more terrifying. Some of the wounds that had already healed split open once again. They specifically attacked his wounds, worsening his injuries. In the seventh region, the entire space was completely shattered. Not a single place was intact. When the people in the other regions saw this, they were terrified. Too strong. This Lin Wudi can really contend with Yu Quan. That was a genius ranked on the pilgrim roll. How powerful was that? Many people couldn't believe it. Yu Quan was so angry that his whole body trembled, and a terrifying light flickered in his eyes. Behind him, the aura of desolation combined with the laws to form a mysterious pattern. It was a vast mountain range that formed a valley. There was a blurry figure in the valley, and no one could see clearly what it was. However, just the aura that was emanating from it was enough to send chills down the spines of all the elite geniuses and powerful beings of the older generation. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Although he was injured, he didn't care. Now, he had a rough idea of how strong his battle prowess was. Dealing with the current Yu Quan would not be a problem. Furthermore, he still had many trump cards that he had yet to use. The breakthrough this time had indeed brought about an earth-shattering change in his strength. I underestimated you. I didn't expect an ant to be able to contend with me. On the opposite side, Yu Quan spoke. His eyes became even colder. However, the battle could end now. You can be proud that you made me attack with my full strength even if you die. Before he finished speaking, he made his move. Carrying the mysterious illusion and the valley, he soared through the air and directly charged in front of Lin Xian. The void in front of him kept shattering. It was clear that Yu Quan was truly furious. On the other side, Lin Xian also moved as if he had transformed into a true dragon. His entire body was blooming with terrifying sword light. At this moment, he was also attacking with all his strength. Buzz, buzz. Terrifying sword chi and many kinds of laws spread between heaven and earth. The void in front of him kept shattering. Boom. The two collided again, and a world-destroying battle broke out. It seemed that both of them wanted to finish off the other in this battle. The great spear of destruction in Lin Xian's hand kept attacking. It seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword, quickly attacking Yu Quan's cracked wounds. He wanted to completely split Yu Quan's body apart. However, Yu Quan was still very strong. Although he was seriously injured, he was still extremely terrifying. His figure kept swaying, avoiding those wounds. He tried his best to block the sword chi. Buzz. At the same time, a few cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body. Those were the marks of his opponent's gaze. Moreover, what made his hair stand on end was that behind his opponent, a ray of light suddenly flew out of the mysterious valley. His bones were exposed from his shoulders. It was so terrifying. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. It seemed that he had to be extremely careful. There might be even more terrifying methods in the mysterious valley. Lin Xian attacked with all his strength. He used the law of sword to the extreme. The great spear of destruction was like a black dragon being waved by him. He attacked aggressively. His opponent's desolate aura trembled continuously. At the same time, Lin Xian used his fists and legs to fight in close combat. He was very confident in his physique. Therefore, he was not afraid that his opponent would dare to fight him in close combat. Buzz. After exchanging another 30 moves, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly shone with a golden light. He activated a terrifying eye technique. It turned into countless golden light blades and stabbed at his opponent. His opponent had been attacked by his soul before. Now, he attacked unexpectedly and severely injured his opponent's soul again. Sure enough, Yu Quan did not expect Lin Xian's eye technique to be so powerful. His body trembled, and his soul was about to split open. His movements had also slowed down, revealing an opening. It was a good opportunity. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. He held the great spear of destruction with both hands. The law of sword condensed on it, and a dragon's roar sounded. It formed a dragon shadow that coiled around the black spear. Buzz. He slashed forward with his sword. He attacked the crack on his opponent's abdomen. Before that crack, his opponent's internal organs had already been exposed. Now, he was attacking with all his might, trying to cut his opponent in half. Buzz, that terrifying aura caused Yu Quan's body to tremble. Damn it, his expression changed drastically. If it was hit by this attack, it might really be split in half. How dare you! He frantically retreated, enduring the pain in his soul. He attacked aggressively. The length of desolation slammed down continuously, forming countless defenses in front of him. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering collision sound rang out, and the people in the other areas were all shaken to the point that they sat on the ground. His mind went blank. What they saw before them was incomparably bright. The light and laws of the two completely drowned out everything in front of them. Not good, some of the top experts had bright eyes. They saw through the laws and saw the battle inside. What had happened? The others also became nervous. What was it that could make these people so shocked? Soon they saw the scene in front of them through the gaps in the laws. Then they were all horrified. Thanks to user Heartache for the tip. User General's reward. The sorrow at the user's fingertips. User 135 **** 2841 tipped. User, Level 7 Beauty can't hide your ugliness. Reward. User, the early worm is eaten by the bird. Reward. User, Zhuing Qingfeng Carrot Drizzle Reward. User, Lu Sheng Reward. User, 10 years ago the East and the West. Reward. User, Rome Reward. User, Reward. User, Xiaoyao Reward. User, Memories are so painful that they are sad. Reward. User, Soup Reward. User, Bored Reward. User, Unique, Drunk Reward. User, Prophet's Prince Charming Reward. Thank you for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for your support. Chapter 3991. Yu Quan was sent flying, and more blood flowed out of his body. The wound on his opponent's body became even more terrifying, and it seemed that he was about to be cut in half. Only some skin on the side was still connected. The sword strike just now had seriously injured Yuquan again. Ah! Yuquan let out a miserable cry, and the people around him felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't believe it. Even the few people on the pilgrim roll were surprised. This battle was also beyond their expectations. Die, kid! Yuquan roared and rushed over again. Behind him, a figure appeared in the mysterious valley. The figure was abnormally hazy, but it could be seen clearly. Although the figure was blurry, he was bound by 8 chains that firmly locked him in the valley. What is it? Many people felt their scalps go numb. Even Wan Jianyi and the others frowned. The Great Desolation technique of the Great Desolation Mansion was too terrifying. The Finger of Desolation. The figure bound by the mysterious chains stretched out a finger and charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He could feel the immense murderous intent. This attack was truly too terrifying. It seemed that Yuquan was really going all out. With a roar, he took out the great dragon sword soul and slashed forward. Boom! 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 The two of them exploded with unparalleled power. Both of them were sent flying, and many cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body. His divine body was also shattered at this moment. From this, one could imagine how frightening that mysterious figure was. However, Yuquan was even worse off. This time he was really cut in half. Not only that, but many sword wounds also appeared on his broken body. The densely packed wounds were a shocking sight. Both of them were seriously injured by this attack. No way! Everyone gasped. Yuquan was really cut in half by the opponent's sword. At this moment, Yuquan was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. His face became extremely ferocious. Damn it, this is really too despicable. He didn't even suffer such serious injuries when fighting Qin Xianer. Now, he was seriously injured by an ant. It was driving him crazy. Lin Xian's body was also covered in blood, but he laughed and laughed proudly. Geniuses on the pilgrim ranking were nothing more than that, and he was still able to injure them. What is that sword shadow on your body? On the other side, Yuquan's expression was terrifying as he stared at the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Not to mention him, even Mo Xiu and the others felt their hair stand on end. This brat actually had such a treasure? This was even more so for Wan Jianyi and Jian Chen. Jian Chen's eyes were fiery red. This kind of sword aura was too terrifying. His opponent actually had such a terrifying sword Dao treasure. Wan Jianyi's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He stared at the dragon sword shadow. I could feel the power of the strongest. At this moment, countless sword chi appeared around his body as if they were worshipping the sword god. This caused many people to be shocked. Return of the 10,000 Swords. This was the ultimate technique of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. With the first of 10,000 swords, it was terrifying to the extreme. Mo Xiu, Qin Xianer, and the other experts on the Holy Pilgrim list were also on high alert. Kid, just you wait. This matter isn't over yet. I will never let you go. If I wasn't injured, you wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. Indeed, he was clenching his teeth. If he didn't fight with Qin Xianer, he could definitely kill the other party. Lin Xian coldly snorted. It's useless to say anything now. Today, I'll send you on your way. He had a bold idea. The others' eyelids were also twitching. No way, what does this kid want to do? Damn it. Yuquan was even more furious. His two halves quickly healed, but his face was extremely ugly. Brother Wan, please lend me a hand. This kid's treasure is very suitable for you. Yuquan asked Wan Jianyi for help. Damn this guy, he's too despicable. The dark red divine dragon, the toad, and the others cursed loudly. Murong Qingqing and the others were also extremely nervous. Wan Jianyi soared into the sky. Alright, I'll help you. He crossed several districts and came to the 7th district. Lin Xian felt as if he was facing a great enemy. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand became even more dazzling, letting out waves of dragon roars. Kid, you're just taking advantage of the situation. If Yuquan wasn't injured, you wouldn't have the chance to win. That's right. The demonic cultivator also flew over, with dozens of great Dao chains wrapped around his body. However, he was not afraid. Moreover, Don't think that you can fight against me just because you injured Yu Quan. To tell you the truth, we're all minor saints. It's just that our cultivation bases are suppressed here. If we were in the outside world, we could kill you with just a flick of our fingers. Therefore, in front of us, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Not good, Lin Wudi is in danger. 2 experts on the holy list wanted to help Yu Quan. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he couldn't resist them. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. After saying so much, he just wanted to regain his face. How many years have you guys cultivated? I've only cultivated for a few years. I'm just a mid-5th layer saint. I'm indeed proud of defeating you guys. You guys have the face to call yourselves minor saints. If I'm a minor saint, I can kill all 3 of you with one hand. Facing the pressure of the 3, he was still not afraid. Mo Xiu shouted coldly. He took a step forward, and the yellow springs diagram above his head spun out. It seemed that he wanted to refine Lin Xian. On the other side, Wan Jinni's body was filled with sword qi. It seems that I have to teach you a good lesson and let you know what fear is. You guys are ganging up to bully a young little brother. You guys are really heroic. I can't stand it anymore. At this moment, a beautiful figure floated over and came to Lin Xian's side. She laughed. What? You guys really don't care about your status and want to make a move on someone who is hundreds or even thousands of years younger than you. Qin Xianer, what do you mean? Mo Xiu frowned. This has nothing to do with you. Qin Xianer laughed, and her charming eyes made the blood of those around her boil. Even the demonic cultivator's pupils shrank as if he was facing a great enemy. Qin Xianer giggled. If this has nothing to do with me, then it has something to do with you? What does this have to do with you? He killed the chief disciple of my Yellow Springs Hall. Naturally, I'll take revenge on him. He killed so many sword saints of my Myriad Swords Pavilion. How can I let him go? I'll bring him back to the Myriad Swords Pavilion and let him use the rest of his life to atone for his sins. You guys are just greedy for treasures, aren't you? Qin Xianer giggled. I feel like old friends with this little brother. I want to protect him. Can't I? You can try. Yu Quan also stood out. His broken body had already recovered. His expression was extremely ferocious. Qin Xianer, your joyous union bell is powerful, but can you fight against the 3 of us? Chapter 3992. Oh, is that so? At this moment, Chao Tianxing, who had been standing with his hands behind his back and watching the battle in silence, also spoke. His figure flickered and he also came to the 7th zone. He faced Wan Jinni. This scene made Yu Quan and Mo Xiu's faces become extremely ugly. Apart from Wan Jinni, who had an unparalleled sword qi, these people were afraid of another person, and that was Chao Tianxing. Because he was too mysterious, and he didn't easily take action. However, no one dared to doubt his strength. At this moment, his appearance made Mo Xiu and Yu Quan feel like they were facing a great enemy. Qin Xianer's smile became even more charming as she spoke in a coquettish voice. What's wrong? Is this lineup enough to stop you all? Chao Tianxing, are you going to interfere in this matter? Are you going to protect this kid? Wan Jinni's voice was biting cold, and the sword intent on his body became even more terrifying, as if it was going to pierce the sky. Chao Tianxing still stood with his hands behind his back. He was wearing a ferocious mask, so no one could see his expression. However, his eyes were as calm as water. I've long heard that Wan Jinni's sword technique is peerless. I'd like to experience it today. Is that so? Then as you wish. The sword intent on Wan Jinni's body became even more terrifying. Lin Xian felt a huge pressure. The expert's dragon shadow swayed, turning into countless dragon-shaped sword qi that surrounded him. If they really fought, he would be able to contend with Yu Quan. At least, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Why is it so lively? Do you want to rank in advance? At this moment, another voice rang out. Then, a figure appeared out of thin air above their heads. Who is this person? When did he appear? The surrounding saints were all at a loss. They didn't sense it at all before. Even Mo Xiu and Lu Quan's pupils shrank. Wang Jiani frowned. Gu Feng, do you want to interfere too? Gu Feng, is he the spatial expert on the pilgrim list? Many people screamed. Space was king. The space god art was mysterious and unfathomable, unparalleled. Now that a spatial super expert had appeared, everyone was in an uproar. Lin Xian was also surprised. He looked at Gu Feng. Gu Feng was too strange. He could only see a blurry figure, but he couldn't see his face at all. The reason for that was because the spatial energy he possessed was extremely frightening. Their gazes were completely engulfed by the power of space. Therefore, he was unable to detect the other party's appearance or even the aura of their cultivation. Space was capable of isolating everything. Lin Wudi, interesting. You remind me of someone. Gu Feng's eyes were incomparably black, like two black holes. He looked down. His voice stunned everyone. What was going on? Did this Gu Feng know Lin Wudi? Lin Xian was taken aback as well. Could it really be him? True spirit world, Gu family. Legend had it that there was a divine body. Back then, so many geniuses had appeared. In the end, the divine body did not appear. There were even people who doubted whether he had a divine body or not. But now, Lin Xian felt that it was very possible that it was this person in front of him. He wasn't confident because he had never seen the other party before. However, the other party's words seemed to remind him that there might be some kind of connection between the two of them. This connection was probably because they all came from the true spirit world. Just as everyone was discussing spiritedly, they suddenly trembled and looked around in bewilderment. What a terrifying killing intent. What was going on? It seemed like a god of death was about to appear. Lin Xian was also stunned. There was a top assassin. Qin Xiener also stopped smiling. Wu Xen, you're here? She said coquettishly. Everyone was in an uproar again. Wu Xen was a super assassin in the mortal world. He was also someone on the pilgrim ranking. He had also come. Now, the 7 people on the transcendence ranking were finally all here. However, no one appeared between heaven and earth. That murderous aura came suddenly and disappeared just as quickly. It disappeared without a trace. Everyone even thought that they had been hallucinating. Did that Wu Xen come or not? Because of Lin Xian, so many experts on the pilgrim ranking were facing each other. It could be said that this was the first time this had happened. However, at this moment, a shocking fluctuation came from the depths of the Destiny Star. Everyone's expression changed. The Destiny Stone was about to open. I'll spare your life this time. Wang Jiani's figure flickered and he returned to his own area. Kid, you're very lucky. However, once you leave the Destiny Star, you're still an ant in front of us. Mo Xiao also soared into the sky. Little brother, return to your own area. It's time to test your destiny. Qin Xiener smiled and winked. What a powerful bewitching technique. Lin Xian was shocked. He couldn't help it just now, but fortunately, his soul was also very strong. He recovered in an instant. I understand. Thank you, fairy. Qin Xiener was stunned. One had to know that her charm was something that even Mo Xiao and the others might not be able to completely resist. However, the youth in front of her had recovered in an instant. It was really surprising. Things are getting more and more interesting. I hope you won't disappoint me. Qin Xiener smiled seductively, then soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Chao Tianxing also left. From start to finish, he didn't even look at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian still thanked him. If it wasn't for Chao Tianxing's arrival, Wang Jiani would have already attacked. Those people returned to their own areas, leaving only Yu Quan in the 7th area. Yu Quan's face was cold. Kid, you're so arrogant. Once I recover my true cultivation, I'll show you how I'll kill you. He gritted his teeth. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I'll accompany you anytime. But don't worry, I'll soon make it to the sage rankings. At that time, the first person to challenge me will be you. I'll trample you under my feet and replace your spot. At this point, Lin Xian laughed loudly and returned to the 9th zone. Damn it. Yu Quan was about to vomit blood. The other party was openly provoking him, but he couldn't fight back. This feeling was really too sullen. In the end, he held back and didn't make a move. This was the most important moment. They had all come to the celestial fate planet to wait for this moment. Sure enough, countless people looked in front of them. There was a resplendent light in front of them. It was a scene of immortals. There was a huge stone in front of them. There were 7 orifices and 9 caves. It was incomparably mysterious. Was that the legendary Destiny Stone? It could measure their future destiny. These people were extremely excited. After Lin Xian returned, Murong Qingqing and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Then they looked in front of them. Was it finally about to begin? They were also a little nervous. They didn't know what level they would reach in the end. Everyone leaned forward and went up. At this moment, a figure in a green robe appeared beside the Destiny Stone. This person was wearing a bronze mask. Chapter 3993. The bronze emissary had walked out of the bronze gate. Was he going to preside over the test? Sure enough, the bronze emissary's voice was unusually calm. His voice spread throughout the surroundings. The test of the Destiny Stone had begun. Who will do it? Let me do it. A figure turned into lightning and instantly rushed forward. It was Lei Jin. He could not wait any longer. He had to find out what his destiny was. The bronze emissary did not say anything. The others were also curious. They wanted to see what kind of future Lei Jin had. At the same time, they also wanted to know how the Destiny Stone would test his destiny. Lei Jin continued walking forward. He drew a line of blood on his palm and then placed his hand on the Destiny Stone. The blood merged into the Destiny Stone. In the next moment, the light on the Destiny Stone spun and the great Tao intertwined. Everyone was nervous and looked forward to it. As for Lei Jin, he was extremely nervous. At this moment, the Destiny Stone changed. The changes intertwined and formed an image. In that illusion, there was a mighty and extraordinary figure. Stepping on thunder, he looked like the thunder god. There were 3 strange flowers above his head. They quickly formed and became more and more colorful. Then, the 3 strange purple flowers disappeared. All kinds of auspicious signs descended between heaven and earth. What was that? Everyone was surprised and did not understand. They watched carefully and did not dare to breathe loudly. The auspicious signs of heaven and earth quickly gathered. In the end, there was an image of a lotus, but it was not solid. It was very faint. Soon, all the illusions disappeared. Lei Jin was also confused. He looked at the bronze emissary and said respectfully, "Senior, please enlighten me." The bronze emissary said indifferently. 3 strange flowers above his head were the 3 flowers at one's prominence. That was a small saint. Auspicious signs descended from the sky. That was an auspicious sign from the heavens. He could become a sacred venerate. When he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. In other words, Lei Jin could become a sacred venerate. That was incredible. Someone said, "Is he only a sacred venerate?" They thought that Lei Jin could become a sacred king. Lei Jin's expression changed drastically. Although becoming a sacred venerate was also a supreme expert, he was unwilling to accept it. His goal was to become a sacred king. "Senior, what is a sacred king?" Lei Jin asked quickly. The bronze emissary said indifferently, "Lotus steps was the illusion of a sacred king." As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar again. In the end, all the strange phenomena formed an illusory lotus under Lei Jin's feet. He still hadn't reached the level of lotus blooming step, but he had already surpassed the level of heavenly general auspicious signs. What was going on? The envoy looked at Lei Jin and said in a deep voice, "It won't be a problem for you to become a sacred venerate. However, with your aptitude, it won't be easy for you to become a sage king. If one did not have a heaven-defying opportunity, one would not be able to become a sage king." This news was like a thunderclap. Lei Jin's face turned ugly. With his talent, he could only become a holy venerate. The blow was too great for him. One had to know that sage king and sage sovereign were just 2 words apart, but their identities were vastly different. A sage king was a supreme existence in the 2nd astral realm. The saint venerables could only kneel before the saint kings. However, the others were extremely envious. Although they couldn't become Saint Kings, Saint Venerables were extremely terrifying. That was a supreme expert who could sweep through an entire star field. If they could become one, they would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. I still have a chance. Lei Zhen clenched his fists. It wasn't that he couldn't become a Sage King, but this path was much more difficult. As long as there was a chance, he wouldn't give up. Lei Zhen took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Thank you, Senior. Then he stepped back. Who would be the next one? Everyone was looking forward to it. To be honest, not everyone had the opportunity and strength to predict the destiny. Some people didn't even have the Dao Flower, let alone predict the destiny. Most people came to the Destiny Planet to look for treasures and work hard to improve themselves. Only a very small number of people were eager to know their future. And this group of people were those who stood at the pinnacle of existence. I'll do it. Nine-headed Qilin quickly walked out. He couldn't wait any longer. This time, he had lost so many lives. He wanted a perfect result. He glared at Lin Xian and then came to the Destiny Stone. He bowed respectfully. He cut his palm and placed it on the stone. Everyone was nervous and excited again. They didn't know what level Nine-headed Qilin would reach. Soon, the figure of Nine-headed Qilin appeared on the Destiny Stone. 3 flowers appeared on his head, and auspicious signs appeared. It was a Sage King. Many people exclaimed. However, it wasn't over. After the auspicious signs appeared, lotus flowers appeared under his feet. Lotus flowers bloomed with every step. Heavens, a Sage King. This Nine-headed Qilin had the potential to become a Sage King. Everyone screamed. Nine-headed Qilin's lips curled into a smile. Very good. Lei Zhen's face turned cold when he saw this. Damn it, he had been defeated by the other party. The bronze envoy nodded slightly. If there were no accidents, with his talent and potential, he could become a Sage King. Thank you, envoy. Nine-headed Qilin bowed respectfully and then walked away proudly. During this time, he glanced at Lin Xian with a hint of provocation. Lin Xian sneered. Wasn't Nine-headed Qilin a Sage King? He believed that with his talent, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a Sage King. Next, more experts went up one after another. They were either chief disciples, top prodigies, or elders. Most of these people were holy venerates. There were very few Sage Kings. One could imagine how difficult it was to become a Sage King. However, it made sense. After becoming a Sage King, one could open up a Sage City and accept 10,000 sages. How glorious was that? As for those above the Sage King, no one had appeared. Could someone become the Great Sage? Everyone didn't dare to believe it. There were so many Sage Cities in the astral realm, but there might not be a Great Sage. Thinking of the Great Sage, Lin Xian and the others thought of Heishan. This was the remnant soul of the Great Sage. They wondered what Heishan had experienced back then for him to die. At the same time, they were also curious. How was Heishan in the Golden Palace? Was he in danger? Not long after, another scream was heard. It turned out that someone was walking with lotus flowers, forming the image of a Sage King. This made everyone exclaim. Lin Xian and the others were also surprised. Who was it? This was incredible. Li Hongxiu and the others looked carefully. It was Jianchen. The dark red dragon and the others gritted their teeth. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Jianchen, the chief disciple of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. It seemed that his talent was indeed very strong. Next, Gao Yu and Bai Luo, the 2 peerless beauties, also walked up to take the test. Chapter 3994. Their situation was similar to Lei Zhen's. They had received an auspicious sign and an illusory lotus flower had formed under their feet. There was no problem for them to become sacred sovereigns. However, it was difficult for them to become sacred kings. With their talents, it would be very difficult for them to do so unless they had other great opportunities. The crown prince of the New Moon race was in the same situation. More people went up. Everyone's gaze shifted to Lin Xian. So far, there weren't many people who had the talent of becoming a sacred king. They wondered what Lin Wudi would be like. He should have the talent of becoming a sacred king. That was for sure. He had defeated Jian Chen and nine-headed Qilin. They just didn't know when he would go up for the test. They were all looking forward to it. Some people also said that not only Lin Wudi, but the people around him were also very strong. They all had a high chance of becoming a sacred king. Why don't you guys go and try? Lin Xian asked with a smile. I'll go and try. The Northern Devil walked out. He cut his hand and placed it on the Destiny Stone. Soon, a golden lotus appeared under his feet. Lotuses bloomed with every step. Oh my God, this person also has the talent to become a sacred king. Who is he? Many people were shocked. This was one of Lin Wudi's companions. The surrounding experts were too shocked. Although they had seen the Northern Devil before, they didn't think that he was famous. He was far inferior to Lin Wudi and Li Hongxiu. However, they didn't expect that such a person had the talent to become a sacred king. One had to know that only Jian Chen, nine-headed Qilin, and a few others had such talent. Didn't this mean that this young man called the Northern Devil's talent wasn't inferior to nine-headed Qilin and the others? Not bad. The Northern Devil smiled when he returned. Lin Xian and the others also gave him a thumbs up. His talent was very strong. The dark red dragon said from the side, Kid, don't worry. With your talent and that old man in a black shirt, it's not impossible for you to surpass a sacred king in the future. Indeed. Lin Xian nodded after hearing that. The bronze messenger also said that as long as one had a heaven-defying opportunity, they could break through to heaven's mandate. Furthermore, they knew that Tianming's predictions weren't completely accurate. For example, if one died prematurely, no matter how good one's fate was, it would be useless. I'll try. Li Hongxiu also stepped forward. She was the daughter of the Saint King, and her bloodline was extremely terrifying. Therefore, he was able to achieve the scene of lotuses blooming with every step. As expected, the daughter of a Saint King also had the talent to become a Saint King. Everyone was extremely envious. Little sister Qingqing, are you not going? Li Hongxiu asked after coming back. Lin Xian also said, Qingqing, go and try it. However, Murong Qingqing shook her head. No, I have the seven-colored phoenix bloodline. If it were to be exposed, I would be hunted down by the Phoenix clan. That would be bad. Lin Xian nodded. Since that was the case, then forget it. Anyway, Murong Qingqing's talent was definitely not inferior to his. That was a bloodline that even the emperor clans were jealous of. It shouldn't be a problem for her to become a Saint King. He even felt that Murong Qingqing could definitely go further. The dark red divine dragon and the toad didn't go either. The dark red divine dragon's bloodline was also very terrifying among dragons. Therefore, he didn't want to take the lead. As for the toad, it was even stranger. It was originally a new creature of Tianming, so it didn't need to be tested. Therefore, only Lin Xian was left. However, Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. He was waiting. He wanted to see what kind of talent the people on the pilgrim list had. Yu Quan snorted coldly and took the lead to walk up. Everyone was excited. Heavens, it's Yu Quan. Are the people on the pilgrim list going to be tested? I wonder what kind of talent this group of people will have. These people were extremely excited. Soon, lotuses rose under Yu Quan's feet. Lotuses blooming with every step. Everyone was envious. Yu Quan wasn't surprised by this. He snorted lightly and walked back. Then, Mo Xiu also walked up. Lotuses blooming with every step. Qin Xianer charmed everyone and also blooming with lotuses. However, they were all lotus blooming steps, but there were still differences. Qin Xianer's lotuses were obviously brighter and more numerous than Yu Quan's. Regarding this, Li Hongxiu explained that there were also strong and weak sage kings. This meant that Qin Xianer's future achievements would be higher than Yu Quan's. Knowing this result, Yu Quan's face became a little ugly. Damn it, this woman. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by her again. When it was Wan Jianyi's turn, everyone screamed. Because Wan Jianyi's lotuses were even more terrifying than Qin Xianer's. The sky was full of golden lotuses, flickering non-stop, covering the sky and the earth. Not only that, in the illusion, In addition to lotuses blooming under his feet, there was also a trace of light flickering above his head. The light of the galaxy. A trace of light appeared in the bronze envoy's eyes. He smiled. I didn't expect you to be able to trigger the light of the galaxy. Although it was only a trace, it was very weak. It meant that you had a chance to break through to the great sage realm. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. They looked at Wang Jiani with excitement. This talent was too heaven-defying. The first one had appeared. The person who had the ability to break through to the great sage realm had appeared. Even Lin Xian and the others were surprised. The dark red dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. This person was incredible. Murong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others also had serious expressions. So far, so many top geniuses and peerless powerhouses had been tested, but only Wang Jiani had triggered the light of the galaxy. Wang Jiani's mouth curled up into a smile. He clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. The great sage realm. Even he was excited at this moment. Great, Genshin was cheering there. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion was going to rise. If a great sage realm appeared in the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, then they would be able to rule the second astral realm and surpass all the holy cities. As for the other holy cities, they were extremely shocked. This was an incredible piece of news. It would probably cause a huge storm after the Celestial Fate Star test ended. However, at this moment, the Bronze Envoy spoke. He said in a deep voice, although you triggered the light of the galaxy, it was too weak. This doesn't mean that you can completely become the great sage. It's just that you have the possibility. As for whether you can become one, it depends on your luck. Thank you for your advice, Senior. I will remember it in my heart. Wang Jiani said gratefully with cupped fists. Although there was only a slight possibility, it meant that he had surpassed the others. Because the others didn't even have the slightest possibility. Damn it, he actually had the chance to become the great sage realm. Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, and the others clenched their fists. Their eyes were red. Although they knew that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him to become the great sage realm. But there was still such a possibility. However, they didn't have it at all. The gap between them was simply too great. If they wanted to stop him, they had to kill him before he became the great sage realm. Qin Xianer was also envious. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 3995. Everyone was in an uproar, but there were two people among them who were extremely calm. One of them was Chao Tianxing, who stood with his hands behind his back and wore a green ghost mask. His expression was calm, as if this was nothing to be surprised about. The other was a space-type powerhouse who stood in the void and exuded the power of space, making it impossible for others to see what was real and what was not. Gufo. Although the crowd couldn't see his face clearly, they could feel his smile. This was too strange. Everyone knew that this was because the other party's use of space power had reached perfection. They could only see what the other party wanted them to see. If he didn't want them to see it, even if they broke their heads and used all their secret methods, they wouldn't be able to find anything. The other party was actually smiling. It seemed that the other party also had unlimited confidence. They were looking forward to it. They didn't know what this space-type powerhouse would be like. Let me test it. The appearance of the starry river's brilliance completely caused everyone to boil. Even the top assassin hiding in the dark couldn't hold it in anymore. He finally walked out of the void. This was the top killer saint in the mortal world. As expected, he also came. Many people screamed. This person was Wu Xen. After he walked up, he also took the test. Under his feet, golden lotuses of the great path filled the sky. The scene was better than that of Mo Xiu, Yu Quan, and the others. This made Mo Xiu and Yu Quan's expressions turn ugly. Especially Yu Quan, whose teeth were about to shatter. However, the only thing that made people sigh was that there was no starry river's brilliance with every step. This meant that the other party was not fated to be the great sage. Impossible. Wu Xian couldn't accept this fact at all. Was he really not fated to be the great sage? Damn it, I don't believe it. What kind of broken stone is this? He actually pulled out a killing sword and slashed it fiercely. Oh, damn it, how dare you! Many people screamed. If the Destiny Stone was destroyed, wouldn't that mean that they wouldn't even be qualified to take the test? At this critical moment, the bronze emissary stretched out a finger and gently pointed forward. The sword in Wu Xian's hand shattered, and his arm turned into a bloody mist and flew backward. Seeing that it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, I'll spare your life. If you dare to offend me again, I'll destroy your heart and soul. Get lost. The bronze envoy shouted coldly. After Wu Xian heard this, he left scared witless. The others were shocked beyond words. That was Wu Xin, a top genius on the pilgrim list. But now, in front of the bronze emissary, he couldn't even block a single finger. How strong was the bronze emissary? They didn't know, but it was likely that no one would dare to act impudently in front of him anymore. What a reckless fool. He actually dared to provoke the bronze envoy? Gu Feng shook his head. He stepped forward and cupped his fists at the bronze emissary. Senior, please calm down. That kind of trash was not worth getting angry over. Why don't I use my heavenly fate test to make you happy? After saying that, he walked forward. The surrounding people whispered to each other. This Gu Feng was too confident. That's right, he actually looked down on Wu Xin. He wondered what his destiny would be like. At this moment, countless people were paying attention. Even Lin Xian had a serious expression on his face. Soon, lotuses bloomed at every step above the mandate of heaven. This caused the crowd to exclaim in surprise. This was something that everyone had expected. The strength of this space-type powerhouse was unparalleled. However, no one knew if he had the possibility of becoming the great sage. At this moment, even Wang Jianyi became nervous. Could Gu Feng's future achievements be on par with his? In the next moment, countless people screamed. Look, it's the brilliance of the galaxy. Indeed, the brilliance of the galaxy appeared under Gu Feng's lead. It was incomparably dazzling, illuminating the sky. The brilliance of the galaxy was much brighter than Wang Jianyi's. The great sage's talent. He had the talent to become the great sage. This Gu Feng's talent was too strong. As expected of a space-type powerhouse. Screams rang out one after another. At this moment, the surrounding sages were all stunned. Even the people on the pilgrim list were in an uproar. Was it true? Was his talent better than Wang Jianyi's? Mo Xiu, Yu Quan, and the others clenched their fists tightly. They were going crazy with jealousy. Wang Jianyi's expression also became ugly. Did someone surpass him in terms of talent? Damn it, Gu Feng's future achievements were even greater than his. The bronze emissary's eyes also burst out with bright light. He clapped his hands and laughed. Good. He didn't expect a complete galaxy to appear. This young man was extremely talented. If there were no accidents in the future, he would have no problem becoming the great sage. The great sage was an existence above the sage king. There wasn't a single great sage in the entire second astral realm. One could imagine how terrifying this was. Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and the others all gasped. This was a peerless enemy. When he grew up in the future, he would be incomparably terrifying. Wang Jianyi's eyes burst out with a piercing light. This Gu Feng made him feel a sense of fear and danger. He had to get rid of him. Moreover, it had to be done in the near future. It would be best if he could become a sage. Otherwise, this space-type powerhouse would be even more terrifying in the later stages. Even Chao Tianxing revealed a look of surprise this time. His eyes shone with a mysterious light. No one knew what he was thinking. The space-type powerhouse was indeed worthy of its reputation. He nodded slightly. The surrounding people exclaimed, and it took a long time before they gradually calmed down. Everyone's gaze was on Chao Tianxing. There was only one person left on the pilgrim list. This Chao Tianxing was incomparably mysterious. No one had even seen his real face. Moreover, he didn't fight often, but every time he did, it was earth-shattering. Previously, he was facing off against Wang Jianyi. Thinking about it, his strength was definitely not inferior to Wang Jianyi. I wonder how his heavenly fate is? Whispers sounded. Everyone was incomparably curious. Even Lin Xian and the others were looking forward to it. However, Chao Tianxing shook his head. I don't need to test my destiny. What? Everyone was stunned. He didn't need to test? Even Wan Jianyi, Gu Feng, and the others were stunned. Yu Quan and the others were even more stunned. They worked so hard to suppress their cultivation to come to the celestial realm. Wasn't it just to test their destiny? But now, there was someone who didn't want to test it. What kind of joke was this? Then why did he come here? I think you don't dare to test it? Wan Jianyi coldly snorted. Previously, Chao Tianxing dared to confront him, which made him very unhappy. In the face of such provocation, Chao Tianxing didn't care. There was no such thing as daring or not, only wanting to test it. I already said that I don't need to test it. I hope Lord Envoy can forgive me. The bronze envoy also revealed a look of surprise. There was actually someone who could resist this temptation. One must know that the future was so mysterious. If someone could seize the opportunity first, it would be much more convenient in the future. It could be said that one step ahead, every step ahead. However, there was actually someone who didn't want this opportunity. Chapter 3996. Lin Xian and the others also frowned. This Chao Tianxing was incredible. He must have a huge secret. The dark red dragon said. Murong Qingqing too. Her eyes flickered. Perhaps he has a bloodline equal to ours. Indeed, the dark red dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others didn't participate in the test. Because they had shocking bloodlines. Once it was exposed, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Perhaps it would even cause the monarch race to hunt them down. Chao Tianxing was unpredictable. Perhaps he had the same worry. But no one knew what he was worried about. Interesting. He couldn't see through him. Gu Feng was also surprised. He felt that Chao Tianxing was even more mysterious than him. It seemed that he would be a difficult opponent in the future. Chao Tianxing gave up. This surprised everyone. However, the test still had to be carried out. Soon, someone went up to take the test again. It was his destiny. Most of them were followers of the pilgrim role. These people were called followers, but their strength was also abnormally strong. They were not weaker than the chief disciples. In fact, they were even stronger. Therefore, these people were very talented. Many of them had hopes of becoming sacred venerables. The saints in the other areas also came up to take the test. After all, as long as they went up and pressed their blood and palm on it, they would be able to see the future. This made everyone tempted. However, the next best was only a sacred venerable. The sacred king never appeared again. Everyone knew that if it wasn't a top chief disciple or someone on the pilgrim roll, it was impossible for others to become a sacred king. Not to mention the great sage. So far, there were only 2 people. To be exact, there was only one. Wan Jianyi only had hope. As for whether he would succeed in the future, no one knew. I'll go and try. Lin Xian looked for a long time. He took a deep breath and walked forward. As soon as he walked out, everyone stopped talking. The entire place was silent. Planet Tianming was terrifyingly quiet. Was Lin Wudi going to take the test? He finally couldn't hold it in anymore. I thought he was going to give up too. Exclamations sounded. At this moment, it could be said that he was the focus of everyone's attention. Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, Prince De, and the others clenched their fists. This was their lifelong enemy. Yu Quan and the others also had cold expressions. Although Chao Tianxing's cultivation was inferior to theirs. However, his strength had already shocked them. In the future, he would be a strong opponent for the pilgrim rankings. He could be said to be a potential enemy. The fate of such a person was what they were most concerned about. If it was super strong, they would find a way to kill it in the cradle. Northern Monster and the others were nervous as well. With this kid's talent and physique, it shouldn't be a problem for him to become a sage king. I wonder if he can become a great sage. They were also nervous and expectant. Under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian walked forward. Lin Xian first bowed to the bronze emissary before cutting his finger and pressing it forward. The bronze envoy also nodded slightly. He still remembered the young man in front of him clearly. He remembered that the other party had even broken a world record. Such a person's talent and future were destined to be good. Perhaps Su could give her an unexpected surprise. Come, let me see what kind of heaven's mandate you can reach. Gu Feng crossed his arms. The spatial energy in his body was becoming more and more mysterious. On the other side, Mr. Chow also had his hands behind his back. This time, his expression was solemn. Lin Xian's blood fused into the Heaven's Mandate Stone. The Heaven's Mandate Stone shone brightly as the great Tao intertwined. 3 flowers gathered above, auspicious signs descended from the heavens, and lotuses bloomed with every step. Soon, all kinds of strange phenomena appeared around Lin Xian, causing countless people to exclaim. Lotuses bloomed with every step. This kid really had the talent to become a sage king. That was for sure. If he couldn't become a sage king, the others probably wouldn't have any hope. After all, Lin Xian was now known as the #1 chief disciple. Did he have the opportunity to become a great sage? These people were all nervous. Even people as strong as Jianchen and the 9 Qilins didn't have such a possibility. Many of the experts on the pilgrim rankings didn't even have one. There were only 2 people. One was Gu Feng, and the other was Wang Jiani. And Gu Feng was sure that Wang Jiani only had a slight chance. It could be said that he only had 1.5 chances. Could Lin Xian break the legend that Gu Feng had created? To be honest, even Lin Xian was nervous. Gradually, a light condensed above his head, and then it burst out. It appeared, the glory of the Milky Way. Countless people screamed. At this moment, all the sages on planet Tianming were shocked. This kid really condensed it. The glory of the Milky Way. That's great. The dark red dragon and the others screamed. I knew that this kid definitely had the qualifications to become a great sage. Murong Qingqing also breathed a sigh of relief. It was rumored that when the 9 Yang divine body was cultivated to the large success stage, it wouldn't be a problem to become a great sage. Now it seemed that it was true. Even Li Hongxiu was stunned. Wow, this kid actually had such a heaven-defying destiny. The toad even jumped up. I'm not seeing things, right? It was so rare for a great sage to appear. Everyone knew that. Now, Lin Xian also had such a possibility. Moreover, the glory of the Milky Way was on par with Gu Feng, completely surpassing Wang Jiani. In other words, if the other party didn't fall, there would be no problem for him to become a great sage. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Damn it, how could it be like this? Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, the eldest prince, and the others gritted their teeth. Their eyes were red, and they were about to faint. They had never put the other party in their eyes before, but now, the other party had already surpassed them. In the future, he would also ruthlessly trample them under his feet. This really frightened them. Gao Yu, Bai Luo, and the others exclaimed in shock. On the other side, Yu Quan gritted his teeth. The great sage. The other party's future was better than his, and it was much better than his. Mo Xiu was the same. He was simply crazy with jealousy. This kid was really too surprising. Jian Chen's face was also full of surprise. He didn't dare to believe it. Wan Jiani's face was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The other party's talent was better than his? Damn it, he didn't believe it. On the side, Jian Chen said, "Senior brother, don't worry. The future is limitless. If he falls early, he won't have a chance to become a great sage. Senior brother, it's not convenient for you to make a move. When we leave planet Tianming, I'll make arrangements. I'll make sure he can't even become a small sage." These people were filled with killing intent. In fact, it wasn't just Jian Chen and the Myriad Sword Pavilion. The other saint cities were also filled with killing intent. The reason for that was because Lin Xian had made too many enemies in the past. If such a person became a great sage in the future, then who in the 2-star realms would be his match? Interesting. Chao Tianxing's eyes flickered. It was obvious that he was very interested in Lin Xian. The bronze emissary also clapped his hands and laughed. Good. It was simply heaven-defying to have a great sage's talent. But now, there were 2 of them. It really made him happy. Chapter 3997. On the other side, the smile on Gu Feng's face disappeared. To be honest, he was looking forward to seeing what kind of future Lin Fan would have. However, when he saw it, he felt a little uncomfortable. Lin Fan had the same qualifications as him to be part of the great sage. This made him extremely unhappy. He was the king of spatial abilities. How could Lin Fan compare to him? He snorted coldly and his face darkened. The great sage? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Although he was very excited, this was not what he wanted. He wanted more. Just when the others thought that it was over, the situation changed again. This time, everyone was stunned. Even the bronze emissary was dumbfounded. He could not believe it. His jaw was about to drop. The starry river in the sky kept flickering, and then it formed stars one after another. They turned into a universe and matured above Lin Xian's head. What kind of scene was this? It was too terrifying. Everyone was stunned. This was impossible. Gu Feng also screamed, and Wan Jinni's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He could not help but want to attack. Even among great sages, this kid must be at the peak of existence. The dark red divine dragon and Murong Qingqing were also shocked. However, this was not the end. The starry universe above his head actually hung down and enveloped Lin Xian. Finally, it crawled under Lin Xian's feet. This scene was too terrifying. Stepping on the starry river? Was this still the brilliance of the starry river? Everyone looked over and found that the changes continued. Lin Xian's figure appeared in the stars under his feet and in the endless starry world. He was like a god, accepting the worship of all the worlds in the universe. At this moment, the bronze messenger was terrified. He took 3 steps back and screamed in horror. Illuminating the heavens. You can actually reach the illuminating the heavens. Impossible. The others were also stunned. They had never seen this scene before. At this moment, when they heard the bronze messenger scream and tremble, they were even more shocked. Illuminating the heavens, what was that? One had to know that different destinies had different titles. For example, the auspicious sign from the heavens was the Holy Sovereign. Lotus blooming step by step was the Saint King. The splendor of the galaxy was the Great Sage. However, at this moment, a new term had appeared, heaven illuminating. Could it be that he was above the Great Sage? These people had such a thought. Then, they all shook their heads frantically. They were all stunned. That's impossible. Above the Great Sage, wasn't that a legendary existence? Did anyone really have that kind of aptitude? This was simply too heaven-defying. Above the Great Sage, there was no need to mention the Great Emperor. Since ancient times, every martial monarch had been a supreme existence that had shaken both the past and the present. Such a person had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Furthermore, their greatest goal in life was to become the legendary Great Emperor. They also walked the path of the primeval emperors, but in their hearts, they knew very well that the primeval emperors were the strongest. This was just a beautiful dream that no one could achieve. Right now, even becoming the Great Sage was an extravagant hope, let alone becoming an existence above the Great Sage. But now, someone had actually obtained that talent? It can't be. This brat, was so scared that he couldn't speak. The dark red divine dragon was also dumbstruck. Murong Qingqing exclaimed, "Great, Brother Xian's future is too good." Li Hongxiu, who was next to him, was also stunned. She had never seen anything like it. Not to mention them, even Wan Jinni, Gu Feng, and the others were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Chao Tianxing's eyes shone with a terrifying light. At this moment, he was like a demon god that had come back to life, glaring at Lin Xian. Impossible. Everyone was roaring. They simply couldn't accept it. They didn't dare to imagine it. Get rid of this brat. I must get rid of him. Wan Jinni, Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, and the others were brimming with killing intent. They swore that they wouldn't wait a second after leaving planet Tianming. They had to work together to kill him. They would never allow such a person to exist. At the same time, the bronze emissary was also stunned. He had never seen such a situation before. The Heaven Illuminator only existed in ancient books. At this moment, he saw it with his own eyes. Was he going to witness history? Was a great emperor suddenly rising in front of him? Thinking of this possibility, even with his cultivation and strength, he couldn't help but tremble. A Heaven Illuminator? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He was also excited, and the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Great, although he didn't know whether it was a great emperor or not, it was definitely in existence above the great sage. His life and death battles weren't in vain. It was too worth it. The heavenly fate test this time was really worth it. However, at this moment, a change occurred again. The Heaven Illuminators under Lin Xian's feet suddenly turned pitch black, turning into black lotuses that bloomed everywhere. What was going on? Was there a change? Black lotuses, lotuses blooming with every step? What the hell was going on? These people were all stunned. Those black lotuses kept blooming and then crazily wrapped around Lin Xian. They wanted to swallow Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. These lotuses? He was completely stunned. This sudden turn of events stunned all the people present. The bronze emissary was stunned again. This time, his eyes almost fell out again. At the same time, the Heaven Illuminator disappeared. The Destiny Stone trembled, and blood gushed out from the 9 holes. It was abnormally strange and terrifying. It stained the starry sky, and the blood condensed into a huge killing intent. The killing intent was monstrous. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but want to kneel on the ground. Retreat! They frantically retreated. What was going on? The black lotuses reappeared, and blood dyed the blue sky. The bronze emissary screamed crazily and jumped up. You are a person abandoned by the heavens. Lin Xian was also shocked. The Heaven Illuminator he had created had long been dyed red by the blood. That immense killing intent almost caused his body to collapse. He frantically resisted, and at the same time, what shocked him even more was the black lotuses under his feet. How could he forget such a black lotus? He would remember it for the rest of his life. That was because when he was young, it was this lotus that sealed his meridians, preventing him from cultivating. After that, Wine Lord appeared and broke the black lotus, allowing him to cultivate. He thought that he would never see this lotus again in his life. But he didn't expect to see it again now. Moreover, these black lotuses wanted to seal him again. Damn it, what was going on? He activated his dragon-shaped sword Qi and frantically resisted. The others were even more stunned. A person abandoned by the heavens? What did that mean? Could it be that he was abandoned by the heavens? But what was going on with the Heaven Illuminator? All of this was too strange. Even if these people were favored by the heavens, they were still stunned at this moment. Chapter 3998. Ha! At this moment, someone laughed complacently. It was Yu Quan. His nerves were incomparably ferocious. What Heaven Illuminator? What great sage? You're a dead man. Did you see that kill? Heaven and earth will not tolerate it. Lin Wudi, you will definitely die. The others were also in an uproar. Mo Xiu jumped out and sneered. That's right, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. What are you still alive for? Hurry up and kneel down and accept your death. This sudden change shocked everyone. It was impossible, right? How could it be like this? The northern demon and the others exclaimed. Li Hongxiu also found it hard to understand. The dark red divine dragon frowned. Damn it, why did the blood fiend appear? How could the Heaven Illuminator disappear? How could that kid become a person abandoned by the heavens? One had to know that Lin Xian had many fortunes along the way. He had a divine body and a dragon sword soul. It was hard to find one in tens of thousands of years. And along the way, he had relied on his own strength to obtain all kinds of heavenly treasures. Such a person was simply the chosen one of the heavens. How could he be a person abandoned by the heavens? The toad screamed again. He had never felt as excited as today in his life. This, he stuttered again. Brother Xian. Murong Qingqing was incomparably nervous. She didn't care whether he was a heaven illuminator or a person abandoned by the heavens. She was very worried about Lin Xian. She was afraid that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to accept this fact. The heaven illuminator and the person abandoned by the heavens actually happened to the same person at the same time. What a strange thing. Chao Tianxing had his hands behind his back. His brows were tightly knitted together. He couldn't understand this kind of thing. On the other side, Gu Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. I was scared to death. I originally thought that he would completely surpass me. Now it seems that his path has come to an end. Such a person is not worthy of my attention. He shook his head and ignored it. How could a person abandoned by the heavens have a future? The Jianchen also revealed a cold smile. Senior brother, it seems that we don't need to do anything. The heavens and earth will not tolerate him. The killing intent in Wang Jian's eyes also disappeared. He laughed. A person without a future is not worthy of us making a move. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably grave. He did not understand what the black lotus represented and what it meant to be abandoned by the heavens. However, he felt a great sense of danger. Fortunately, he was now a powerful saint. He was no longer the weak young man from back then. The dragon-shaped sword Qi swung out, bringing with it an unparalleled sharp aura that cut off everything. Those black lotuses were blocked by the sword Qi and could not get close at all. However, Lin Xian's expression was extremely serious. He lifted his head to look at the bronze envoy and asked in a deep voice, "Senior, what's going on?" The bronze messenger was also stunned. His heart seemed to have been thrown into the 9 heavens before falling into a bottomless abyss. The young man in front of him had first conjured a heaven illuminator. This unprecedented illusion made him think that he was a young great emperor. But now, the illusion of a person who had been abandoned by the heavens appeared again, staining the starry sky with blood. These 2 illusions were actually on the same person. It was truly shocking. However, the bronze envoy knew what this meant. Therefore, his voice turned icy cold. His meaning was already very clear. You have been abandoned by the heavens and earth and cannot exist in this world. He suddenly stretched out a large bronze hand and slammed it forward. This sudden scene stunned everyone. The bronze envoy had made his move. Previously, the bronze envoy had severely injured Wu Xian with a single finger. Could Lin Xian block it? Wouldn't this slap destroy Lin Xian's astral soul? Not good. The dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others cried out in alarm and wanted to help. However, just the aftermath of this energy made it impossible for them to move forward. On the other side, Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the others were ecstatic. Jian Chen and the others were even more excited. This was great. This attack would definitely kill the other party. He was still far from being able to fight with them. They did not even need to make a move to kill the other party. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The bronze envoy was definitely a sacred venerate. He might even be a saint king. How could he possibly block such an attack? He felt cold all over. He could not even summon the power of the great sage pagoda. Was he going to die? He was unwilling to accept this. So what if he was an envoy? He activated the great dragon sword soul and roared madly. He would not sit still and wait for death. This was not his style. It was like throwing an egg against a rock. Wang Jian, Gu Feng, and the others sneered when they saw this scene. There was no suspense in this battle. At this critical moment, a ray of light suddenly shone. It enveloped the bronze hand. Then, cracking sounds could be heard as countless bronze fragments scattered. The bronze hand in the sky was directly cut off. The bronze envoy grunted and retreated. Who was it? He roared madly. The others were stunned. What was going on? Lin Wudi was not dead. Someone actually saved Lin Wudi. This was impossible. Who in this world could stop the bronze envoy? Lin Xian was also stunned. Could it be? He turned his head. In the 9th heaven, a figure floated down and came to his side. It was a figure covered in black fog. It was impossible to see clearly. However, the aura he emitted was too strange and mysterious. Everyone felt an indescribable pressure as if their hearts were about to shatter. For you, the bronze envoy's pupils shrank. The aura this person gave him was very dangerous. Lin Xian smiled. Black Mountain, you're here. He did not expect Black Mountain to come at this critical moment. The dark red dragon heaved a sigh of relief. That's great, you old ghost. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? The dark red dragon roared at the back. Master and the North Demon also rushed over. Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this was a top expert. With him around, Brother Xian should not be in danger. The toad shrunk its neck. It was scared to death. It naturally knew Black Mountain. It had seen him in the Golden Palace before. However, it did not expect him to be stronger than it had imagined. He actually dared to fight against the bronze envoy. Who was this person? Was there such a terrifying existence behind Lin Wudi? Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, and the others felt their hair stand on end. Gu Feng and Wan Jinyi's faces became serious. Even Chao Tianxing's face was solemn. Lei Jin, the 9 Qilins, and the others screamed. It was him. How could it be? They had seen Black Mountain once. Previously, in the depths of the Golden Palace, there was a figure standing in front of the golden platform. At that time, although his back was facing them, they could recognize him at a glance. It was the figure in front of them. Heavens, who was this person? Why did he protect Lin Wudi? They were about to go crazy from anger. You dare to fight against me? Do you want to die? The bronze envoy's voice was unusually cold. Black Mountain snorted. Little envoy, you dare to be arrogant in front of me? Do you want to die? He was incomparably domineering. Chapter 3999. The bronze emissary's expression was cold. Which holy city are you from? He stared at him for a long time but couldn't tell which holy city he was from. However, he soon snorted coldly. No matter which holy city you're from, this kid is abandoned by the heavens. If you dare to help him, you're going against the heavens. You'll definitely die. Do you dare? At this point, the destined star suddenly erupted with unparalleled power. Thunder fell from the heavens as if to destroy everything. Are you threatening me? Black Mountain snorted coldly. Can you represent the heavens? Abandoned by the heavens? You're just abandoned by the immortals. If this path doesn't work, there are other paths. If you dare to make a move, ask me first. An extremely terrifying aura also rushed out of Black Mountain's body. A jade-like rui appeared in his hand. He waved it lightly, and the thunder above him collapsed. The endless lightning was destroyed before it even landed. This scene shocked the bronze emissary even more. Damn it, how did this happen? The toad jumped up. Damn it, how did you get that thing? The others were also stunned. They remembered this jade rui. Back then, on the golden platform, there was a sleeping woman. She had the body of a human and the tail of a snake, and she was holding the jade rui in her hand. Who would have thought that the other party would get his hands on it? How dare you use something that belongs to the queen? The toad was about to go crazy. It wanted nothing more than to pounce on the other party. However, it was stopped by the dark red holy dragon. Brother, don't worry. Old Black is too strong. You can't beat him. This person was really too strong. He could be easily destroyed by the tribulation lightning. What kind of existence was he? At the same time, they were even more shocked. Abandoned by the heavens? Abandoned by the immortals? What was going on? What did it mean? Even Lin Xian was stunned. It wasn't that he had no future. Was there another path? The bronze emissary's pupils constricted. How do you know? Who are you? He was too shocked. This kind of secret wasn't something that just anyone could know. Even the second astral realm didn't know. How did he know? Damn it, could it be that he came from the third astral realm, the legendary realm? He couldn't believe it. But why would such a character appear here? That shouldn't be the case. The bronze emissary would never have guessed that Black Mountain was a great sage, and it was the remnant soul of the great sage. Lin Xian also asked, what does Black Mountain mean? What was an abandoned immortal? Speak clearly. He Shan said, we'll talk about this later. The one beside you is the red spider lily, right? I'll help you get rid of it. He would attack you Ruyu and the resurrection lily, which instantly collapsed. Black lotus, red spider lily. Lin Xian was even more shocked. It seemed like He Shan knew a lot of things. Perhaps he could find out from He Shan who had sealed him? Why were these black lotuses targeting him? Damn it. Don't think that you can be so arrogant in front of me just because you know a little. I am the bronze emissary, and I have been ordered to guard planet Tianming. I have the final say in this world. At this point, the entire world began to tremble along with him. Boundless laws of heaven and earth gathered in his hand, forming a world in his palm. What do you have to contend with me? The world in his palm finally transformed into a bronze door. Everyone was very familiar with it. After crossing the bronze door, there was a strange space. However, they didn't expect that the bronze door could be used as a weapon in battle. Was this a sage artifact? The powerful aura shocked everyone. They were forced to crawl on the ground. He Shan snorted coldly. My cultivation hasn't recovered yet. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the right to be so arrogant in front of me. Indeed, if he was in his peak state, he could kill the other party with one look. However, he was only a remnant soul now. Even so, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. Yuruyu in his hand flew out and blocked the bronze door. It even suppressed the bronze door. Impossible. What is this thing? Could it be? The bronze emissary was stunned. Even his bronze door was suppressed. At this moment, another person walked over from afar, coughing as she walked. How lively! An old woman came to take a look. It was an old woman with white hair and a walking stick. Her back was hunched, her face was sallow, and she was coughing. She looked very sick. She took 1 step, 2 steps, and arrived near the bronze emissary in an instant. Stop it. Don't do these things anymore. Otherwise, your wife will teach you a lesson. The old woman's voice was low, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Many people exclaimed, Heavens, has another person appeared who looks down on the bronze emissary? It's really unbelievable. Is this person also here to help Lin Xian? Damn it. What kind of luck does Lin Wudi have to have so many experts protecting him? At this moment, countless people were jealous. Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. With He Shan around, he was relieved. Now that another mysterious expert had appeared, there shouldn't be any danger. Or you, how dare you control me? The bronze emissary roared and struck out with his palm. How dare you attack my wife? The old woman was leaning on her walking stick with a flower basket hanging on it. She took out a pair of scissors from the basket and cut in front of her. The scissors suddenly let out a loud dragon roar and turned into 2 huge dragons, cutting the palm into pieces again. The bronze emissary retreated and screamed. Flood dragon scissors. You're the flower tailor. Damn you, you're here too? The bronze emissary's expression turned ugly. The surrounding people were surprised. Who is this person? Some of the top experts exclaimed. Could it be someone from the Heavendao Union? What? The Heavendao Union? The legendary existence that enforces justice on behalf of the heavens? Everyone had heard of this organization. This organization was very mysterious. It was said that they represented the heavens and earth to protect the safety of the top experts, to prevent some experts from being jealous and crazily attacking them. That's not right. Isn't Lin Wudi a person abandoned by the heavens? He shouldn't be tolerated by the heavens and earth. Why are the Heavendao helping him? They should kill him. At this moment, everyone went crazy. They really didn't understand what was going on. Even Lin Xian himself didn't understand. However, he wasn't unfamiliar with the Heavendao Union. Previously, when he was attacked by the mortal world, he met an expert from the Heavendao Union. At that time, it was a drunkard who gave him a bottle of wine. He didn't expect another flower tailor to appear now. It seemed that this flower tailor was even stronger. Do you still want to attack? The flower tailor continued to ask. Black Mountain sneered at the side. If you attack again, this will be your grave. No one had ever dared to threaten the bronze emissary. However, this time, the bronze emissary admitted defeat. The flower tailor was enough to make him feel like he was facing a great enemy, not to mention the mysterious person beside her. It was as terrifying as the jade in his hand. He snorted coldly. He is a person abandoned by the heavens. Even if you save him today, he will not be tolerated by the heavens and earth. And you will also be punished by the heavens and earth. I'm not afraid of threats. Black Mountain sneered and didn't care. Chapter 4000. Let's go, young man. Tailor Hua and Black Mountain joined forces and took Su Cheng, Murong Qingqing, and the others away. The others were extremely surprised. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. Could it be that this Lin Wudi wasn't really a person abandoned by the heavens? Damn it, no, they had to make a move. They definitely couldn't let him live. Originally, they thought that with the Bronze Envoy's help, the other party was dead for sure. Moreover, the other party had no future. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. The fact that the people of the Heavenly Tao Alliance had helped meant that there must be a secret. But they didn't know what it was exactly. More importantly, the other party had condensed a heaven illuminator. This was an existence that surpassed the great sage. Therefore, they absolutely couldn't allow such a person to exist. They had to kill him. In an instant, many holy cities began to plan. After leaving the heavenly fate star, they were about to start a crazy hunt. On the other side, Tailor Hua and Black Mountain joined hands and left the bronze envoy with Lin Xian. However, they didn't leave the heavenly fate star. Instead, they came to a safe place at the edge. Black Mountain used the jade in his hand to form an independent space that enveloped everyone. He said that this place wouldn't be controlled by the heavenly fate star. The toad looked at the jade with red eyes, but it didn't dare to say anything. They all heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your help. Young man, your future is limitless. It's our duty to protect young geniuses like you. Not only you, but if other top geniuses are persecuted like this, we will definitely help." Tailor Hua said, "Senior, what's going on? Black Mountain, do you know? Hurry up and tell me." Lin Xian was too confused. What happened today was completely beyond his expectations. The black lotus that sealed him appeared again, and it was called the Red Spider Lily. He used the heaven illuminator to surpass the great sage. Then he became a person abandoned by the heavens. Black Mountain said that he was abandoned by the immortals. What was the difference between the two? What surprised him even more was that the Heavenly Tao Alliance, which claimed to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, was protecting him at this moment. Wasn't this the exact opposite of what the Destiny Stone had shown? Murong Qingqing and the others were also confused, so they all looked at Black Mountain and Flower Tailor. He Shan said, "Kid, there are some things that you know too early. When you have the strength in the future and step into that realm, you will naturally understand." Damn it, oh man. Everyone's hearts were itching with anxiety. They didn't expect that the other party wouldn't say anything. Lin Xian also sighed. He had not expected that the other party would actually hold back. However, He Shan added, "Don't worry. If this path doesn't work, there are other paths. You just need to walk down with peace of mind. As for the embroidered tailor at the side, I have something to say. You are indeed not a person abandoned by the heavens, but a person abandoned by the immortals. Although we are known as the Heavenly Tao Union in the outside world, our true name is the Deity Tao Union. We are not in the same league as them." Everyone was stunned. There was too much information in these words. They were all confused. What was the meaning of this? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He felt that he did not know most of the things now. For example, who exactly were the Black Lotus Flower and the Bronze Envoy? However, Xiao Chen understood. The faction behind the Bronze Envoy and the Embroidered Tailor were two different factions. These two factions could represent the heavens. However, there was a subdivision. As for the other sages in the outside world, they did not know. They all thought that these two factions represented the Heavenly Tao. That was probably why the previous incident happened. If that was the case, then Lin Xian had nothing to fear. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. So what if he was a person abandoned by the immortals? Since he was not recognized by the Bronze Envoy's faction, then he would take another path. He Shan also said that this path did not work. There were other paths. He Shan wanted to end Xiao Chen's life and death with just one destiny stone? That was too simple. An extremely terrifying light burst out of Lin Xian's eyes. Brat, you are not dispirited or afraid. This makes me feel very gratified. When He Shan saw Lin Xian's expression, he nodded in satisfaction. What is there to be afraid of? You already said that we are not in the same league. What can they do to me? Young man, just cultivate properly. There is no need to be afraid of them. We will help you block those people. Old woman, this is something we can do. Many thanks, senior. Lin Xian performed a cupped fist salute. Given the Bronze Envoy's status, it was even scarier than the Holy City. If those people wanted to attack, Xiao Chen would be in great danger. Now, with the Deity Dao Union's guarantee, those mysterious factions should not touch Xiao Chen. However, there was still one more problem. Lin Xian felt very confused. Why did they target him? Lin Xian could not understand. This was especially so for that black lotus flower. Why did it want to seal him? After all, Xiao Chen was not the only one with exceptional talent. Even He Shan was confused about this. He could not explain it either. The embroidered tailor, who was at the side, revealed a look of shock. She sized up Lin Xian again. Perhaps it was that possibility. He Shan did not elaborate. Instead, she instructed him again. Your future path might be very dangerous. However, if you can charge out, it is not impossible for you to become a heaven illuminator in the future. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Becoming a heaven illuminator. Was that really a supreme existence above the great sage? Could Lin Xian really reach that step? Lin Xian also sucked in a deep breath of air, his eyes filled with excitement. Many thanks, senior. Now they just had to wait here. With the Destiny Stone activated, there was not much time left before they left the Destiny Star. Hence, they waited patiently. On the other side, the atmosphere at the Bronze Envoy's side was incredibly awkward. The extremely strong Bronze Envoy actually retreated in fear. The surrounding people were all stunned. Most of the important people had already tested the Destiny Stone. As for the others, they did not dare to step forward. If they angered the Bronze Envoy now, not to mention testing the Destiny Stone, they might even lose their lives. This fellow was too strange. The things that happened to him were too strange. Right, that was right. Quickly get rid of him. Everyone thought that Lin Xian did not have a future and would definitely die. However, the Heavenly Dao Union's people chased him away. This meant that there was still hope for him. Furthermore, if he could continue living, could he become a heaven illuminator? When they thought of this possibility, they were extremely terrified. They absolutely could not allow such a person to exist. These people decided that they would immediately attack and kill him when they returned. Just like that, they waited for another 3 days. After 3 days, the seal on the Destiny Star was unlocked. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Were they finally leaving? They had already stayed on the Destiny Star for several years. During this time, they had obtained countless treasures. However, many of their companions had also fallen. Now that they were leaving, it was like a dream. Let's go. These people all soared into the sky. Quickly, they had to get in front of Lin Wudi. Inform the people of the sacred land to join forces to kill him. Chapter 4001. Lei Jin, Nine-Headed Qilin, Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, and the others were moving very fast. Wan Jianyi had already started to contact the people of the Myriad Sword Pavilion. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were also moving. They turned into a stream of light and flew out quickly. Outside the heavenly fate planet, countless experts and saints were waiting. Many of them were minor saints and powerful elders. At this moment, their faces were solemn and filled with anxiety. A few years had passed. Those people inside should have obtained some good fortune. Of course, some elders of the sacred city were gnashing their teeth. They all had soul tablets in their hands and knew how many people had died. It was because of this that they were so angry that they vomited blood. The reason for that was because they discovered that the number of deaths far exceeded their expectations. Especially the Yellow Spring Palace and Great Desolate Prefecture, they were gnashing their teeth, because they realized that their chief disciples had died inside. This was intolerable. No matter who it was, they must kill him. These people were all holding sacred weapons, ready to move at any time. Finally, their eyelids twitched and they exclaimed, "He's here!" In the mysterious world of stars in the distance, there was a bright light that pierced through the void and flew towards the universe outside. This was great. They knew that the people inside had finally come out. One figure after another flashed past quickly. The aura was unusually strong. It was Lei Zhen. His strength had become stronger. He was now at the late stage of the 9th heaven. He was not far from becoming a minor saint. The people of Thunder God City exclaimed. This was great. He should be able to successfully become a minor saint after coming out of seclusion for a period of time. However, they realized that Lei Zhen's face was not looking good. What's going on? What happened? They were puzzled. A few minor saints quickly flew over. On the other side, Nine-Headed Qilin also came out. He was also at the late stage of the 5th heaven. The elders of the 1,000 Demon City all surrounded him. What's going on? Why is his face so ugly? What happened? They quickly asked. Oh right, why did so many of our geniuses die? Nine-Headed Qilin's face was ugly. He wanted to cry facing the elders. It was not only the geniuses that died, but he had also lost several lives. Now he only had 4 lives left. How could he reason with them? On the other side, Lei Zhen also gritted his teeth and said, "Elder, quickly kill Lin Wudi. He must not be allowed to leave this place alive." On the other side, the 9 Qilins also roared. That's right, attack and kill Lin Wudi, destroy his mind and soul. The 2 great Sage City elders cried out in alarm. Could it be that the deaths of our people were all caused by that brat? Yes, that's right. Lei Zhen nodded. However, there was a more important reason. Lin Wudi absolutely could not be allowed to live. There was another reason? What is it? These people exclaimed. The experts of the Great Desolation Mansion and Acheron Palace rushed out. As soon as these people came out, they roared, "Elder, hurry up and attack. Find Lin Wudi and tear him to pieces." The surrounding saints were all stunned. It was Lin Wudi again. Heavens, what did Lin Wudi do to provoke so much anger from the crowd? Our chief disciple was killed by him. That's right, he killed us, the chief disciple of the Great Desolate Mansion. Everyone was stunned. The chief disciples of the Acheron Palace and Great Desolate Mansion were all killed by him. It was too unbelievable. What kind of fortune did this Lin Wudi obtain in there? Not only that, most of the people who died in there were killed by him. These people gritted their teeth. There was a more important reason. They must not let him live. There was another reason. What was the reason? These people were all stunned. They didn't have time to ask, because more and more people rushed out from the heavenly fate planet. In the next moment, they screamed. At this moment, there were a few extremely powerful people. After they came out, their cultivation base instantly reached the 5th heavenly layer, reaching the minor saint realm. They roared at the sky. That power made some of the elders of the sacred city shudder. It was too strong. There were really minor saints who had sneaked in. They didn't dare to imagine. Such a person was like a god on the heavenly fate planet. However, they were soon stunned. Because in these 2 moments, the little saint experts raised their heads and roared at the sky. Lin Wudi, I'll fight you to the death. Lin Wudi, today is the day you die. What was going on? It was related to Lin Wudi again. The surrounding people were stunned. Those were minor saints. Lin Wudi even dared to provoke such a person. No, they were on the pilgrim roll. Finally, someone screamed and recognized them. They were on the pilgrim roll. That was Emo Xiu and Yu Quan. Both of them were geniuses on the pilgrim roll. The pilgrim roll was a very powerful roll. If one was not an extremely powerful saint, it would be impossible to get on it. Lin Wudi was able to incur the wrath of someone on the pilgrim list. What did he do? At this moment, everyone was stunned. They all wanted to know. When the elders of the myriad demon city, Thunder God City, Great Desolate Mansion, and Acheron Palace heard the news, they also moved. Although they didn't understand now, they had to find Lin Xian and control him first. Buzz. Suddenly, countless powerful sword chi flashed between heaven and earth, tearing the void apart. They were from the sword pavilion. Many people felt their scalps go numb. This was a group of sword saints. When they were angry, everyone would be afraid. When they came out, they were also roaring. Therefore, they would not stop until they killed Lin Wudi. The surrounding sacred city people were about to vomit blood. Lin Wudi again. How many people did Lin Wudi provoke in the past? Why do I feel that he has made the world his enemy? At this moment, Wan Jinyi came out. On the other side, Gu Feng also came out. He appeared in a very mysterious way. In just a moment he disappeared into the void. The crowd didn't know if the expert in this space had left or hidden. On the other side, Chao Tianxing also came out with his people. The surrounding people were really surprised. It seemed that all the people on the pilgrim roll had entered. They didn't know what kind of destiny these people had. To be honest, what they were looking forward to the most was the future of these people. After all, this was related to the fate of their sacred city. At the same time, they were also curious about what Lin Xian had done. Wushuang City, Water Sky City, Shibufan and the others also came out. These people were younger than the other disciples of the sacred city, so they had their own strategies. They didn't go to fight for the fortune of the hot spot, but lost some other places. Although this opportunity might not be as great as the others, at least they came safely. Therefore, these people were very satisfied with their breakthroughs. They didn't go to the fortune test, so they didn't know what had happened before. At this moment, when they heard that Lin Xian was being attacked by so many sacred city people, they were also scared. What did eldest senior brother do? No, we have to inform the elders of Wushuang City quickly. The situation was very bad. At this moment, Yu Quan stood out and said loudly, Lin Wudi killed the sacred city's geniuses. His crime was punishable by death. Chapter 4002. The surrounding people were in an uproar, their faces full of shock. They knew that Lin Wudi had killed geniuses. Quite a few chief disciples and powerful saints had died at the hands of the other party. But heaven and earth did not tolerate him. What did that mean? Could it be? Some of the elders of the holy city gasped. Had his destiny been measured? That's right, his destiny had been measured. He was a person abandoned by the heavens. His blood dyed the blue sky. Even the bronze messenger wanted to kill him. How could we not do it? Lin Wudi had no future. These people were all stunned. Soon, these elders of the holy city all laughed out loud. Great, this guy was definitely going to die. When they heard that he had killed so many chief disciples, they were terrified. When such a person grew up, he would be another powerhouse on the pilgrim list. But now, he was not tolerated by heaven and earth. Not to mention becoming a powerhouse on the pilgrim list, he might not even be able to walk out of here alive today. How could they know that the truth was far from that? These people wanted to kill Lin Xian because they were angry. But most importantly, they were terrified. After all, Lin Xian was the only person who could transform into a heaven illuminator. Even if they felt that it was too unbelievable and impossible for it to be true. But the other party had at least condensed the glory of the galaxy. This meant that the other party had no problem becoming a great sage. Although they kept saying that the other party was a person abandoned by the heavens. But after all, the Heavenly Tao Alliance had made a move. Such a mysterious organization protected Lin Xian. One could imagine. Lin Xian had endless secrets. They would not allow such a potential threat to appear. That was the reason why these top powerhouses wanted to make a move. The people of the Water Sky City were pale. How could their senior brother become a person abandoned by the heavens? How could it be impossible? Elders, come quickly. They had already sent out the signal. On the other side, The people of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion were also surprised, because they realized that their little princess had not come out. That was the daughter of the Saint King. Would there be any problems? There was also a group of people who were incomparably mysterious. There were few of them, but they stood above the 9 heavens. Their bodies were surrounded by green light, and it was impossible to tell whether they were real or fake. Some people knew that these people were from the Kunlun Pavilion. At this moment, they were also a little anxious. While they were waiting, a few figures flew out. Everyone turned their heads to look. The next moment, they screamed, "Lin Wudi, it's him. He finally came out. After hiding for so long, you finally can't take it anymore. Even if he came out late, he would still die." The experts of the sacred city all surrounded him. Those on the pilgrim rankings moved as well. They had to make a move this time. Chao Tianxing was the only one who didn't make a move. He brought his people far away and stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, silently watching the battle. It seemed he wanted to be a spectator. Qin Xianer also did not make a move. Her beautiful eyes were bewitching, and no one knew what she was thinking. Lin Xian and the others came out, followed by Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu. The Northern Devil and the Dark Red Dragon. The Toad didn't come out and remained on celestial fate. Black Mountain, Tailor Flower also disappeared. As soon as these people came out, they were besieged by the all heavens. Countless terrifying auras enveloped them. As long as they didn't agree with each other, they would probably attack immediately. Such violent power could instantly turn them into a bloody mist. Lin Wudi, kneel down and accept your death. Yu Quan roared. Emo Xiu also stood out. You were abandoned by the heavens, so we should enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Hand over what you have, and we'll give you a quick death. Wan Jiani also walked out. He was very jealous of Lin Xian's dragon-shaped sword shadow. The sword qi emitted from it made him very tempted. Not to mention, there were also Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the first prince around, as well as the experts of the other sacred city. No one could contend against such a lineup. They were too strong. They were simply enemies of the heavens' punisher. Senior brother. In the distance, Wang Xiaofeng and the others screamed. Lin Xian finally came out, but the situation was too terrible. Even if the people of Peerless City came, they wouldn't be able to see enough. They discovered that, with the exception of a very small number of sacred grounds present, most of them were actually going to make a move. Prepare to die. Angry shouts sounded one after another. The dark rainbow divine dragon roared. Do you want to die? Do you know who you're facing? A person abandoned by the heavens should die. The people of Acheron Hall sneered. The people of Demon City also snorted. Idiots. The divine dragon roared, and you listened to them? They just didn't dare to say it. A person abandoned by the heavens. Let me tell you, this kid has condensed and illuminated the heavens. In the future, he will become a supreme existence above the great sage. Do you dare to make a move against a young great emperor? Do you want to die? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding saints all trembled. What was going on? Wasn't Lin Wudi abandoned by the heavens? How did he become a young great emperor? Seeing the shock of the surrounding people, the dark red divine dragon's mouth raised into a sneer. How is it? Do you know fear now? If you know fear, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, I'll destroy all of your sacred lands in the future. Lei Zhen, what exactly was going on? Yes, why was it different from what you said? The elders of the sacred city began to ask. They were too shocked now. Lei Zhen, the 9-headed spirit, and the others had ugly expressions. The elders were fickle. He did have some talent, but he was indeed a person abandoned by the heavens. This was something that everyone who entered the Destiny Star knew. They all saw that the Bronze Envoy had attacked him. Someone who even wanted to kill the Bronze Envoy. Do you think he still has a future? As soon as these words came out, many people calmed down. A loach dared to mislead people here. No matter what you say today, you will die without a doubt. You are the loach, your whole family are loaches. The dark red divine dragon roared, and his body suddenly grew bigger. He turned into a true dragon, roaring at the sky, mighty and extraordinary. What a terrifying aura. The people of the 1,000-demon city trembled in fear. This was a dragon. Was he one of the dragons? These people were all frightened. They didn't expect that by Lin Xian's side. He actually followed the dragon's people. If you dare to make a move on Brother Xian, ask me first. The 7-colored light on Murong Qingqing's body bloomed. It turned into the shadow of a colorful phoenix. It covered the ground, and a loud phoenix cry sounded. At this moment, everyone trembled in fear again. Heaven, Phoenix, were they from the Phoenix clan? The true dragon and Phoenix had all come out, and they were all by Lin Xian's side. That scene was too shocking. Now, who dared to say that they were abandoned by the heavens? Li Hongxiu also walked out. She also had a terrifying aura on her body. It was her, the little princess of the heavenly fragrance pavilion, the daughter of the Saint King. The northern demon didn't say anything, but he also stood out. Behind him was a divine tree that connected the heavens and the earth, covering the sky. It was abnormally strange. Everyone was stunned. Why were the people around Lin Xian so terrifying? They felt that each of them was not weaker than the chief disciple. They were even much stronger. Chapter 4003. So what if the bronze emissary attacked? The people of the Heavenly Tao Alliance saved him personally. Think carefully. If you attack now, you will be attacking the group of young great emperors. In the future, all of your inheritances will be destroyed. The Heavenly Tao Alliance is protecting him. Does he really have the potential of a great emperor? Damn it. These people were too frightened. Wan Jianyi snorted. No matter what you say, even if you are a young great emperor today, you will definitely die. How can a person without a future talk about talent? Yes, no matter who you are. You will definitely die today. The surrounding experts and saints all stood out. Today, they wanted to eliminate the root of the problem to prevent future troubles. Ha! Lin Xian threw his head back and roared with laughter. After saying so much, aren't you all afraid of me? You all still pretend to be righteous and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? What a bunch of despicable and shameless people. You all said that I killed your genius? Your chief disciple? Why don't you all ask what your genius and chief disciple did? You all joined forces with dozens of saints to kill me? What's wrong with that? His voice was like a clap of thunder, spreading in all directions. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian looked around. Leijin, you said that you didn't dare to attack me. Now, you dare to come out and make a fuss? You have a chance. I will definitely kill you. Leijin was so angry that his body was trembling. Lin Xian then looked at the 9 Qilins. Now that they were jumping around so happily, how many of them were left? If you dare to be arrogant with the remaining 4 lives, I will kill you all together. I will turn you into a lonely soul and a ghost. The 9 Qilins vomited blood when they heard this. The people of the myriad demon city were also frightened. What's going on? Only 4 of the 9 Qilins are left. They lost 5 lives in there? Oh heavens. It was like a bolt from the blue that they couldn't accept. Lin Xian continued to look around and came to the pilgrim board. Yuquan? The genius of the pilgrim board is very powerful. You still can't suppress me in there. At most, we're tied. But you are a small saint. How dare you talk to me like this? What? Lin Wudi can fight Yuquan to a tie? Everyone went crazy. Was this guy trying to defy the heavens? Could he really be a young great emperor? Then he looked at the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Are you sword saints very powerful? What Tianshan's 7 swords and 10 great sword saints? Didn't I kill them all? And you, Jianqin, the head disciple, weren't you also scared witless by my lightning? If it weren't for your senior brother, you would have died long ago. Everyone was terrified once again. The sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were so powerful and terrifying. But they were all eaten by Lin Xian. Jianqin was also trembling with anger, but he couldn't say anything. Lin Xian looked at Wan Jianyi. Although you're strong, you're also despicable and shameless. You want to kill me because you want the treasure in my hands. However, you will never get it in this lifetime. I am a heaven illuminator, unparalleled in the future. That stupid bronze emissary wanted to attack me because he was jealous of me. Do you guys not know the difference between life and death? Taking 10,000 steps back, even if I don't condense the heaven illuminator, then I at least have the glory of the Milky Way. That's the position of the great sage. Ask yourself, if everyone goes in, how many can condense it? Only me. There's also a spatial powerhouse. As for this one Jinni, he can only condense a trace of light. Your talent is so much worse than mine. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian's voice made everyone go crazy. These people from the holy city felt that their brains were not enough to process. This information was too broad. Lin Xian's next words made them bleed. One Jinni was also about to go crazy. Lin Xian said, "Of course, that spatial powerhouse is also not my match. Because what I condensed is really a heaven illuminator. It's above him. If you guys want to attack me, think clearly about the consequences." Lin Xian's words stunned everyone. It seemed that this kid had obtained a great fortune inside and killed everyone. The head disciple was not his match at all. Even the people on the pilgrim list could not do anything to him. Moreover, he really had the talent of the ancient land. Even if he was not a great emperor, he was still a great sage. If such a person grew up, who could contend against him in the second astral realm? What are you being arrogant for? I was seriously injured back then and suppressed my cultivation. Otherwise, would you be my match now? UK roared. He could not afford to lose face. In the void, an inexplicable voice also came. After saying so much, didn't you just want a way out? You can't leave today. A strange voice came from the void. Who was it? The dark red divine dragon roared. Lin Xian's face was cold. Gu Feng, was the other party going to attack him as well? His eyes were filled with killing intent. When the others heard this, they all took action. No matter what you say, you can't escape death today. Kill him and divide the treasures on his body. Jian Chen roared. The others were about to take action. At this time, a loud shout came from afar. Who dared to make a move? Following that, countless red leaves danced in the sky. One terrifying divine ability after another opened up a path for him. The sky was filled with red leaves. Fu Hongye was here. Many people exclaimed. He was the genius of the previous generation on the pilgrim list. His current strength was unimaginable. Behind Fu Hongye, there were some second-generation disciples and some elders of Wushuang City. After they arrived, they looked at Lin Xian. Who dares to touch the people of Wushuang City? These people roared crazily. They received the call for help from Shui Tiancheng and the others and immediately rushed over. It seemed that Lin Xian was in big trouble. Senior brother. The people of Wushuang City also rushed over. Lin Xian also said, "Senior brother Fu, you're here." Fu Hongye nodded, then he looked at Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, and the others. Are the two of you going to make a move? Why don't I play with you? The aura on his body was too terrifying. Yu Quan and Mo Xiu's scalps went numb. Are you trying to bully us? The two of them screamed. Fu Hongye also laughed when he heard that. You're bullying us? Aren't you bullying us by attacking my junior brother? I want to see what kind of monsters are on this year's pilgrim list. Fu Hongye's gaze swept across the surroundings. At this moment, Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, and the others frantically retreated. People like Lei Zhan and the others couldn't resist at all. Even Wan Jianyi was facing a great enemy. He performed 10,000 swords to resist with all his might. At the same time, he felt a chill on his back. Was this person really that terrifying? You're the genius of the previous generation. It's normal for us to be inferior to you. Yu Quan gritted his teeth and said. The other elders of the holy cities also surrounded. Fu Hongye, today is not the place for you to behave atrociously. It has nothing to do with you. We only want to kill Lin Wudi. What should we do? The elders of Wushuang City were extremely anxious. If it were 1 or 2 holy cities, they could resist. Even if it were 3 or 5 holy cities, they would have a chance to kill their way out. But now, more than 10 holy cities wanted to attack them. Unless the Sage King came personally, no one could guarantee Lin Xian's safety. Recommendations, monthly votes, subscriptions, collections, gifts. Chapter 4004. Lin Xian looked at the ferocious faces of the people around him and said coldly, "Very well, I will remember you. I will not spare any of you. Are you really going to attack me? How dare you threaten us? You will die today." The 10,000 Swords Pavilion and the 10,000 Demons City roared crazily. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a cold smile. "I have already given you a chance. If you don't cherish it, then don't blame me." He raised his head and looked at Fu Hongye. He said in a deep voice, "Senior brother, take the people from Water Sky City and leave with these elders first. I can handle it. Junior brother, don't talk nonsense. Our Wushuang City is not afraid of them. I have already informed the experts in the Holy City. They will be here soon. Senior brother, believe me, I will not joke with my life. I have some trump cards, but I can't protect too many people. Only when you leave can I be at ease." Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Fu Hongye then said, "Okay, then we will retreat first. You can't joke with me." "Don't worry, senior brother. I will definitely be able to return to Wushuang City alive." Fu Hongye nodded. He looked around and said coldly, "All of you listen up. My Wushuang City will not let this go." With a wave of his hand, he took Shui and the other geniuses and quickly soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Let them go? The people from the Holy City gritted their teeth. It doesn't matter. If these people from Wushuang City leave, then so be it. Our most important target is this Lin Wudi. As long as he doesn't leave. These people ignored Fu Hongye and the others. Instead, they stared at Lin Xian. They were afraid that he would suddenly escape. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He ignored them. Instead, he said to Murong Qingqing beside him, "Qingqing, hurry up and go back. Hongxiu, you go back too. Brother Xian." Murong Qingqing was a little worried. Li Hongxiu also said, "Can this kid do it? Otherwise, my heavenly fragrance pavilion will help you." "Don't worry, don't you understand me? Don't forget my trump card." The two beauties nodded. They knew that Lin Xian had a type of pagoda with powerful defense. Not to mention the existence of Black Mountain. Black Mountain was only hiding now. When Thunder made his move, he would definitely let these people know what despair was. Be careful then. Murong Qingqing was reluctant to leave, but she still returned to the side of those mysterious figures. The mysterious people heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Murong Qingqing would insist. On the other side, the people from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion also heaved a sigh of relief. The two holy cities quickly left. "Let's go." Qin Xiener thought for a moment, then led the people of Joyous Union Palace and flew into the distance. On the other side, Chao Tianxing and the others were also retreating. The others couldn't wait any longer. Previously, they were afraid of Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu's status. Now that the two of them were gone, they could attack without any hesitation. "Kill this brat. Don't kill it, catch it alive." Several voices echoed as countless sacred weapons and mystical skills were unleashed. "Kid, do it quickly." The dark red dragon roared, and the northern demon's expression was solemn. Lin Xian opened the Great Sage Tower in an instant, and the three of them entered. Terrifying Saint Qi and precepts bombarded the Great Sage Tower, causing the entire world to shatter. The hall kept bobbing up and down, drowned in endless energy. Inside, their blood was boiling, and their faces were pale. But they weren't worried. This was the Great Sage artifact. Even if these people doubled their numbers, they wouldn't be able to blast it open. However, this wasn't a solution. They were too aggrieved to be beaten up passively. "Old man, aren't you going to make a move?" Lin Xian roared. Endless energy surged outside, and these people laughed sinisterly. Some wanted to get the treasure, while others just wanted to kill Lin Xian, so they attacked wildly. This time he should be dead. However, they soon heard a voice. "You bastards, I'll remember this. When the time comes, I'll make you suffer. Damn it, this brat is still alive? Is he made of divine metal? He's still alive. These people screamed in horror and attacked again. Countless sword chi, terrifying supernatural powers, and terrifying Saint Chi crazily descended. However, at this moment, a large hand reached out from the void in the distance. With a boom, it slapped down. In an instant, countless Saint Chi was slapped away. Many saints' bodies turned into blood mist, and they screamed in pain. Damn it, who is it? Lei Zhen and the others' expressions changed drastically. Oh no, it's that mysterious expert. Retreat quickly. They wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The pitch-black hand held a jade-like object and kept waving it. Nothing could compete with it. The saint artifacts shattered, and the precepts in the sky were annihilated. The saints who attacked exploded into blood mist one after another. The remaining survivors also screamed. What did you say? Lin Wudi had a super expert by his side. And he even attacked the bronze messenger. Damn it. Little brat, why didn't you say so earlier? I was screwed over by you. The elders screamed crazily. How could no one tell them such important information? Who was the bronze messenger? How heaven-defying must one be to be able to injure the bronze messenger? Were they tired of living to fight against such a person? These people fled crazily. However, the jade-like object was too mysterious and dazzling. It kept dancing and directly shattered everything. Between heaven and earth, blood mist filled the air, and corpses fell. Screams rang out one after another. These saints were originally full of confidence, so they didn't leave at this moment. But now, most of them were killed. There were even many small saints who died here. Their souls wanted to escape, but they were directly destroyed by the jade-like object. The pupils of Wan Jianyi and the others shrank. Yu Quan and the others were also seriously injured, and they fled crazily. Mo Wuxiu, Lei Zhen, and 9 Qilins fled desperately. This battle ended very quickly, and they basically collapsed in an instant. These Saint City experts and small saints were no match for them at all. They could only burn themselves to protect some important geniuses and escape. In the end, except for these geniuses and a small number of saints who escaped, most of them died there. The dead starry sky had completely turned into hell. Damn it. The rest of the people were terrified. Their hearts were bleeding. Dozens of minor saints had died in this battle. The number of saints who died was innumerable. Even though they were saints, they couldn't bear it. These people didn't dare to stay any longer. The mysterious expert behind them was too terrifying. If they stayed any longer, their souls would probably be destroyed. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In the shattered void, the great sage pagoda appeared. The few figures inside looked outside and sneered. How dare you fight against us? Are you courting death? Now, most of them were dead. The Crimson God said, Old Black, continue to kill them. Kill those on the pilgrim list. The black figure also appeared. He said, I'm old and useless. If I'm still alive, I can destroy them with a glance. Now, I'm just a remnant soul. It's not easy for me to do this. And this is with the help of the Rui Scepter and the Golden Palace. Chapter 4005. Master, are you all right? The North Demon was also worried. Lin Xian said, Black Mountain, it's all thanks to you this time. Take a rest. I'll deal with the remaining people who escaped personally. Most of those who had escaped were young geniuses. Lin Xian believed that he would be able to kill them in the future. What about Brother Toad? Is he really not coming with us? The dark red dragon was disappointed. After all, he liked Toad very much. The two of them called each other brothers. Little White sighed. Yeah, Toad isn't coming. Who said that I'm not coming? Toad shouted and rushed out. Damn Toad, where did you go? The dark red dragon captured Toad and brought him to the great sage pagoda. Toad said, Isn't it because I'm your backer? Open the Roland's Golden Palace. Without me, he wouldn't have been able to borrow the power of the Roland's Golden Palace. Hei Shan's figure also appeared and entered the hall. Indeed, it's all thanks to this toad. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to use my power just now. As he said that, he waved the jade ruby in his hand. Toad's eyes turned red. Damn, didn't we agree that I would help you open the Roland's Golden Palace and you would return this ruby? You old thing, how dare you go back on your words? Toad jumped up and wanted to fight. The dark red dragon advised, forget it, brother. We can't beat him. Besides, he helped us this time. Just give him this jade. Toad said, what do you know? This jade has a great background. I'm afraid that he won't be able to eat it and will stuff himself to death. The few of them were stunned. The dark red dragon said, that can't be. This old man is the remnant soul of the great sage. He can't even swallow it? He can't. Toad gritted his teeth and said, even if you're the living great sage, you can't swallow it. It's best to return it. Everyone gasped when they heard this. Even Lin Xian was shocked. So, who is the sleeping existence in the Roland's Golden Palace? Could it be an existence that has surpassed the great sage? They didn't dare to imagine. He Shan seemed to have known about it. That was why he said that the little toad had no intention of swallowing this jade. This Ruyu is currently sealed. As for me, I'm just a remnant soul. I'll borrow it for a period of time. When I recover, I will return this Yuru jade. You better keep your word. The toad snorted coldly. The dark red divine dragon, Lin Xian, and the others were even more surprised when they heard this. Even Black Mountain was so polite. It seems that the existence in the Roland's Golden Palace is really something. Kid, what should we do next? The dark red divine dragon asked. Let's make a trip back to Wushuang City. They also streaked across the void and flew into the distance. At the same time, news of the celestial fate star spread throughout the starry sky. The entire second astral realm was in an uproar. Had the celestial fate star opened once more? Had those experts returned? Heavens, I wonder how many people have the chance to become Saint Kings this time. Countless people were excited. After all, this wasn't the first time they had come to the heavenly fate planet. They were familiar with the situation. They naturally knew that the most important thing was the future and destiny of these people. Soon, the news spread. 9 Qilins had the destiny to become a Saint King. What surprised everyone? As expected of 9 Qilins, their bloodline was super strong. It seemed that in the future, they would be the next city lord of the 1,000 Demon City. Many people were moved. At the same time, more and more news spread. For example, Jian Qin of the Myriad Sword Pavilion also had the talent of a Saint King. These chief disciples were all too incredible. Yes, but a few of them died. What a pity. I heard that they were killed by Lin Wudi. No way that Lin Wudi was too strong. What destiny did he have? These people were puzzled. Some people asked, where's Lei Zhen? Why haven't I heard of Lei Zhen? I heard that Lei Zhen only has the destiny of a Saint King. But he has a slight chance of becoming a Saint Ninja King. But it seems that hope is fleeting. No way, Lei Zhen is so talented, but he can't become a Saint King with the soaring lightning body? What do you think? Is a Saint King cabbage? Not many chief disciples have this kind of talent. However, those people on the pilgrim list all have the destiny of becoming a Saint King. Not only that, I heard that Wan Jinni has condensed a trace of the Milky Way. He has the possibility of becoming a great sage. This Wan Jinni is really too terrifying. As for the other people, these warriors were all excited. This kind of discussion happened in every corner of the world. Gu Feng, that mysterious spatial powerhouse, seems to be the strongest. His Milky Way splendor is stronger than Wan Jinni. It's not a problem to become a great sage. As expected of a spatial powerhouse, their bloodline talent is really too strong. The others would probably be suppressed by these two people. Not necessarily. I heard that Chao Tianxing didn't take the test at all. What? Someone rejected. There were many explanations, but no one knew. For a time, everyone was talking about Gu Feng and Wan Jinni because these two people's talents were too strong. Of course, there was also Chao Tianxing's name. Because this person is even stranger, he didn't even take the test. What's the reason? Apart from these three people, the most talked about was not Jianchen, nor was it nine-headed Qilin. It was Lin Wudi. Quickly tell me about Lin Wudi's situation? I heard that several chief disciples were killed by him. I heard that the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain and the 10 great sword saints were killed by him. The people who returned from planet Tianming began to spread the news. The people of the second astral realm were stunned. The things that happened on planet Tianming were infinitely attractive to them. At this moment, after they heard about Lin Wudi, they were even more shocked. So powerful? This Lin Wudi is too strong. What kind of destiny is he? Not only that, I'll tell you more. Do you know the Golden Crow 7th Prince? Everyone nodded. Yes, that's the Golden Crow Crown Prince, the son of the Sage King. Such a powerful person was killed by Lin Wudi. Moreover, he was killed early on. 90% of the Golden Crow clan died. In the end, only 1 or 2 Golden Crows escaped. Heavens! Even the 7th Crown Prince died in his hands. Everyone went crazy. This battle record is too dazzling. I'll tell you another piece of news. Another expert had returned from the celestial fate planet. Do you know the Golden Peng of the 1,000 Demon City, the Fire Phoenix of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, and the Peacock Race's expert? These are all super genius experts. Could it be that they were also killed by Lin Xian? That's right. At this moment, Lin Wudi's reputation seemed to have surpassed Gu Feng and the other two. It had reached an unbelievable level. It can't be helped. Gu Feng and the other two were geniuses on the pilgrim role. They were powerful and had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Therefore, no matter what earth-shattering things these three people did, they felt that it was natural. But Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian was a rising star. He was even the youngest among the chief disciples. Yet, one after another, the other party did things that shocked everyone's eyeballs. Chapter 4006. Now, everyone wanted to know what Lin Wudi's destiny was. I guess it should be a Saint King. It was possible. After all, the 9 Qilins and Jianchen could all reach the Saint King level. He should be able to reach it too. Do you think it's possible for him to condense the glory of the galaxy? Some people guessed. Impossible. Even Wan Jinni only had a slight possibility. The only one who could really do it was a spatial powerhouse. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, it was impossible. Indeed, everyone kept nodding. They were looking forward to more news. Not long after, another piece of news came out. It was said that more than 10 holy cities had surrounded the Destiny Star and were besieging Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi was surrounded by so many holy city powerhouses. He would definitely die. He deserved it. Look at how many geniuses and powerhouses he had killed. It would be strange if he wasn't besieged. Some people exclaimed, while others gloated. Indeed, everyone counted and found that most of the powerhouses of the holy city had died in the hands of the other party. How could the people of the holy city tolerate it? It was over. He would definitely die. Even if he didn't die, he would be skinned alive. Everyone was discussing. There was also news. Do you know why these people were chasing him? Revenge was one reason, and another reason was that Lin Wudi was abandoned by the heavens. His destiny had no future. What was going on? Abandoned by the heavens? What the hell was that? The people of the second astral realm were stunned. They had heard of many holy venerables, saint kings, and even the great sage's destiny. But they had never heard of a person abandoned by the heavens. Idiot, you still don't understand? Heaven and earth didn't tolerate him. He was abandoned by the heavens. When this news came out, everyone was in an uproar. Lin Wudi was abandoned by heaven and earth? They almost spat out a mouthful of blood. So many powerhouses and geniuses had died in the hands of the other party. The other party was simply a chosen one. How could he be abandoned by the heavens? They didn't believe this news at all. However, there were many people who watched the destiny test back then. Some saints even came back alive. As the news spread, everyone became suspicious. No way. They heard that the emissaries inside had attacked and killed Lin Wudi. Then how did he survive? There was another expert behind Lin Wudi. What kind of destiny did Lin Wudi have? What? Lin Wudi's heavens will surpass the brilliance of the galaxy. What was a heaven illuminator? It sounded so domineering. As for some details, they were also exposed. They knew that the splendor of the galaxy had reached the level of the great sage. This heaven illuminator was above the great sage. Countless people cried out in alarm. They heard Lin Xian's phantom receiving the worship of countless worlds. Then, blood dyed the sky red. Lin Xian's illusion was enveloped by endless blood, forming a huge blood circle between heaven and earth. It was said that at that time, the bronze emissary was alerted. The dead bronze emissary wanted to kill Lin Xian. In the end, Lin Xian was only able to escape because of the protection of an expert. It can't be, right? What on earth did this guy do that the heavens and earth couldn't tolerate him? He had killed too many people. He reckoned that he had angered the heavenly Tao. Some people discussed and guessed. However, there were also people who were alarmed. Lin Wudi's talent was above the great sages. Could it be that he was a young great emperor? When these words came out, everyone was terrified. Now they finally understood why. The sacred cities wanted to kill him. If he was allowed to grow, the future would be unimaginable. Quickly go and investigate the situation near planet Tianming. These people were all excited. When the people of Peerless City heard the news, they were even more furious. They all moved out. Soon, the news spread. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood around planet Tianming. Countless saints had died, and many corpses of minor saints were found. Was the battle so intense? Was Lin Wudi dead? That was what they were most concerned about. But soon he saw Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the others fleeing in panic. Even Wan Zhenyi, Yu Quan, and the others on the sacred rankings ran back with pale faces. They were all heavily injured. This scene caused an uproar in the astral plane. So many geniuses were injured. It's over. I feel that Lin Wudi is going to turn the tables. On this day, another piece of news spread. Many sacred cities joined forces and returned in defeat. More than 90% of the saints were dead. Only a few geniuses and a few saints returned alive. The others were soaked in blood in the void. Was this Lin Wudi's doing? Everyone went crazy. Was the other party already this strong? No, it wasn't Lin Wudi. Didn't I say that there was an expert behind Lin Wudi who could injure the bronze envoy? It was said that the people of the Heavenly Tao Union were also protecting him. Perhaps it was these 2 experts who did it. Did the people of the Heavenly Tao Union also appear? It seemed that some of the sacred cities couldn't act rashly. That was because if Sage Wang Ran attacked and killed such a young genius, no one would be able to stop him. However, even if he killed him now, he had to think about the consequences. It was very likely that the holy city had been destroyed by someone. Even if the Sage Kings didn't take action, the other experts could. I also heard that someone wanted to kill Lin Wudi. After all, the Golden Crow race and the Peacock race weren't pushovers. There was even a phoenix that died in the hands of the other party. How could the 10,000 ancient races let this matter go? In the second star realm, because of Lin Xian, the situation was stirred up. Previously, Gu Feng, Player 1, Chao Tianxing, and the others' names had been suppressed by him. Not to mention Yu Quan, Mo Xiu, and the others. Basically, no one mentioned them. After those people received the news, they almost vomited blood. Their limelight had been snatched away by a single person. Limitless Sect. Chao Tianxing had returned a long time ago. He said to pay close attention to Lin Wudi's news. If there was any movement, report it to him. After saying that, he went into seclusion. In the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, Jian Cheng and Wan Zhenyi had also returned. Wan Zhenyi's face was frighteningly sinister. That damned kid really didn't know life from death. If I don't break through, I won't come out. Junior brother, don't worry about it. Come out when you become a minor saint. Wan Zhenyi and Jian Chen were both in seclusion. In fact, they weren't the only ones. Mo Xiao, Qin Xianer, Yu Quan, and the others were also in seclusion. Lei Zhen and the 9 Qilins were also in seclusion when they returned. They were first treated by the sect and then went into seclusion. These people had all gone crazy. They were training like crazy. Firstly, they were indeed stimulated by Lin Xian. Lin Xian's strength made them jealous. Secondly, they had received too many summons from the heavenly fate star. Although they had gone into seclusion before, they couldn't cultivate wholeheartedly in that kind of place. Therefore, when they returned, the first thing they did was to enter seclusion. They wanted to completely absorb and refine the fortune they had obtained. As expected, more and more experts came back to seclusion. Therefore, the news about Lin Xian didn't increase. Chapter 4007. There were also some seniors who hadn't entered the celestial fate planet, and they also had designs on Lin Xian. After all, he was so strong, and he must have obtained more fortunes. They wanted to snatch some fortunes from him. Wushuang City immediately issued a warning. They forbade the seniors from making a move, or they would chase him to the ends of the earth. At the same time, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and the Kunlun Pavilion also announced that they would work together to protect Lin Xian. Everyone was surprised. It seemed that Lin Wudi wasn't without friends. However, most of the saints sneered, because Lin Wudi had more enemies. In the distant starry sky, a crazy roar suddenly came from a sun. Damn it. The nearby planetary systems all heard it. In fact, some of the planets in the vicinity suddenly cracked, unable to withstand the power of the explosion. This was the power of a saint king. The saint spirits in the starry sky trembled. They knew that it was the Golden Crow Saint King. The Golden Crow Prince and most of the Golden Crows had died on the celestial fate planet, which naturally angered the Golden Crows. Sure enough, the next day, the Golden Crows sent out peerless experts. 7 minor saints left the Golden Crows and flew to different places in the universe to search for Lin Wudi. At the same time, a powerful sword saint from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also made a move. He was also a minor saint called the Blood Sword Saint. He belonged to the path of slaughter. The Demon City and the Great Desolation Mansion both sent out minor saints. This was because they had learned that Lin Wudi's strength was enough to contend with a level 5 peak. Therefore, a 5th heavenly layer saint was simply not enough. If they were too strong, they would probably anger the people behind them. Therefore, they felt that it was very appropriate to send out minor saints. Firstly, they could suppress the opponent in terms of cultivation, and they wouldn't be afraid of angering the super experts. They could kill the opponent in a reasonable way, and the others wouldn't have anything to say. Many people couldn't find Lin Wudi at all, and speculated that he must have returned to Wushuang City. Therefore, they returned to Wushuang City and didn't kill him. They waited for him to come. In the sky, a pitch-black starry sky was flowing continuously. This time, the heavenly demon overturn was the territory of the heavenly demons. At this moment, the witch was both excited and nervous. Pieces of information gathered in his or her hands. She quickly spread the news throughout the Heavenly Fiend clan. The experts and elders of the Heavenly Fiend clan were incomparably shocked. The 4 great protectors were alarmed. Is the patriarch out? What happened to the ancestor? What kind of destiny was this? They were excited. Was the patriarch abandoned by the heavens? Nonsense. Don't listen to his nonsense. How could our old ancestor be someone abandoned by the heavens? The ancestor was the great sage's mandate of heaven? Furthermore, there was a possibility that he was stronger than the great sage. Didn't that mean there was a possibility of him becoming a great emperor? The members of the Heaven Devil race were all stupefied. Was the old ancestor already so powerful? No, it's that brat. That brat's bloodline talent is super strong. That's great. Our ancestor has really found a good body this time. The patriarch was being chased by so many people from the holy city? Damn it, do they want to die? These people from the Heaven Devil race were infuriated. Go and save the patriarch. They were both shocked and stunned. They felt as if their emotions were as hot and cold as ice. It was truly too torturous. What was going on now? No one knew where Lin Xian was. They only knew that many holy city had sent little saints to hunt him down. Damn it! Did they really think that the Heaven Devil race had no one? Go, send the 4 great demon saints to intercept those people. Don't hold back, just kill them. Soon, the 4 little saints from the Heaven Devil race left quickly. The 4 great demon saints. On the other side, Peerless City had also sent people. This time, they sent 3 people. Apart from Fu Hongye, the other 2 were second-generation disciples. Their strength was very strong. All 3 of them had reached the Little Saint realm. Similarly, they began to snipe the enemy after they went out. For a time, there were battles breaking out in the second astral realm from time to time. Heavens! A little saint from the Thunder God City was killed by someone? The news instantly caused a great commotion. Who was it? Was it Lin Wudi who did it? No, it could be someone from the devil race. It was said that the place where the little saint from Thunder God died was filled with demonic qi. It was abnormally terrifying. Everyone gasped. At the same time, another piece of news came out. A little saint from the Great Desolation Prefecture was killed by someone. A red leaf was left at the place where he died. It was Fu Hongye. It seemed that Peerless City had also made their move after the Heaven Devil race. It caused the crowd to scream in horror. Soon, another piece of news came out. A little saint from the Golden Crow race was killed again. Another red leaf fell. This Fu Hongye was too strong. Even a little saint from the Golden Crow race was no match for him. How strong was he? These people had gone crazy. After the Golden Crow race received the news, they were also furious and sent another 5 little saints. For a time, the atmosphere became even more tense. However, the Saint Kings had not made their move yet. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that at this level, even the news of Lin Wudi could not alarm them. Of course, most of them knew that the Saint Kings could not make their move at will. After all, such people were the overlords of the stars. Once they made their move, no one would be able to resist them. If the Saint Kings made their move on their juniors, it would definitely cause panic among the other saints. By then, there would be a great war between the saints. None of the saints' juniors would survive. Therefore, the Saint Kings were not allowed to make a move on those below the Saint King level. This was the tacit rule. In fact, Saint Venerables and Little Saints were the same. Basically, they would not make a move on their juniors. However, this time, Lin Xian was an exception. He, a 5th heaven cultivator, had attracted the attention of a little saint. There was no one left on the celestial fate planet. However, at this time, a mysterious cave suddenly appeared below. Following that, a beautiful figure rushed out. She finally made it. She was almost sealed here. The beautiful figure was none other than Xin Jingqiu. At this moment, Xin Jingqiu was covered in a layer of mysterious light. Her strength had reached the peak of the 5th heaven. It seemed that she could enter the Little Saint realm at any time. It was really incredible. This realm was stronger than the 9-headed Qilin, Jianchen, and the others. It seemed that she was very close to the Little Saint realm. Xin Jingqiu streaked across the void and left. The celestial fate planet was about to be sealed again. It would open again after 500 years. However, at this moment, the bronze envoy stood in the depths of the celestial fate planet. He exuded an extremely terrifying killing intent. A person abandoned by heaven and a Permetha flower appeared. It looked like he had to be killed. Right now, he is still in hibernation. We cannot make a move easily. Furthermore, the Deity Dao Union's people might target us. It looked like we could only think of a way to kill him with a borrowed knife. That fellow should have offended several holy cities. It looked like we needed those holy cities to make a move to deal with this problem. The bronze envoy smiled coldly. The other party would not live for long. Eventually, the celestial fate planet closed again. A beam of light streaked across the starry heavens. That was a black spirit ship, the Black Earth. Lin Xian and the others sat cross-legged on it. In the past few days, they had received a lot of news. Their expressions were incredibly cold. These holy cities were still unwilling to give up. To think that they sent out so many little saints to kill them. No, I can't return to Matchless City now. Lin Xian guessed that Wushuang City had to pass through a place filled with murderous traps. If he returned, he would be walking right into a trap. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.